Okay, I believe we are live now.
All right, guys, we are live once again from the StormSeeker. I am here I'm south of Amarillo, Texas. I am going north, back up north towards Amarillo, and then I'm going to move my way up towards Borger, Texas. That's what I think the play is right now. The current conditions out here where I am in the Panhandle of Texas, it's just dust storm. It's the dust storm of 2022. I don't think that my camera's doing it justice, but there's a lot of dust out here. The winds are crazy. We've got sustained winds of 30 to 40 miles an hour, with some gusts even higher than that. And that is really reducing our visibility. We can't see a lot of what's going on with those cloud tops on the storms that are forming near us. But we are watching very closely a storm that's to our south and also a storm that's to our north. And we are going to watch these as we continue to go forward. Also, we have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings in the Oklahoma Panhandle, all the way down there into southwestern portions of Kansas. Additionally, we have a bunch of severe weather with big hail up there in South Dakota. So we're going to be updating you on all of this. Not only can you see my camera today, but also you can or you should see Vince Welty and Brandon Kopic as well. And if we could go ahead and switch to that scene, we'll let everybody see what's going on there. Vince is actually in a very similar area to me. And on top of that, Brandon Kopic is way up there in South Dakota. So we've got a wide view of everything that's going on once again. So that's all I have right now. I'm going to obviously keep you updated as we continue our storm chase once we finally pick an overall target here. But I'm going to let Andy and Carly kind of say hello and take it over for a few minutes if you guys are ready.
I am Ryan. Thank you. Thank you for that update. Yeah, it's quite something with those reduced visibilities out there, isn't it? I can't believe what's happening behind the dry line there. I see so many reports of 60 mile per hour non-thunderstorm wind gusts, and that's coinciding with an extreme fire risk that we have today in eastern Colorado down through New Mexico. And that is really something to see, that low pressure system that we have dragging those winds and the pressure gradient. It's causing them to be so powerful that they are reaching severe category if they were associated with a thunderstorm. And that's what's driving our fire weather. So we have a lot to focus on today. Just a little bit ago, we had a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which is for baseball size hail. And in addition to that, we have 12 other severe thunderstorm warnings, mostly in the South Dakota area, which we have Brandon Kopic, the bottom right feed there in our quad panel view. And we have a bunch of them in the Oklahoma Panhandle area as well as near Amarillo, Texas. So that is what we're working with currently, and I'll hand it over to Carly.
Yeah, hey everybody. Glad to see you guys here again today. We had a lot of fun last night with the stream. We hope you guys are enjoying the new panels here. We've taken some feedback from y'all and incorporated some of those panels. Ryan's worked on those today, so let us know. Give us some feedback how you like those. So for me on my end tonight, of course, my main focus and our news team's focus is, of course, going to be on any news of any severe thunderstorms. We are going to keep our ears open. Wow, that's some wicked lightning coming out of Brandon's feed. Of course, we're going to be keeping our ears open for any news. So I'll keep you guys updated on that. And Andy and I actually have some really awesome things planned for you guys tonight, some interactive things to do. So I think you guys are really going to enjoy this stream. We're trying to do some fun new stuff to be a little bit more engaging. So we're really excited. Are you
Yeah,
seeing that, Andy, that lightning, by the way? Are you seeing that on
yeah,
Brandon's
that's just
feed? I keep
the
looking
ground
at it.
bolt bolt after bolt there. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's intense. And yeah, as far as I see, there are 1 3/4 inch hail reports right near Brandon, just to his west, as that
Oh,
supercell. I get, yeah, it looks like it's rotating to me. That supercell goes off to the north, and that's just north of White Lake in South Dakota along I-90. So we'll cross our fingers for Brandon's feed there as he approaches more rural South Dakota areas. It's going to be rather intense, but if he can keep it up, then we're good. As for our current conditions, I see I see a 2 3/4 inch hail report, which I believe is above baseball size. Yeah, that was right along
Ah.
Highway 64 to the west of Guyman in Oklahoma. And I mean, that's incredible. That area, unfortunately, is in a radar hole, but we have
David?
plenty of storms popping up there and moving to the north. So I'll show you that real quick here. So Ryan is down here in and
What's up?
around Amarillo, Texas. He's currently headed towards this
I'm
cell
heading
right
north.
here,
Do
just
you
to the
think I'm
west of
making a mistake?
Amarillo. A lot of our storm
need you
chasers are
to,
down here in Texas
comfort me
because
or
of
tell me
the
I have no
what they
idea
call
what I'm doing.
panhandle magic, which is incredible because of the slope of the plains, the plateau in the panhandle of Texas.
I'm
Those
assuming when you
supercells
say
form
you're
and they
like
kind of
talking about that storm
follow
gust, you're
the
Will Dorado and
downslope
Bush to the west of
regime there,
Amarillo,
and
right?
that can aid in their formation as well as their
Correct.
maturity and rotation associated with them. Typically, we see pretty large hailstones in setups like this, and we certainly have the thermodynamic and kinematic profiles just for that. So let me show you where Ryan is.
Depends. What's the
So
speed
we've
limit
got
on
all that
those
up there
right
in
now?
South
I'm actually
Dakota,
in
and then if
Texas,
I
so
come
it's
down
like
here to
probably
these
75.
storms, we can see our storm chasers pop up.
75 with one hell of a
All
tailwind.
right. So this severe thunderstorm warned for quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Damaging straight-line winds are going to be a problem today. So here's Brett Adair and Ryan Hall pretty close together near Canyon, Texas, south of Amarillo. We've got Vince and Happy, and for the first time, I believe, in quite some time, Brandon is separated from Vince, and he is up in South Dakota, eastern South Dakota, chasing the warm frontal area. So, yep, we've got a lot going on. Our current watches are this severe thunderstorm watch right here, which is for parts of the Texas, Oklahoma panhandle. Scattered damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts to 75 miles per hour possible. Hurricane force conditions are 74 miles per hour and greater, so hurricane force winds are possible with this, as you see considerable severe thunderstorm warnings popping up for these storms in the area. So in addition to that, we have isolated very large hail events to 3 inches possible. That's the size of an apple. So you don't want hailstones falling on you that are apples, essentially, because that would be pretty bad. All right, some other things we're going to have. I'm going to start drawing on the screen once I'm comfortable with that to show you guys what I'm looking at. We also have our Twitters linked below us for me and Carly. Carly has a fantastic YouTube channel that you should check out as well. That's I would like to show that personally.
Thanks, Andy.
Yeah.
And
Go
go
ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, I'm just quickly going to wrap up. We have another severe thunderstorm watch for this area in Kansas as well as eastern Colorado. Pretty interesting there. And additionally, one more all the way, or two more actually, all the way up here in South Dakota. This is our triple point area. We have a low pressure system right around in here. It's very strong on the surface and it's wrapping up these winds and also the warm and cold front area. And so that's what's creating our triple point, the intersection of a cold and warm front up here, or a dry line at this point. The cold front will come in later. You can see colder temperatures in Wyoming and severe thunderstorm associated with that.
But that's going to
But yeah, the dry line extends all the way down these state borders, Colorado and Kansas, and down to where our storm chasers are. So yeah, let me go back and show you our storm chaser feed.
And Andy, I would just like to touch on something you've briefly talked about a little bit, but we do have a critical and extreme risk of fire today over multiple states. And I'm actually sending you something from our news team here of some current national statistics. And perhaps we could also show something like the SPC risk area as well. I'm getting word that the air quality in a lot of the chase areas right now is moderate. So try to keep the outside exposure to a minimum. Keep windows closed if you can. Just really try to decrease the amount of time that you're outside in that air breathing it in. Take whatever precautions necessary. And of course, know if you're in that risk area, if you're living in these southwestern states. And Andy, I don't know if you're going to be able to show that map or not, but currently we have 13 incidents ongoing of large fires. We have 2 total new fires, and we've got over 2,000 personnel assigned to wildfires right now. So I've sent that link over to you, Andy, in the special relay. So very serious fire conditions happening right now?
Yep, here it is, right here. You can see, as Carly mentioned, 13 total large fires. Do you know what quantifies as a large fire, the acreage?
I don't, Andy, but I can look into that for you.
Gotcha. Yeah. So 2 new large fires today alone. You can see the smoke plumes on radar from these fires showing up. I believe there's one big one near Benkelman, Nebraska, that is incurring ongoing evacuations. There also was one in eastern Colorado, which is in the extreme fire risk, and there's critical fire risks and elevated fire risks surrounding that huge area. Let me show you that right here on the SPC site. This is today's fire risk. If I zoom in here, you can see that it covers a large area. Even up to the Denver metro is in the extreme fire risk. We also have this bubbled area of isolated dry thunderstorms, which means that there is a large concern of any thunderstorms developing on the dry line having rogue lightning strikes that can actually start wildfires in these elevated fire risks. And again, these exist because there's extremely low surface relative humidity, so the air is very dry in this area. There is ongoing drought in this area, and I will show you a drought monitor here in a minute. And so fuel, like the vegetation, is nice and dry in this area. And we also have 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. I'm seeing gusts of 60 mile per hour winds, even 70 miles per hour near Burlington, Colorado earlier.
Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on the cameras, and every single camera I've personally looked at has been out there. It's really kicking up out there. Also, Andy, I just wanted to point out real quick, if you guys want to take a look, I've sent you a link, Andy, as well. If you guys want to take a look at the current fires that are happening, you can go to fire.airnow.gov, and it's actually an interactive map that will show you all the fires that are happening right now. So right now I'm looking at New Mexico. We've got portions just south of just south of Albuquerque, New Mexico, also the Santa Fe area, Tulsa. A lot of these different areas are having fires ongoing right now. So if you want to check that out, you can. And again, that's fire.airnow.gov if you'd like to see an interactive map of that.
Thank you, Carly. Okay, so let's make sure you guys are all informed on today's severe weather risk. So I'm going to show that on WSV3 here. And so today we have an enhanced risk of severe thunderstorm hazards, and that's primarily for hail and also for wind gust. So that's what we're looking at here. This looks a little different than yesterday, but the enhanced risk for today extends from North Platte, Nebraska, all the way down through the Panhandle of Texas, south of Amarillo, and Plainview, Texas. And that is primarily hail in the southern end, so south of Goodland, Kansas, you're going to see significant hail, and we're already seeing that popping up with these storms that exist right here. Let me circle those. So yeah, these storms right here are going to pose significant hail threats with the dry line popping them up. And in addition to that, yesterday we did have a dry line event, which is what we covered briefly on a stream last night. But today we have the dry line forcing at the surface with westerlies behind the dry line and southeasterlies ahead of it. So the air is meeting up and rising and forming these thunderstorms with moist air out ahead of the line here. But on top of that, we have support aloft too. So the winds aloft are being driven by a jet stream that's being forced around the trough, and it's coming up through the plains. And as it exits the maximum of wind speeds aloft, it diverges. And when the air is diverging through conservation of mass, we must have air rise to replace it. So we are watching that happen. And that's why these storms are probably going to be much more widespread once they form. They have support both at the surface and aloft. And that's true all along the dry line up here into South Dakota. So slight risk extends for South Dakota up here. We're not really going to see a primary tornadic threat with these storms because we have high lifted condensation levels. So the cloud bases themselves are very high up. But the storms, once they do form, can influence the environment around them, lower the cloud base, and allow a vertically rotating column of air to connect
We're
with the
moving
parent
towards,
circulation in a
Panhandle right
supercell.
now.
So initially, tornadic threat might be low, but we do have a 5% tornado risk throughout Texas and up into Kansas and Nebraska, and additionally another tornadic risk associated with the triple point up here in South Dakota. So that is what we are watching today. Again, if you're just now joining us, we have a storm chaser, Brandon Kopic, in the bottom right panel. He is up here in South Dakota. And we have our storm chasers, including Ryan Hall out in the StormSeeker down in the Texas Panhandle, where we have plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings popping up.
Yeah, and I just keep seeing that lightning on Brandon's feed. I mean, it's really amazing. It's like every couple seconds, every time I look over, it's touching over there. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, he's stationary watching a cell in White
Mhm.
Lake, South Dakota. All right, I'm going to quickly switch to the radar view here so that we can cover current severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to maximize this so we can look at what's happening here. So here's our reflectivity. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning near Amarillo, Texas. That is moving to the northeast into these rural areas of the Texas Panhandle. Additionally, we have severe thunderstorm warnings up here in southwest Kansas, near the border of Colorado, near Elkhart. And those are warned for, I believe, 1 3/4 inch hail, 2-inch hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So these are no joke. They have popped up only within the last hour, but they are going into a ripe environment for sure. All right, and let me come up here to South Dakota. We'll use the Sioux Falls radar here. This is a bit of a radar hole, unfortunately. We'll do our best to cover these, but this is why having storm chasers on the ground is so helpful, because we have Brandon Kopic's visual when I go back to the quad panel for this area that we can't really see what's happening because the radar beams are so high up into the storms. But nonetheless, we have severe thunderstorm warnings up here, and currently that is for Aurora and Brule counties, or Brule counties, and that's for golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. And then over here, east of Rapid City, which I believe the radar for Rapid City is down right now, so we're working with even more limited radar coverage. There's a severe thunderstorm warning there, and in Wyoming. So these severe thunderstorm warnings up here are associated with a warm front and plenty of moisture in the atmosphere, and they will experience increased ascent because they are close to the low pressure center. All right, so here's another look at the quad view feed here. Again, the lightning, every time I switch back, I see lightning on Brandon's feed. It is amazing. Ryan Hall is in Canyon, Texas right now. Don't worry, he'll be talking to us, but we're starting up the stream here, so we're covering as much as we can. And so, yeah, that's what we got going on here. Again, we got 10 active severe thunderstorm warnings, quite a few severe thunderstorm watches, but we expect the tornado risk to it'll be delayed for some time until after sunset, when the low-level jet, our 850 millibar winds that Ryan likes to call nader juice, those will ramp up after sunset. So that is what we expect to contribute to a greater tornado risk.
Yeah, and Andy, if you check the special relay.
I do see that, yes.
Perfect.
Ryan, do you have an update for us?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So our plans have changed a little bit. We've turned around and we are kind of we're tailing that storm up to our north. You can kind of see it through our if you switch to the main view, the main StormSeeker view. But once again, the dust is blocking out a lot of our view of any of the distant storms. But the plan now is to cut through Amarillo, go up north and east towards Panhandle, or the area between Panhandle and Quad. Very small town over there called Conway, where if you get a Panhandle and it doesn't look like we're going to be able to keep up with that big storm north and west of Amarillo, we will at least be in a very good position to potentially intercept these new storms that are forming to the south and to the west of Amarillo right now. So that's what we're doing. Also, Vince Welty is down here, and he's kind of in the same position as me, and he's also decided to turn around and come back up north as well. We're currently not seeing anything, out of the ordinary as far as the way that these the storms look. In fact, the only little glimpses I've seen of the actual storms, they look very similar as to what they did yesterday in Kansas. So I think that we're going to see probably a similar situation where this is a limited event. We're going to see these things really explode, do some cool stuff. We're probably going to see a tornado or two, certainly some big hail, and then it's just all going to suddenly go away right around the time that cap starts to build in or whenever the sun starts to go down. Currently, the temperature outside the StormSeeker is 85 degrees with a dew point of 63. So that's kind of the conditions that we have here, and it's honestly, if I had never stepped outside of the vehicle, I would think that was a lie, because it looks like we have relative humidity values like extremely low, negative dew points, and we're in the middle of a dust bowl here. But this is not all local dust. Some of it's being carried from a ways away. And also, this is just what happens when you've got sustained 40 and 50 mile an hour wind gusts right before the dry line moves in. So that's all I've got for you right now. If you guys are ready, I'm going to hand it back to you.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. Yep, so you heard him there. If you just missed it, he's headed north in the StormSeeker back towards Amarillo to catch our severe thunderstorm warnings there. So I'm gonna show you guys the current dew points in the United States. I am surprised when you said that we had 63 Fahrenheit dew points. That's actually higher than a lot of our convective allowing models had guidance for. We were expecting probably upper 50s, lower 60s dew points. So 63 is good to hear in terms of severe weather. That's going to be much more supportive. We were worried about the surface temperatures being too warm and not enough moisture to support severe thunderstorms capable of producing hail and eventually tornadoes when we start getting some nadir juice. So here's a quick look at the dew points as of the last hour. Look at the contrast here. This is your clearly defined dry line, and that's along the border of Colorado here and New Mexico and Texas. So Ryan's right here where this 59 is, but the StormSeeker truck is actually reporting 63 Fahrenheit, which is for the dew point, which is quite a bit higher. Every degree matters when we're talking about the amount of moisture out there in a severe weather setup. So that's quite the dry line. Again, this is being fueled by our low pressure system up here. It's dragging dry air down here and westerlies like this, and we've got these southeasterlies ahead of it, bringing the warm air from the Gulf of Mexico. So that's what's going on here in this setup, and we have certainly a powerful enough cyclone to efficiently do that for us. So you can see that in that dry line represented across the state. It's a great way to look at it, is to have the moisture up there like that. Okay. So I would like to go over the convective outlook again, just to be sure. So we're waiting on storms to pop up and mature right now, which they certainly are. We have plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings out in western Kansas, in the Amarillo, Texas area, and near Guyman, Oklahoma. Additionally, we have one in eastern Wyoming, and also central South Dakota and east central South Dakota near Chamberlain, north of I-90. And a lot of those severe thunderstorm warnings are producing quite the lightning strikes, as we see on Brandon's feed, who is in South Dakota, bottom right panel of our quad panel setup there. In addition, they're producing severe hail and wind, damaging straight line winds at the moment. So we have a convective outlook here with only a 5% tornado risk. I'm showing it in the top left panel here. I know it's small, but actually, let me blow it up here. So here you go. We've got a 5% tornado risk today, stretching through our risk area. and this is including southwestern South Dakota, western Kansas, the Panhandle of Oklahoma and Texas, and up through North Platte, Nebraska. This is a conditional threat for tornadoes. That's why there's a 95% chance that you're not going to see one in a 25-mile radius from your location in this area. But where cells do pop up, and as our nadir juice winds start to accelerate after sundown, we're really going to see this tornadic threat probably be a little more apparent. I would be surprised if we don't have any tornado warnings this evening. So we'll be monitoring tornadic threat as sundown occurs. But in the meantime, we do have an enhanced risk, which is 3 out of 5 on the severe threat scale here put out by the SPC. That is for severe hail. So you see this hatched area here. That is for significant hail of 2 inches in diameter or greater. And then we, I'm sorry, this is the hail threat. So we also have that significant hail threat up in the Rapid City, South Dakota area. And then we've got our damaging straight line wind gusts. And this hatched area is for 65 knots or greater, which is basically your hurricane force wind gusts as downdrafts come out of these supercells in the area.
And Andy, I would just like to interject that I am seeing a report now of hail a little over 1 inch in diameter coming out of Big Bow in Kansas. And I'm looking for that county. That is in Stanton County. I'm trying to see if we can associate it with one of these severe thunderstorm warnings here, but it's coming out of Stanton County near Big Bow, just over 1 inch.
Wow. Stanton County. Yeah, there isn't even a severe thunderstorm warning there yet, actually. I think that may have been slightly earlier, perhaps.
No, the report is just a few minutes ago.
Just a few minutes ago. So yeah, it's one of these. It's this county west of Ulysses here in Kansas. So yeah, these cells, before they're even severe thunderstorm warned by the National Weather Service offices in the area, are dropping 1 inch hail already, and you can see really high reflectivity values near Hugoton with these severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, so we have a primary hail threat today for a while now, and I expect the tornadic threat to sort of maximize in the next couple of hours when our low-level jet ramps up. So we'll be monitoring that, but currently we're experiencing our storm chasers chasing some hail, some gargantuan hail, some gorilla hail, if you will. Additionally, we have some other things planned today.
Yeah, and I think now actually might be a good time to talk about it a little bit since we're not too busy. So as we mentioned, Andy and I and the rest of the team have planned something a little bit special for you guys today. And what we want to do is actually give you guys a chance to win one of the t-shirts from the Shop Ryan Hall Y'all merch. So I don't know if you guys can see very well, but I'm actually wearing my Supercell t-shirt today. So we're really excited. We want to give you guys a chance to win one of these tonight, and I'll go over the specific rules and everything a little bit more in depth when we actually start it. But just to give you guys a general overview, we're going to be doing a viewer submission based contest tonight. So what that's going to entail is at a specific time every hour and a half or so when things are relatively calm, we don't have any news or anything too serious going on, we're going to do a viewer submission contest. So you guys are going to send in your pictures of yourselves watching the stream, your family, your pets, memes, whatever it is, something that's just related to our community. And you're going to send it in. We've got Twitter, we have Reddit, we have the pics at ryanhallyall.com. What else, Andy? And Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook.
Right?
There you go.
Yeah, Facebook.
Yep.
Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, and our email. And I'll go over this again in a few minutes, and our mods will drop you guys links. But when we start that, you guys are going to submit a picture. We're going to go through, we're going to pick a picture. We're going to do this a couple times tonight. We'll pick a winner. But the most important thing is that whatever you submitted on, we just want to make sure you guys have either your DMs open or a way that we can contact you. So we're going to be doing that a couple times tonight. So make sure you guys are staying tuned. Make sure you're paying attention when we start the contest and the viewer submissions, so everybody has a chance to do so.
Right. I think in addition to that as well, I know a lot of people are always curious to hear the forecast for their location. So what we're going to do for that is we're going to have Weatherman Cam show up a few times tonight when there is a lull or I need to do something that requires my attention for a minute or two. And he's going to, well, more than a few minutes, he's going to forecast the weather and give you the impactful atmospheric variables like temperature, wind, precipitation, things you're going to feel. And you can kind of extrapolate from the nearest major city from you. That is what he plans on doing. He's going to give you the broadcast meteorology experience of forecasting for a location near you, because typically we're focusing on the severe weather that's happening, and fire weather is severe weather as well. But that involves just these locations. Commonly you're not sure if you just tuned in if the storms are headed towards you or if they're going to persist. And Weatherman Cam hopefully will be able to cover that for you in a very engaging broadcast meteorologist perspective. So he will show up a few times tonight when we have a break to allow him in and let him do his thing. But for the meantime, I will continue covering these severe thunderstorm warnings. I don't think there is one currently that is impacting a high population area. The massive enhanced risks that we have, level 3 out of 5 by the SPC, it only has less than 1 million people in it, which is still a lot of people. But a lot of these storms are moving through rural areas, which is what we want to see. So again, we've got, if you're just tuning in, we've got Brandon Kopic in White Lake, South Dakota, north of I-90 in eastern South Dakota. He is chasing these storms that are ahead of the warm front currently, but are still producing pretty large hail and are warned for 2-inch hail and also some severe wind gusts. Additionally, we have Vince's cam whenever we're looking at this quad panel stream. We have Vince's cam in the bottom left. He is in the same general area as Ryan and the StormSeeker. Ryan will be talking to us too on the occasion, and we may be talking to Ryan and asking him questions as well. And he is also in Amarillo, so that's the top right panel in our quad panel setup. So that's our setup, and yeah, we're just gonna be monitoring as these storms mature, develop in the environment. There are a few things that are concerning in terms of limiting the severe potential today. We're hopeful that any severe weather that does happen is going to impact as few people as possible. But if you are in a warning, then be sure to heed the National Weather Service their words, because they're looking out for you. And there's our new destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas. Let me get you the stats on that real quick. What county was that for? Let me see. That was for Morton and Stevens County, Kansas. So that is the cell right here near Rolla and Hugoton and Elkhart, Kansas. Let's see. Is there a better radar for this? Dodge City, perhaps? Okay, not really. But I believe this cell is warned for baseball-sized hail. Yep, baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you're in just the wrong part of this storm, you're having baseballs hurled at you with some extreme wind speeds. You don't want to be there. But yeah, this storm, let's take a look at rotation real quick. It doesn't look like it's going to be tornadic anytime soon, but it is rotating at the moment. So yeah, the moment these cells are moving into an area that allows them to establish a tornadic circulation with the ground that connects to their parent mesocyclone, We'll definitely be monitoring the tornado warnings intimately and making sure everyone in the area and ahead of it is aware. So that's our utmost priority. But sometimes a destructive severe thunderstorm warning can do just as much damage, if not more, than your weak tornadoes that show up. So definitely heed. That's why we have that special audio alert for a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It makes sure that I'm looking at it and covering it for y'all. And then
And Andy, just
go
want to
ahead.
interject real quick. I am just seeing in Santa Fe, New Mexico, that the National Weather Service has issued a dust storm warning for the area. And I'm going to double check on that for you, but just letting you know that's near the Santa Fe area, dust storm warning from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, if you give me that graphic, I'd
Yeah.
love to show it. It's much
Well,
like our NWS tornado and severe thunderstorm
yeah.
warning graphics. So yeah, I'll be able to show you guys that. I think it's pretty large, isn't it? I think I remember seeing one earlier today, but yeah, if you look at Ryan's cam right now in the top right, look at the dust. The visibility is so low that you know you can't even see the top of the storms because it just looks like there's a wall of dust. So we're this is quite the complex setup, and that's why we're seeing the extreme fire risk in eastern Colorado and down through New Mexico. And that dust is kind of making its way over across the dry line and perhaps mixing into these severe thunderstorms. Maybe we'll get some dry air entrainment into these severe thunderstorms with that dust. And that may limit their ability to produce severe hazards. So this is certainly a complex setup with a lot to factor into these storms. You have an update for us? Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
I'm just going to give you a real quick update on our positioning once again. You guys are killing it, but there's really not a lot going on here with me. We're filming. We're just trying to get to the next place. The place that we're going to though is once again Panhandle, Texas, and I'm watching this storm really closely. If you're seeing this too, Andy, down there near. It's now west of Plainview. That looks like our best shot, more than likely. If we're going to, intercept a storm today, it's more than likely going to be that one, as it is starting to really bubble up, probably starting to produce hail already. By the time it gets to where I am, I believe it's going to enter that area where the lower level jet is really going to start ramping up. And we'll see what happens. I don't know exactly what that is, but you can see the storm just to the north and west of me, north of Amarillo now. It's actually developing a little bit of rotation. This is the first storm I've seen today in this area that actually looked like it was going to have the ability to rotate. You can see that little couplet. It's broad right now. It's not very intense, but just north of Amarillo. I think that the further north and east these storms go, the more we're going to start to see stuff like that happen. So I'm really watching that storm down to my south and west of Plainview near Earth and Olton. That's going to cross Interstate 27 near Tulia, go through the Canyon region all the way up towards Claude and Panhandle, and that's where I'm either going to intercept it or make the decision to continue to go north and east. We're just going to stop there for a little bit to try to see what's going on. So I just wanted to update you there and see if you had any input on that. And yeah.
Nope, I think that's brilliant, Ryan. Yeah, we're going to see an increase in the low-level jet as the sun sets. That causes the surface to decouple from the boundary layer, and then the low-level jet sits just above the boundary layer and is no longer allowed to mix down to the surface, which induces a lot of friction with turbulent flow. So that's why we always see the low-level jet accelerate after sundown, because we've lost the daytime heating element that mixes the winds down to the surface. And that will also allow the surface to cool enough to where the cloud bases are much lower, and thus have the greater potential to produce tornadoes if they become tornadic and are able to establish a connection with their parent mesocyclone. So yeah, Ryan is. Let me see where Ryan is right now. I believe he said he's north of Amarillo.
And Andy, when you have a second, actually, could you look at that cell and tell me a little bit about what you think on the hail threat? I have a report. I just want to do a little bit of verification. as to what you think about the hail on that Amarillo cell.
All right, let me look at the Amarillo cell. Are you talking about the southern one or the northern one?
I guess both, because I don't know which.
All right, tell
Just
me
I
about.
guess if you think there could be potentially large hail out of that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Tell me about the hail report.
Well, it's the size of a grapefruit, Andy. So I just want to be sure.
It's the size of a
I'm
grapefruit.
Yes, it is. Actually,
Okay.
yeah.
And do you have an
But
exact location on that?
no, they've got the NWS Amarillo tagged, so I'm checking on it for you right now.
All right. Well, if it's, I guess we could have our news chat double check and see if that
Yeah,
is
they
a,
are.
current image, a new image. Then yeah, I'd love to hear
Yeah.
grapefruit size
I
hail.
I'm excited about it too if it's a real thing, but of course we have to double check. They're working on it right now. I'll let you know as soon as we have it. We are getting another report of golf ball size hail coming now from Masterson, Texas, and I'll send that over
All
to
right,
you
I
as
see that
well.
right here. Yeah, I could believe it if it was from the core of these cells.
Yeah.
Uh, right around the Fritch, Texas area, north of Amarillo, we've really got some reflectivity values popping up. Reflectivity could, of course, indicate that any hailstones that do exist are being, accelerated by extreme winds, and thus they carry a lot of energy, which shows back up on our reflectivity values there. But it depends on the winds. If grapefruit size hail is already showing up, well, we've
Yeah.
certainly got a significant hail threat today.
Yeah. Absolutely. And we've
uh,
got the news team on it right now. They are getting all the hail reports coming in, and we are going to vet that information and get it up to you just as soon as we can.
all right, for those curious, Ryan is out storm chasing in the plains today. He is in the panhandle of Texas, which you can see the StormSeeker's view in the top right panel there on the stream. He will be storm chasing tomorrow. We will be here tomorrow as well, covering any tornadic threat along a cold frontal line of storms that may be semi-discrete, may be embedded supercells. We have a multi-storm mode um, possible tomorrow through northern Minnesota all the way down through Oklahoma, possibly, and that will carry the risk for all severe hazards as well in isolated circumstances. So we will be back on tomorrow. Ryan will be storm chasing tomorrow as well. And then he likely will be headed back to the weather room, which I know a lot of people want to see him back in the chair. But right now he is in the truck chair and he is producing some fantastic content that we're going to see both live here and coming up on the channel later on. So he enjoys it. He loves being out in the storms. He wants to be out there. So it's great to see him following his passion out there. All right.
Abs-
So yeah, absolutely.
y-
I'm sorry, Carly.
no,
Let me
I'm
cover
sorry, Andy.
let me cover the current severe thunderstorm warnings. We have
Mhm.
no tornado warnings active right now. That's why our bottom text bars are all yellow. So we're just looking at a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, primarily for damaging straight line winds. 60 to 70 mile per hour is currently warned in all of these warnings in Kansas, in the Panhandle of Texas, and also in South Dakota. So we have here, let me switch over to radar view. Again, during the radar view, you can see the StormSeeker in the bottom right area there. We have the cam up so you can keep track and have something to look at. But I'm going to show you where all of these considerable severe thunderstorm warnings are coming from. So all up and down this line in Kansas. Let me see here. What are you doing, Radar Omega? All right, I've lost the ability to look at velocity here, but all up and down western Kansas here, we have severe thunderstorm warnings. Any considerable warnings are popping up for 1.75-inch diameter hail, so nearly 2-inch hail, if not that, and also 60 to 70 mile per hour straight line damaging wind gusts. That is the story down there. In addition, we have severe thunderstorm warnings up here in South Dakota. This is a bit of a radar hole at the moment because we may have Rapid City's radar back, but we've got severe thunderstorm warnings north of I-90. So northwest of Mitchell and northeast of Chamberlain, and we have Brandon Kopic on those. Brandon Kopic is one of our storm chasers who is up there, and these are exhibiting quite the lightning activity. When I go back to that 4-panel setup, you could see, yeah, and I could see just incredible lightning data. Hundreds of strikes with these west of Wessington Springs and east of Fort Thompson. That's amazing lightning. Amazing lightning frequency. I don't even know what to say about that.
Yeah, and
Goodness.
Andy, just to chime in real quick, we are getting more reports of hail coming now, again from Masterson, Texas, and these are 2.5 inches in diameter. We're not able to show the pictures, but they are confirmed and measured 2.5-inch hail, and again, that's Masterson, Texas, that's hail.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So, I'm seeing that there is a 3-body scatter spike on the Plainview, Texas cell. Let's look at that real quick here. Another considerable severe thunderstorm warning. All right, we're down here in Plainview, Texas, north of Lubbock. This is only a regular severe thunderstorm warning for a 1/4-inch hail. And I believe Brad Arnold is showing up on my screen. He is on that. Vince is looking at it right there as well. And Ryan is to the northeast of Amarillo, so far away from this. But yeah, take a look at this cell. From the Lubbock radar, it's tough to see, but I'll circle it here. So this right here from the Lubbock radar, this little line of data there showing up those returns, that's a 3-body scatter spike. Whoops. And what that means is that the hail is so large in this cell that it's bouncing radar beams that are approaching it from the radar, bouncing them off the hailstones back to the surface, and then back up to the hailstones and back to the radar. Like, it's a complex process, and what that does is it produces false returns that extend beyond the hail in a straight line from the radar site to the storm. So whenever we see that, we know that we have some large hail occurring, intense hail, and that's present there. It's quite incredible to see that. Show up. So yeah, we do have the 3-body scatter spike on that storm there, and our radar software is showing us possibly up to 3-inch hail with that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's absolutely wicked. And Andy, I will note I do have a few things on the viewer submission page whenever you have a second. No
All right.
rush.
Yeah, let's go look at that. I'm gonna bring up the quad view again while I get that set up. All right. What can I expect there, Carly? A chicken?
A chicken.
Wow. All right. Take a look at this.
We love all the animals.
Thank you, Kelly.
We've gotten all kinds of different animals. I think Ryan said we have the widest range of animal fans on this channel.
Yeah, truly. Thank you, Andrew Joy, for that rad image. I love that. All right, we've got an satellite data here. Here's a look at the storms popping up, what they look like on satellite. I'll play that real quick. So you can see them just popping up along the dry line that's oriented north-south, our boundary there. And the supercells are just, I mean, they just pop up there right when we get to the evening hours. They become prolific. So that's incredible to look at. Satellite is always a treat. And then here, it's a bit hard to see, but this is a look at a sort of fire temperature map. So we could see on this map that the areas of orange here. So let me highlight those, like right around here, and also down here in New Mexico in this little area here. And I think even possibly a small one in Colorado, because I believe we had a fire there earlier. These are active fires, and we do have an extreme fire risk today. So in this area of Colorado and eastern New Mexico, that extends out here to Nebraska and western Kansas as well, as drier conditions sort of are in the area.
Yeah.
So what we can expect with these are just uncontrollable fires, really. Like while we have 50 to 60 mile per hour surface wind gusts, we're not going to be able to. The firefighter crews are not going to be able to really control these. So I know that one of these down here in New Mexico, near Las Vegas, New Mexico, was actually a prescribed burn. That just it was a terrible timing for a prescribed burn, I suppose, because
Yeah.
they lost control of it, and
Yeah.
it's still burning today. I think that was nearly a week and a half ago.
Wow.
So thank you, Lisa Rogue, for sending in that as well. We've got the merch on screen there. Carly, if you want to talk about the merch a bit or the
Yeah,
giveaways.
well, first of all, I do want to take a second to acknowledge the super chat. So thank you so much to Donna. Everybody say thank you, Donna, and everybody also say thank you to Tracy Lee for the super chats. I know there were a few earlier. I can't see them right now, but thank you guys so much if you have sent in a super chat. We really
A new
appreciate it.
tornado warning
One
has
thing
been
I am
issued.
doing my best to do is keep an eye on the chat. If you guys have any pressing or burning questions you have for Andy or myself or Ryan, we'll do our best to answer some of those tonight when we have bouts where we're not too busy. But I think, Andy, do you want to do our first submission contest now or in the near future? Or maybe we can check and see if Ryan has an update for us. And if not, then maybe we can get that going.
Well, I would have said yes, but we have our first tornado warning.
All
of the
right.
day.
We'll put that on pause.
So we have a new tornado warning in Kansas. This is for Leody. I apologize if I say that wrong. And also Winona counties in Kansas, western Kansas. So this is our first tornado warning of the day, and it is up here in Kansas, west central Kansas. So once that pops up on Radar Omega here, I will show you guys what that looks like. I'm actually going to go ahead and restart this program because it is not cooperating with me. I want to look at the velocity rather, because we have a tornado warning. That means that we're seeing indications of rotation with the storm. So let me go ahead and start this back up. Beautiful. Thank you, Radar Omega, by the way. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful software that you too can use. You can download Radar Omega and be an armchair storm chaser, as we like to call them.
Yep, and it's right in the description, y'all. For iOS and Android, there are links conveniently in the description right here if you want to go download it.
Awesome. Okay, so let me find the nearest radar here. Probably Goodland, yes. Okay, so let's take a look at our tornado warning. Okay, so down here near Leody, Kansas, and headed to the northeast, we have this southern cell in a multicellular fashion here. This is supercellular. You can see this area of rotation right here. Let me switch over to the radar view, actually. We can take a look at our tornado warning. Here is our area of rotation, and we have the sort of tail end forming in this cell right here. And that is why we see an area of rotation, and props to the National Weather Service for warning that before any of our analysts picked it up. So I do have a team of analysts that I am watching in our Discord server. You can join our Discord server and even apply to be a weather analyst yourself. You'd be you'd be volunteering under me rather, and you guys can help me spot any sort of circulations like this so that we can be on top of the tornado warnings as they happen. We're expecting possibly multiple tornadic storms tonight. That doesn't mean that they will produce tornadoes, but there is the possibility with favorable vertical wind profiles, low-level shear that induces our low-level circulation, and additionally we have supercellular parameters so that storms can really get some rotating updrafts and produce risks for tornadoes in addition to large hail and damaging straight line winds. I'm interested in hearing from Ryan. Do you have any updates, Ryan?
Yeah. We are pulled over here in Plainview, Texas. We're assessing our options. We're changing out batteries on some of the cameras and stuff. And it is just, once again, the most remarkable thing that I have to know is just I've never been ever in a situation where we have such consistent, strong winds. Once again, sustained 30, 40 miles an hour with gusts a little bit higher than that. and there hasn't been like not even a 3 second lull. If you step outside, it is constant. I've never, and this has been all day long. I've never seen anything like it. But if you're just looking at the camera, you can't really tell anything. But because there's not a lot of big trees and stuff around here that are swaying in the wind. But if I was to step outside, you would literally see, my skin on my face like kind of peel back a little bit, like it. It's definitely gusting pretty good here. And now that we're getting closer to where these storms are initiating, especially down to our south and west, things are clearing up a little bit. I don't know if you can tell on my camera, some of the dust is moving out. I don't know what necessarily is causing that, but I'm definitely starting to see a little bit of an increase in the visibility. Can you unplug this one? I'm going to turn you guys around. If you can pull up the StormSeeker main view, I'm going to turn you guys around and show you some stuff. In fact, I might even step outside. Sorry if no clips a little.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Let's see here.
I do want to mention just shortly that Brandon is currently looking at a storm west of Wessington Springs, South Dakota, and that may have a lowering, a sort of wall cloud feature that he is currently looking at. It's rather small, but we'll go back to the quad view in just a second.
Okay, so if you can hear me, this is what I'm looking at here, just to the north of Quad, Texas. We're watching this big storm, this new storm approach us. You can clearly see the top of it now. Big amber on the top, huge storm. And then also we got another one that is north of Amarillo that's moving off to the northeast there. So that's we're kind of sandwiched in between these two storms. I think this is the one that we're going to kind of wait on. We're going to sit here. We're going to wait for this to come to us, and we're going to try to convince ourselves to where we are in that the rotating zone of the storm, which it does look like there is a little bit of rotation. The storm is absolutely, oh my goodness, it's about to knock me down. By the way, guys, you guys were complaining about the bug on the windshield. We are cleaning that up right now. Don't worry, guys. We're going to get that done for you. And also, I'm trying to give you guys a vantage point to show you how strong this wind is. I don't know if you can see how much that light thing is moving, but we are still reading anywhere between 30 and 40 mile an hour sustained winds here. And I think we're just going to continue to sit for just a little while longer, assess our options, and then we're either going to head on south towards Claude, or we are going to go more north and east. So that's all I have for you for now.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. Yep, so that's Ryan storm chasing the StormSeeker truck down in the panhandle of Texas. Let me bring up this quad view back for you guys so you can see the feature on Brandon's stream that we are tracking. So that is not tornado warned right now, but I did see quite the concerning area of rotation just on the previous cell, or on the previous frame of velocity data rather. So that is in South Dakota. It looks like pretty rural areas of South Dakota, north and west of Wessington Springs, and that is southwest of Huron, South Dakota. So that area, maybe seeing some rotating storms start up there. I would love for our analysts to tell me the current conditions there per mesoanalysis so I can give you an idea of the kinematics and thermodynamic profile that is working into those storms, surface conditions and otherwise. So that is the feature we're watching on Brandon's stream. That's in the bottom right panel. And again, Ryan is tracking 2 storms in Texas. So we're going to monitor those for him. We have people in the back end monitoring those storms for Texas. And I just want to give an update on the tornado warning in Kansas as well. That is for Leoti and Winona counties in Kansas. It has northeast of Leoti, west of Scott City, and west of Elkader. Wow, this program's lagging a bit right now. Please give me a moment. Okay, so clear pretty clear rotation here. Let me bring up the radar view so you can see the quad panel. We've got our velocity in the top right here. I'm going to circle the rotation that I'm looking at. It is right here. Let me decrease the size here. There we go. So yeah, this area of rotation right here is the one to monitor. It is moving north and northeast, probably west of Elkader, and in that area it's Leoti and Winona counties. That is our current. There's our only tornado warning currently, and we have some eyes on it in the analyst team, just to make sure that we are able to spot something as soon as something happens with that cell. But if you are in the tornado warning, be sure to heed the proper precautions. Interior-most room in your house or in the basement are the best places to be to shield yourself from debris as much as possible, with as many walls between you and the circulation. So make sure you're heeding the tornado warning.
Yep, and I'm also noting now, Andy, we're getting reports in of golf ball size hail moving into Hart, Texas, and that has the Lubbock, Texas National Weather Service tagged on it. We can't show it, but that is in Hart, Texas. Wind-driven golf ball size hail, so of course that's incredibly dangerous. I kept talking about this yesterday, but we saw some wicked hail in the past 2 weeks, really, in Texas and a lot of other areas in Arkansas, that would actually peel siding off of homes. So this hail is incredibly dangerous. It's wind driven. It's going to be slamming into stuff. So please, if you're in these areas, take it very seriously. These destructive thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms. Make sure you're inside. Don't do anything dangerous. Don't be going outside to take pictures and videos of them. Make sure you're being careful because these are very intense storms going through.
Indeed. Thank you, Carly.
And it looks like we've also got Reed Timmers going into position in Tulia, Texas as well. So we might see some news coming out of that soon as well.
All right, so Tulia, Texas, down here where Brad Arnold is in this area. The severe thunderstorm warning is for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Reed Timmer is down here hoping for some panhandle magic in Texas. Ryan is up here in Panhandle, Texas, the proper town name. And he's monitoring storms to his southwest, where Reed Timmer is, and also to his northwest, possibly preparing for an intercept, which we will show live. We've got the StormSeeker cam in the bottom right of the screen whenever I'm looking at the big radar screen here. And these supercells have severe thunderstorm warnings for 1 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Most of these severe thunderstorm warnings are considerable tagged. This one up here near Moscow, Kansas, has baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with it. 1 3/4 inch hail with Lakin County. I'm sorry, I'll cover my pronunciation there. And then we've got our tornado warning, which also has 2-inch hail possible with that. And then the severe thunderstorm to the north of it with 70-mile-per-hour winds, 1 3/4 inch hail in western Kansas. And additionally, if we come up here to South Dakota, we don't have any active tornado watches at the moment, per my knowledge, but we do have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warning or watches, and those are for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, 75-mile-per-hour winds, and 3-inch hail possible within all of these areas in South Dakota and also western Kansas down through the Texas Panhandle. So we've got Brandon up here. You'll see his feed again when I pull it back up to the quad view. He is up here within these severe thunderstorm warnings. I do want to look at the wall cloud again that he was looking at. These are all warned for 1/4 inch hail to 1 1/4 inch. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning east of Wall, east of Rapid City, in west central South Dakota. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Wyoming. So a very active day so far. The tornado threat is at its lowest right now. It will start to maximize as we go through the evening and our tornado juice, our nadir juice, ramps up and we get our low-level jet cranking. And that will allow us to get some more low-level shear for rotation of our storms. So Brandon's feed still is working a bit there. I think he is repositioning himself west of Wessington Springs so that he can get a better look at the wall cloud feature he was just looking at. And then again, we've got Vince Welty as well. We've got his feed up. He's in Canyon, Texas, which is close to Ryan, but I believe he's detouring. He's detouring to the south, yeah, south of Amarillo. So we've got a bunch of eyes out there, which we definitely need. All right,
Yep.
I've got Raider Omega back up here. I'm gonna see if it's going to cooperate with me now.
Yep, and real quick, I just wanted to say thank you to Old Man Gib for the super chat, and welcome to Theme Pro for joining us, for joining the channel. We're happy to have you. And Andy, whenever you think is most appropriate, since you have eyes on the radar, when we have a moment of relative quiet, let me know and we can do our first giveaway from the viewer
Indeed.
submissions.
All right, so I'm gonna give one brief update on this tornado warning
Absolutely.
in Leoti and Winona counties in Kansas. I still see some decent rotation on this. We are looking at this pretty far up in the atmosphere from the radar site. So definitely heed this tornado warning if you are in the area of Leoti and Winona counties. Wichita County, I'm so sorry. I kept saying Leoti. That's the city in the area. But Wichita and Logan counties. Good grief. I've been saying the town name this whole time. There's been a report of baseball-sized hail there. Wichita and Logan counties are in the tornado warning. My apologies for that. Now you know. Okay, so I don't see any significant rotation. We are looking at it 8,000 feet up in the air, so that is a pretty high up look, bordering on radar hole. So we don't have a great view of the lower level rotation, but we will heed the National Weather Service tornado warnings appropriately. So yeah, go ahead, Carly.
The dust is settled here. That other rain
You think
shower that just moved
now's a
through
good time?
little bit ago settled a
Yep,
lot of
now's a
the
good
dust.
time.
All right. Okay, guys, we're going to do our first t-shirt giveaway of the night. We're going to be doing this a couple times tonight. So if you don't win this time, or if people end up coming in later in the stream, which we know is a possibility, they'll have an opportunity as well. So what we're going to do is start the t-shirt giveaway viewer submission contest. So starting now or in the next few minutes, you're going to send in your pictures. So whether that be a picture of you watching the stream, your family, your pets, any kind of pets. We love all the pets. Or anything that's community related. It can be a meme. Whatever you guys have that's related to our community, send it in. And the way you can send that in is through Twitter at Ryan Hall. Y'all, the mods are going to spam all these links in the chat right now. Twitter, we also have Facebook Messenger, and that's Ryan Hall, y'all, as well on Facebook. Send that to the Messenger. We also have an email. That's pics@ryanhallyall.com, and that's going to also be linked by the mods. We also have the new subreddit that we're going to have eyes on as well. So that's, what's it, Andy? Reddit? What's the
URL?
Yeah.
So it's reddit.com/r/Ryan Hall, y'all, one word.
Yes, r/Ryan Hall, y'all. So the Reddit, Twitter, Facebook, and the emails. That's what we've got right now. We'll give you guys a few minutes as we continue to talk over the next few minutes. Us and the team are going to be looking over the submissions. So send them in. And the main thing that we ask you guys, if you're going to do a submission, we need either your DMs to be open if you're on Twitter or on Facebook, or if you're emailing us, just make sure that's a good email for you. Whatever it is, just make sure that we have a way to contact you back so that we can, should you win, we can get your information to send you a t-shirt like this one. And by the way, these are super comfy, super versatile. Everybody who's gotten one has really loved them so far. So make sure we have a way to contact you back if you win, and you guys can start sending them in. We're really excited to take a look. I know we've already gotten a few already. I know we've seen the chickens so far. We've seen some of you guys already in your merch. So we're really excited to do this. And we're going to be doing it a couple times tonight. So go ahead and send them in. And yeah, that's it, Andy.
Thank you. All right, I see the pronunciation is Leota for Kansas. Thank you for sending in the pronunciations. I am monitoring them. Thank you. All right, and just an update today. We've got quite a few active severe thunderstorm warnings, 3 considerable, 9 severe thunderstorm warnings that are otherwise still important to heed, and these are in a line through the Texas Panhandle, around Amarillo, up through western Kansas, towards Goodland, and also additionally in South Dakota, east central South Dakota, north of I-90, east of Wall, South Dakota, and also one in East Wyoming. So we have a broad area to cover here. Most of these cells are severe thunderstorm warned for decent sized hail over an inch in diameter. And we have damaging straight line winds with those as well, 60 mile per hour winds or greater, or 58 mile per hour winds or greater, technically. The tornado threat is not yet maximized. We're waiting for sundown to really get a good idea of how many tornado warnings we're expected to see with any existing cells that have formed off the dry line. Thereafter, most of these supercells will probably tend to just sort of die off as they move to the east. And that will happen because the dry line is the main surface convergence factor that's leading to the formation of these cells in the area. And what the dry line does is after sundown, it actually retrogrades to the west. So the main region of convergence is going to leave these cells, and they're no longer going to have sustained updrafts. Or sustained surface convergence that will lead to updrafts, especially rotating updrafts. So that's the main look at the threat today. We're going to see supercells along the dry line for the next few hours, and they will move east and eventually start to just lose their juice, essentially. But before they do, there is a greater potential for tornadoes as our nadir juice low-level jet ramps up. So we do have one active tornado warning, and that is in west central Kansas, in Wichita and Logan counties. Got that now.
I'm blown away. Sorry, Andy. I can't
Go
help
ahead.
myself. I just want to say I'm blown away by all the pictures you guys are sending in this. We've done something kind of similar to this before. We had people send stuff in, but this is blowing me away. We've got some really incredible stuff coming in. That's all.
All right. New mesoscale discussion. All right. This is a mesoscale discussion for the severe thunderstorm watch that we currently have in the Texas Panhandle area here, which is where a lot of our storm chasers, including Ryan himself, are at. And this mesoscale discussion is basically reiterating what I was saying, actually. The severe threat will continue this evening for the next few hours. A tornado threat could develop across the eastern Texas Panhandle within the couple of hours as the low-level jet ramps up, and they may issue the SPC may issue a replacement watch as needed. All right, so yep. We've got favorable thermodynamic profiles with mixed layer CAPE from 2,000 to 2,500 joules per kilogram. And our mid-level lapse rates are indicating that we've got nice cold air aloft, which means our updrafts are going to be pretty strong as they move up through the cells. And that will allow the supercells to sustain themselves and introduce risks of hail as they loft hailstones in that sub-freezing layer and then drop them once they're too heavy. So do you have an update for us, Ryan? Once you're done with Zello there?
Yes, we have decided to start moving again. StormSeeker is on the move. We are moving towards Claude. We are moving towards Claude, Texas, or at least that little town in between Claude and Panhandle called Conway. Right there, we've got a really good east, west, north, and south option. So it's only a couple miles south of where we are right now, but we're really watching that storm near Tulia right now, and it's about to enter the mesoscale discussion area where the National Weather Service, I'm sure you've seen that they mentioned that we're going to have that increasing lower level jet between 80 and 100 knots, increasing low level shear. The tornado threat is going to actually increase as this storm moves off to the north and east. So we're going to be keeping up with it. We'll probably end up going either all the way to Claude or all the way to Groom, Texas, as we continue to track this storm. And the closer that it gets to us, we'll be able to show you some more detail on what the storm actually looks like. But remember, we are on the top side. We're on the side where all of the nasty messy clouds are getting thrown over at us, so we can't really see the structure at the bottom just yet. That will happen once it gets past us. So I'll keep you updated on what our plans are. We're just going to keep heading down this road right now, and that's all I have for now. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Ryan. So yeah, just again, Ryan is storm chasing out there. He's headed towards Claude, Texas, which I'll show you right here. This is Claude, Texas. And this is his blue dot right here. He's currently headed to the south. There he is. And that will give him a beneficial way to track the storms to the northwest near Borger, Texas. One that's going right over Amarillo, Texas, which is severe thunderstorm warned for 1.25 inches hail. It looks like it's headed right over downtown Amarillo, possibly just east of it. Vince was just in, you may have seen Vince's feed there. He was just in a cell that is south of Happy, Texas. You can see that on the bottom there. And that is severe thunderstorm warned for 1.5 inches hail. So we've got that going on. And yeah, we still do have one tornado warning in effect for Logan and Wichita counties in Kansas. I took a look at that rotation again. It doesn't seem too powerful to me, but again, we're looking pretty far up into this storm. And yeah, let me look at that one more time here. Yeah, I don't see a great rotation in that even now. I think it was looking more favorable earlier. So, but that storm is still on the southern edge of a sort of multicellular formation that is warned for up to 2-inch hail. So that is still very important to look at. Are you done, Frank? Yeah, let me switch to quad view for you. Okay, go ahead, Frank. We're seeing if we can get Brandon's feedback here. I think Brandon's been frozen for a while now, so if we can get his feedback, looks like it's working now. Possibly still loading. And then there you see Vince is driving through that. He may have had hail on the stream. I didn't see. Did you guys see that? He was certainly driving through some heavy rain there near Happy, Texas. All right. So is Brandon's feed just not up right now, Frank? Is that what I'm seeing here?
Brandon's feed is buffering on YouTube right now.
All right. Okay. So that's Frank you heard there. Brandon is in pretty rural areas of South Dakota. So that he's west of Wellington Springs, I believe, and that is why we're kind of losing his feed, I bet, because it's pretty rare that you can keep good cellular connection out there, and that's so integral for our storm chasers to be able to do what they do and show us the conditions on the ground there for those severe thunderstorm warned supercells. So yeah, it does. Vince did drive through hail there. I'm not sure if he was trying to core punch or what he was doing, but that's certainly the first exciting thing we've seen tonight outside of a tornado warning for this cell here. Again, I believe this may be allowed to expire, but this tornado warning is still in effect. The cell is in Logan County, Kansas, west of Elkader, and southwest of Oakley, moving into the Oakley, Kansas area. So definitely still heed that with proper precautions. Please make sure you're in the interior-most rooms of your house or in the basement just to ride it out. Okay, Carly, do you want to cover the winner for our giveaway?
Yeah, as long as you throw it up there. So,
Oh yeah,
this
gonna
is
do that.
a really hard decision, but I want you guys to know, anyone who didn't win, I'm working on putting up your lovely, lovely pictures on the viewer submissions. I'll let you know, Andy, when they're ready, so we can at least show them to everybody, all these great submissions. But our winner is our lovely viewer, Barry Bones, the dog, and we're going to reach out to Barry Bones and their owner for a t-shirt. So congratulations, you won our first contest here for the viewer submissions. But like I said, guys, I'm going to be posting all these really wonderful pictures on the viewer submission page. So if you submitted something, look for that. If you want to stay tuned, we're going to be showing that here in a few minutes. But yeah, we're going to be doing this again in an hour, hour and a half, whenever the next burst of time is that we're not too busy. So make sure you stay tuned. We're going to be doing this a couple times throughout the night.
All right, yeah. Here's our winning submission from Barry Bones. We've got a video of the dog watching once again today.
We love
I
Barry
believe,
Bones.
yeah, I believe he was watching last night too.
Yep.
So vigilant. Look at him. He just
Dedicated
loves it.
viewer. Absolutely.
You guys gotta aspire. You gotta aspire to be like Barry Bones here. Amazing viewer of the stream, staying updated.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for that. All right.
And I'll just note one more thing, Andy, switching back over to the weather. I did send you a link to an image of some golf ball size hail, some large coin size hail that's coming out of the Texas Panhandle. In addition, I'm about to send you a second one that's coming from, let's see. It has Amarillo NWS tagged in it with golf ball size hail. And it says 1 mile east of the I-40 I-27 interchange, and that was from 7:20 to 7:25 p.m. They don't say what time zone that is, but let me send it over to you.
All right, here's a look at Ryan's feed right now. He's stepped outside the StormSeeker. He is currently near Panhandle, Texas, near Claude, Texas, and that's northeast of, or east of Amarillo, rather. He's looking at some of the severe thunderstorm warnings, and he has a beautiful shot there of just the updraft of the storm in the distance, and the anvil overspreading the top over top of him. So I love that because you've got the sunset right behind it. You've got the color gradient rising up from the horizon there, and possibly some crepuscular rays around the clouds. So that's what you see, those visual effects around the clouds as the light goes around the cloud. I mean, it's just I'll show the hail here now. I'm lost for words at that. The sights that we're seeing in the plains here, yesterday in Kansas, with those amazing supercell formations, and now we're seeing it again here today. These are just parts of low precipitation supercells, which is kind of what we're seeing here, where the updraft of the storm is in a low reflectivity area, meaning that there's not rain falling where the updraft is, or any sort of hail. And that allows us to get really good looks at the base of the storm, like this one that Ryan has on the screen. So just amazing. Okay, here's a look at that hail. We've got golf ball size hail with a golf ball to compare the size to it. Very handy. Man, that's, you can even see like the hail core in the center of this one on the bottom here, and then the clear outsides of that. That's really cool. Here's another look at hail just larger than a quarter. And this is in the Panhandle area of Texas. So beautiful hailstones there.
I'm heading towards Silverton.
And then I'll pull up one more here.
So I'll be able to get
One more image that is in the National Weather Service Amarillo's county warning area. Okay, here we go.
Ryan is currently north of Claude.
All right, so we've got this hail. In addition to it,
What would you recommend?
more golf ball size hail falling in very many places. Probably just fell in Amarillo proper. Well, that's hard to say. We've got MPing reports of quarter-size hail in the metro area there, so a lot of people are seeing hail that looks like this. Make sure your pets are inside when this is happening, because you don't want your pets outside in that, and you don't want your car outside in that. If you could take it to a covered area, that would be best.
Yep, and I'm also seeing, Andy, I'm about to send you a link over of tennis ball size hail. over 2-inch hail. And that's coming out of Leote. That's how you say it, Leote? Leota.
Yeah.
In Wichita County, Kansas. So
Yeah, one
definitely
thing
some
David and I were noting
massive
just
gorilla.
here
Would you
left
would that
side
classify as gorilla hail to you, Andy?
right split is
Yeah, I
stationary.
think Reed starts to
So
scream at
that's
anything that's above
interesting.
2 inches in diameter.
Fair enough. Yeah,
Yeah,
tennis
it
ball
is,
size hail, really
sometimes the
massive
upsplit and
hail
they come down
in the area. So definitely, if you're in any of these
I don't
counties,
know if
please,
David's got any
please
thoughts.
take
He
the
was
proper
watching them
precautions.
both,
Don't be anywhere near
run
windows.
pretty
Don't be
live,
outside
and
trying to
this
take
one on the
pictures or
other side,
videos of it.
I would really like-
Be
I
careful.
see that other one.
All right, and we've
And,
got Brandon's
by
feedback
AMA,
there.
I haven't looked at it on
Yep,
their
looks
website,
like
so
it's
I'm
working
pretty
well.
used
So
to
we
that
could
one.
see more of that
But this one down
incredible
here,
lightning.
I
Yeah,
didn't encounter
I mean,
any
when
hail, but
the lightning
visually
data
on
on
radar, it's starting
these
to look a little
storms in
better, so
South
that's
Dakota,
nice.
East Central South Dakota, is absolutely incredible.
Alright, thank you.
There is broad
David and I will
rotation
talk about it.
on the cell. I assume he is on. Let me double check that. I want to go ahead and look at where Brandon is, because I see some broad rotation in the area that he may be looking at. So let's go up here and see, where exactly are you, Brandon? Where exactly are you? You are west of Huron, South Dakota, and northwest of Wessington Springs. So yeah, I think he is on the cell that I'm looking at. It appears to have some broad rotation and just, I mean, I'm literally saying hundreds of cloud ground lightning strikes with this. So if you watch Brandon's feed, you can literally see it's almost, there's almost periods of nonstop flashing, and he's
Riley,
not too far away from the
David,
storm,
you see a
but
picture of that
I mean,
storm
that's
near
just
Amarillo that I posted?
I just don't even have any words for that. That lightning frequency is definitely up there in
Yes,
terms
we
of what
did.
I've seen.
However, we were just talking between.
All right, so a look at our
we were
current
talking about we had
severe
south
thunderstorm and
towards
tornado
that
warnings. We
storm
have no
actually,
tornado warnings
if Vince had
currently,
a
which
chance
is why our
to give me a
bottom
scoop on what
banner
he's
in
seeing.
text is back to the yellow color. If there are active tornado warnings, that will be red. So we have 6 different considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, and those are all in Kansas and 1 in Texas. So that is for these cells up here. If you take a look at the radar view, we've got Ryan's StormSeeker view again in the bottom right corner, so you can always keep an eye on him. There are severe thunderstorm warnings all the way up into northwest Kansas now for the Colby, Kansas area, and down in southwest Kansas near Ulysses. And then we've got a barrage of severe thunderstorm warnings in the Oklahoma and Texas panhandles down here. And again, this is where Ryan is. He's currently just to the east of this cell right here in particular, that I'm highlighting right here. He is just east of there. And we just got a view of the base of that cell from
Hey,
Ryan.
So this
Looks
also
like a
applies to this
gorgeous
as well.
low precipitation
If you do
supercell
go
there.
at Silverton, I would recommend taking the highway
So yeah,
that goes
our main thing right
northbound
now is
from
we're
it,
looking at
going
hail
towards Quad.
again
This thing
regarding
is actually
the
going back more
Storm
northeast
Prediction
again.
Center's
Radar's
recent
showing it.
mesoscale
The
discussion.
hill core itself is
We are
moving more
expecting
northeasterly
the
now on the
tornado
right
threat,
split. The right
if
split's
it
kicking back
does
up again.
pan
So I
out
think
to
the best option is to
intensify or
try to go on that
increase
highway that's
in the
east
next
of-
couple of hours as we
west
get
of
our nadir
Silverton and
juice
move
set up,
northbound
our
on it.
low-level
Yeah, I would
jet
take
set
you to
up
Palo
in the
Duro,
area of
but
the East Texas
it
Panhandle
looks
and
like that's
possibly up
probably where everything's
into
gonna
southwest
cross over
Kansas.
near Palo
So
Duro.
that's what we're monitoring for the increased tornado threat. If we do see any tornado warnings today, they will
I'm still
most
in
likely
Conway, north
correspond
of
to the
Quad.
increase in that nadir
From
juice.
what I'm seeing here,
All right, so
got,
I
huge
switch back to this
hail core
quad
coming
panel
over
view,
me.
and
then
instantly I just see that
potential,
incredible lightning on
for
Brandon's
that
stream.
other storm
You
on
know,
with the
storm
right split
chasers are
to
like, oh no, if I
maybe
didn't see a
crank up again.
tornado, the chase was a failure.
I
Absolutely
also
not.
see the
Getting to see
Amarillo
massive
storm.
hail,
It
getting
looks
to see a
absolutely
lightning show like
beautiful from
this,
our
I'm a
vantage
fan
point.
of lightning.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
just
amazing.
sitting
It's
here.
you
Yeah.
had a pretty good lightning show a couple streams ago, Andy. You got some good some good footage of that as well.
Yeah, I tell you, I
or
don't know
punch
how
right
many of you
through it and
remember
try to
that, but
get
when
to
I
the southern
stepped
storm
outside to
just
do
keeps me
a
updated.
coverage of the
Keep the
area in the
conversation
Twin
going. I'm
Cities in
listening.
Minnesota, while I was headed towards the door to
I'm
go
gonna tell you this
outside, I
right
saw
now. If you
3
want to
cloud
dodge
to
the
ground
hill
lightning
core,
strikes
head
right in
south
front of me. I
now.
was like, this
If
may
you wanna
not be the
dodge it,
best
that's
idea,
the
and
hill
I
core
would
itself is
discourage
moving
doing
northeast.
that.
The really strong part of that
Right.
hill
Yeah,
core is moving
that wasn't the
northeast,
smartest idea, but
even a little bit
I wanted
more
to make sure I could
northeast of it.
give a video
And that's gonna
update.
head right into Claude and where you're at.
Absolutely.
So you
And
stay where you're
I'm
at, you're
working
getting
on some
hail to
really
hell and
great viewer submissions for you in a few minutes, Andy. I'll let you know when they're ready. You're gonna love them.
Thank you. We've also got Blaze the cat on stream now.
Yeah, he's heard about all the other animals that we're showing.
Awesome. I wanted to show Blaze off. That's amazing.
Yeah, he likes being here. He always sits here somewhere.
All right, so analyst Weatherman Cam is telling me right now that the northernmost cells approaching Nebraska, so the ones near Goodland and Colby, Kansas, are about to enter a more favorable environment for tornadogenesis. He's telling me there's 20 knots of shear in the first kilometer, so the lower level of the atmosphere, which is a good amount of shear that we look for introducing low-level rotation underneath existing supercells in the updrafts. In addition, the lifted condensation level is about 1,750 meters, which climatology tells me that you really want lifted condensation levels, which are the bases of the cloud, to be between 500 to 1,000 meters. Really is typically where we see the most tornadic storms hovering around that cloud base above the ground level. So we're going to monitor the increase in the tornado threat, but it's going to be pretty difficult for some of these supercells to really produce a tornado because of how far that vertical column of air has to stretch to get to the cloud base from the surface. That being said, the supercells that do exist influence the environment around them. So any downdrafts that have rain-cooled air are going to cause the environment in front of the supercell to essentially support lower cloud bases and thus increase the potential for a tornadic threat. So we will be monitoring that, but right now this is definitely more of a severe hail hazard kind of day until those cells enter areas of more favorable tornadic conditions. And yeah, that lifted condensation level is really what we're watching. But once they are able to establish, some sort of tornadic threat, it looks like the kinematic profile around the area is favorable. So I'm seeing values of near 200 meters squared per second squared of lower level helicity, and that's of the latest hourly meso-analysis put out by the Storm Prediction Center. Alright, so considerable severe thunderstorm warnings are being issued ahead of the storms that we are watching here. Primarily in Western Kansas is seeing a lot of some hailstorms bubbling up here. So
yeah, absolutely. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, let me take a look at that real quick, and then I'll let you go ahead, Carly. So we do have we have eight considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for all of these hailer cells along the dry line boundary that we're watching here. So that includes areas near Grant County, Kansas, Stevens County. We've got areas in Texas, Armstrong, Potter, Carson, Hansford, Hutchinson County, and also in so many different counties in Kansas. I can't even list them all off, but just if you're in Western Kansas, you're probably seeing an area of you're probably able to see a severe thunderstorm nearby along the horizon. So do you have an update for us, Ryan?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you guys, I know you did, but what did you think about the storm there near Amarillo? We got a really good view of the updraft with the sun behind it.
Yeah, I made sure to put that on the main screen for
Yeah.
because it was amazing. I mean, it was the sun directly behind the updraft, and the rainbow horizon color gradient around it was a spectacular shot.
Very cool. Well, that storm looks really good, and we considered maybe going north and going after it because we are on the correct side of that. We could continue to watch the base, watch its entire evolution. However, a lot of people that we're talking to in the background, a lot of our weather analysts and David and people who are talking to us are really saying that we should maybe go for the storm that just underwent a split there south of Amarillo. So if you're looking at the radar, we're approaching Claude, Texas. There's two storms now, two cells technically. The northern one is the left split but it does look like there's some RFD, or maybe some really increased inflow working into that western portion of the storm. So we're going to try to get under that and see what's going on. Now that does mean that we are going to have to go through the storm. I don't think this is going to be a traditional core punch. It looks to me like we're going to go through just some heavy rain. The big hail is still going to be a little bit off to our west, but we're going to try to go through that and then get a look and see at what's going on the base of that storm. And then we also have the right split, the cell near Happy, Texas, which traditionally those are the ones that you kind of watch out for in a situation like this, that we can also go after if it decides to start to rotate more, as these storms will be working their way into that more favorable environment for tornadoes within the next 10 minutes to 20 minutes or so.
Right. And we've got Vince down there on the right split that Brian's talking about near Tulia and Happy, Texas. So we'll be able to see if Vince's view of the right split, which is typically what we see have an increased tornadic threat when a supercell does split according to its vertical wind profile. And then we've got Ryan, who will be tackling this left split supercell, which is still sustaining its updraft and keeping really decent size hail on it. So he is right near I-40, just north of Claude. And so he's going to follow this left split that is just southeast of Lake Tanglewood, Texas, headed up towards him. And he's going to be on the outside edge of that and then we'll be watching his feed and see what he comes up with there. Additionally, we have Brandon Kopic, who is in South Dakota, all the way in South Dakota, and he is following extreme lightning activity with possible rotation on supercells west of the Huron, South Dakota area. So somewhat rural South Dakota, but these cells are definitely exhibiting some strong updrafts and just absolutely incredible lightning activity. I want to emphasize that I haven't seen lightning like this beyond the deep south last week. There was one day that had that just these are extreme lightning days, like wow.
Yeah, it's really
constant.
it's wicked. And I know a lot of people in chat are saying possible rotation and stuff. We definitely have a whole team of people watching all the radar and stuff and Brandon's feed, so I know a lot of you guys are pointing to that, so we definitely do have eyes on it. We have a lot of people keeping ears on it as well, the news team. And also, Andy, I would like to let you know that the chat is concerned about you and water, and they want to make sure that you are drinking water at some points. They're concerned
Thank you so
about
much,
you.
chat.
Yeah.
Hydration checks are important.
They are. I had to remind myself to drink some a minute ago.
I will keep my throat ready here. So I actually have a Dr. Pepper, but yeah, that's not fantastic.
That's very hydrating, Andy. And also, when you have a second, I did just post some of the viewer submissions. I'm going to keep posting them, but you can go ahead and check. And I also have added some hail, marble-sized hail that's now coming out of Colby, Kansas. I'd say this is a few minutes old at this point, but definitely a lot of those storms that you were talking about just a few minutes ago throughout western and moving into central portions of Kansas do have marble, pea, and egg-sized hail going through them. So definitely Kansas. Watch out, it's coming. It's moving to central Kansas.
Hey guys,
all right.
I just talked to Brandon Kopic on that storm in South Dakota, and he's telling me that he's got a big wall cloud and it's possibly even scraping the ground there. He thinks that he's going to see a tornado imminently here on the cell that he's on. So he told me to relay that information to you, just so you guys can make sure that you're updated on that storm.
Right, I was keeping an eye on it. Thank you, Brian. I did note that Brandon was seeing on the storms with incredible lightning activity. They did have rotation. I'm only able to see the upper levels of the storms because they are in a radar hole. So it's amazing that Brandon's feed is still up and active. He is in an area possibly of bad cell reception there. But yeah, if you look west of Woolsey and Huron, South Dakota, and southeast of Miller along Highway 14. We've got Brandon up there. Here's a look at that. Let me switch to the radar feed real quick. So you can see there's rather tight rotation here that may or may not be radar artifacts, but yeah, we've really got we've really got some better looking rotation the last time I saw. Yeah, look at that latest scan just south of Wessington. So that's going to correspond to Brandon's feed here. He's looking at a wall cloud, so let's make sure we've got that up. That is not tornado warned at the moment in east central South Dakota. So that tornado warning may be imminent, but of course we'll put you under a y'all watch out if you're in that area. Let me get you the counties real quick, just so you know. I gotta scroll on up there. In the meantime, I am hearing from Weatherman Cams that soon we will be able to give you a forecast overview from our broadcast meteorologist,
Ryan,
Major,
so, I'm
who's
looking at the
currently
storm that's
in
to
his
your
senior
southwest.
year.
Are you
Oh
seeing
man,
anything
look at
on
that
that at the
rotation.
moment? I wouldn't be shocked if you
Goodness
didn't see it
gracious,
based on
Brandon is right on that. Okay, so that is in Beadle, and Hand counties, South Dakota. Make sure I cover both pronunciations there, just in case. So that rotation is, I'm looking at it 11,000 feet up in the air. So we do have a tight mesocyclone. What's happening at the surface is a mystery, but we've got Brandon Kopic's feed in the bottom right panel there to monitor that. So I will, if you're ready, Cam, I'll hand it over to you with the knowledge that it may be interrupted based on your message may be interrupted if this thing does put out if the National Weather Service puts out a tornado warning for it. So go ahead.
That's just fine, Andy. All right, I'm here to bring you some of your refined local on the 8s, but the Ryan Hall edition. So we're gonna kind of work from the east to the west. We're gonna start in Boston, home of the clam chowder. This weekend, Saturday, we got a high of 63 with sunny skies. Sunday, a high of 48, so you're gonna get a pretty good temperature drop there, but it'll be cloudy. Work our way down to New York City, where we got some of the thinnest but the biggest pizza slices in town. Saturday, high of 58, partly sunny, and we'll keep that around for Sunday, 58, partly sunny. Then we'll work our way across the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Saturday, 73 and sunny. Sunday, 83 and sunny, but there is a chance for some showers. Then work our way further south to Atlanta, further known as Hotlanta, and it'll definitely be hot. Saturday, high of 82, sunny. Sunday, high of 80 and sunny, so we're going to feel that Hotlanta going on. From there, we're going to drop down to Orlando, hang out with some Mickey Mouse action. Saturday, we got a high of 80. It's going to be sunny, but there will be some pretty strong wind gusts. Same thing Sunday, except with a high of 84. From there, we're going to take it over to the Midwest and stop in Chicago, where the Bears are. Saturday, high of 83, sunny and breezy. Then we're going to drop down Sunday to a high of 71 with some showers and breezy conditions again. Further south, going to Lexington, home of the Bluegrass. Saturday, 82 degrees and sunny. Sunday, high of 79 and sunny. Down to Nashville, where you get a nice hot chicken sandwich. Saturday, high of 86 and sunny. Sunday, high of 85 and sunny. And then we're going to bring it down to my town of Starkville, further known as Stark Vegas, Hale State. Saturday, high of 84, sunny and windy. And then Sunday, 84, sunny and windy again. Moving over to Dallas, where everything's bigger in Texas, especially with those temperatures. Saturday, a high of 85 with some potential showers in the morning, but should be clearing to gusty skies. And then with gusts up to 35, 40 miles per hour. And then Sunday, a high of 82 with some afternoon storms. I'm going to flip my page here as we got a couple more towns to hit. Head over to Oklahoma City, the Big Friendly. Saturday, a high of 78 with storms possible in the morning, and you could see some wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour. And Sunday, those temperatures are going to drop to 68 with some showers in the afternoon. And then Denver, the Mile High City, Saturday, 62 degrees and breezy. And then Sunday, a high of 58 with some snow possible in the morning, which will give way to rain. And then from there, we will go over to Vegas, and what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, especially with those temperatures in the high 70s and sunny conditions. And then we're going to wrap it up in the home of the D-O-double-G Snoop Dogg. Saturday, a high of 75 and sunny, and Sunday, a high of 88 and sunny. And I'm out.
Brilliant. Thank you. That was Weatherman Cam.
I love that, Cam. That was perfect.
Please clap in chat for Weatherman Cam. That was a brilliant overlook at our nation's weather. If you're near a major city that was just highlighted, by Weatherman Cam and his appetite there for very good food cuisine from each place. Please give it up for Cam.
We love Cam. Cam's also on Twitter a lot. You'll see him in the mentions. Weatherman Cam. Maybe we can drop his at somewhere if we have it in chat. We love Cam.
Indeed. All right. Oh my goodness! Look at that lightning. Brandon's every time I look over, Brandon's looking at a lightning bolt.
Hey,
All right, Brian, you got something?
Yeah, so we just now passed Claude, Texas. We're moving south. We're getting ready to go through, once again, not the core of this storm, but some pretty heavy precipitation. We might see some hail here as we go through this part of the storm. The precipitation's picking up pretty good right now. But once we get past this, I'm being told that we're probably going to enter a very remote area, and we're probably going to lose signal a lot. So I just wanted to give you a heads up until we get closer to Silverton. We are probably going to be in and out quite a bit. But yeah, we are entering the heavier precipitation near Claude, Texas right now. Big raindrops, no hail just yet. But we will keep you updated as long as we can, as long as we have service as we continue to go south.
All right, thank you, Ryan. That's Ryan covering a severe thunderstorm, a left split severe supercell rather, and that's just east of Amarillo, Texas. So he's about to cut through the edge of that and really find out whether this cell is going to have anything amazing to look at. And if there is something amazing to look at, you can see Ryan Hall and the StormSeeker's view in the top right panel over there. We've got his feed up whenever we're looking at this quad panel feed. That is live. Ryan Hall out in the field storm chasing. If you're just now joining us, I'm meteorologist Andy Hill, as you can see right below me. We've also got Carly heading the research and news desk here in our mission control. We have Weatherman Cam giving us some nationwide forecasting in our downtime whenever we are able to hear from him. We just did. And we've got our whole setup ready to go. It's been going well here. We're currently monitoring severe thunderstorm warnings primarily along a dry line stretching from the panhandle of Texas through western Kansas and up into the warm frontal area in eastern South Dakota, and also all the way west into Rapid City, South Dakota. We're expecting the tornadic threat to possibly ramp up in the next couple of hours as our nadir juice, our low-level jet around a kilometer above the surface, begins to accelerate and give us some low-level, gives us some more chances at some decent low-level rotation with higher shear. All right, what are you gonna go for, Carly? There.
Nothing pressing. As mentioned last night, the best news and the worst news for you is I don't have any real news to give you, Andy, which is better for everyone because there's nothing too intense happening right now. But as you mentioned, these storms might ramp up. So my priority tonight is just to keep our ears and eyes open for any kind of news. As of right now, we have nothing. But I have been putting a lot of the really wonderful viewer submissions in the page there for you whenever we have a second and it's kind of safe to go look at those. And if any of you guys have just been coming in the past minute or two, we are doing a viewer submission based contest tonight to give away some shirts like this wonderful Supercell shirt here. So we'll be doing that in the next hour or so whenever we have a little bit of downtime and there's nothing intense going on. We'll be doing a contest and you guys will have the chance to win a shirt. So yeah.
All right, brilliant. Okay, so I just refreshed or attempted to refresh Brandon's feed there. He is currently closest to a possibly rotating cell. He may have observed a wall cloud in the area west of Huron, South Dakota. I believe he's in, pretty bad cell service there. So in a minute, I can allow Frank to try to refresh that properly. I don't know if I did it right. So I'm gonna zoom in on this area where Ryan is on the radar. Since we've got his feed still going, I'm gonna go like this. And then Frank, I'll give you the mouse real quick if you want to try to refresh Brandon's feed, or if his YouTube is down, let me know. All right, so go ahead, Frank.
Hey, Andy, I need it on the quad view.
Oh, you need it on the quad view? Okay. There we go. So
Hey,
just an
then, can you-
update, we are dealing with an enhanced risk of severe weather today from the panhandle of Texas up north through Nebraska.
Base is lowering.
Additionally,
quite a
that's a
bit.
3 out of 5 risk put out by the Storm Prediction Center. Additionally, we have a slight risk
Alright, thank
around
you.
that extending up through the state of South Dakota and into central Kansas, central Nebraska, or eastern Nebraska, and east of the panhandle of Texas, as these dryline initiated supercells start to pop up and then propagate to the east. And that will carry primary risks of significant hail, so up to 2 inches of diameter or greater. So we have some severe thunderstorm watches covering some of these areas that have up to 3-inch hail, which is the size of an apple, possible with any cells that move through an area there. And we did have a 2 3/4 inch, which is baseball, tennis ball size hail right in that area. We've seen a couple of those and a couple of baseball sized hail reports at 2.5 inches. So these storms are definitely not something. They are something to be reckoned with. They are a force to be reckoned with. And additionally, today, and with that hail, these storms could be propelling them at up to 60 or 70 mile per hour wind gusts in the downdrafts and the gust fronts that these supercells put out ahead of them. And that's especially true because we have a lot of them in the Texas Panhandle are low precipitation supercells, which means we've got that jet core maximum to the west moving through the area and really blasting the tops of these cells way out in front. So all the precipitation is being pushed out of the updraft base, and we can really see some clearly defined cloud bases, which is what we saw yesterday in Kansas and today with Ryan out there in the field. So Ryan's sitting near Conway, Texas. He is currently waiting for this this cell that I am zoomed in on the panel right next to me here with the radar. He is waiting for that to go over him. That is the left split of a supercell that was south of Amarillo. Typically, left splits don't exhibit the best tornadic qualities or possibilities because the rotation is kind of anticyclonic, so it kind of goes against typical tornadically favorable vertical wind profiles. So Ryan is waiting to intercept that, see if there's anything interesting with it, because even though we may not see any rotation on the radar, well, it's still going to have some interesting severe weather with it. And then the right split of that cell. Are you all right? I think I'm free to take the mouse back. Thanks, Frank, for attempting. I think we just lost Brandon's feed because he's in the middle of South Dakota.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the right split of that supercell. It's down here east of Happy, Texas. I can pull up our chaser locations here, and we can see that Vince Welty, whose feed is on the bottom left of this quad panel view, he is right in here. There he is, right there, just popped up. He is right there east of Tulia, Texas, and he is going to have a good view of this storm once he is able to get in position. But yeah, a lot of these areas in Texas and along western Kansas are pretty rough in terms of cell connections. So that's always one of the things that chasers are battling, in addition to our current radar holes or coverage is not so great from our WSR-88D radars. All right, so these supercells are warned for ping pong ball size hail and also extending up for this storm that Ryan is on, or Ryan's just south of, actually. He actually went through it already, if I'm looking at that correctly. That one is warned for 1-inch hail. We'll see if it persists. And then we have a bunch of considerable and other severe thunderstorm warnings extending along the dry line here. Let me zoom out here so you can see those. Those are the red flashing lines here. It's all the way down western Kansas in this enhanced risk area, this orange shading around the slight risk, yellow shading, put out by the Storm Prediction Center. And you can see Brandon, whose feed we've lost, unfortunately, is up here. Here is his current location. Here's why we've lost his feed. Oh my goodness. Okay, so he's up here west of Huron, South Dakota, in the midst of cells that are supercells that have rotation aloft and also are exhibiting so much lightning activity. We're definitely going to have to recap that. So I don't know what we want to do with Brandon's feed there while we wait for potentially his connection to restore.
Hey, Andy.
We have Riley on the back end troubleshooting with Brandon. What's up, Frank?
Yes, we will have a new link soon.
Okay, so new link soon for Brandon's feed. It looks like he is working on getting his stream back up, which is fantastic because one of the best things we've seen tonight so far is that lightning activity on Brandon's feed. Brandon decided to separate from the crew and chase the warm frontal zone, which is up here in east central South Dakota at the moment. Though if I can have the help of my analysts to show me where the warm front is at the moment, because I only have so many hands, I could tell you whether these storms are elevated, thus whether they pose more of a tornadic risk, or if they're behind the warm front and thus may become tornadic with time. Because we have seen a couple of potentially signs that Brandon may have had a wall cloud on his stream with these cells in South Dakota. All right, so still some severe thunderstorm warnings headed into west central South Dakota. They are headed to the north. And we've got a severe thunderstorm still in eastern Wyoming, too. And I just want to update you all that there is an extreme fire risk today as well. Let me pull that up real quick because I want to. Oh, I'm gonna have to get that in just a second. The extreme fire risk is for eastern Colorado,
I'm northbound.
down
toward Quad,
through
so.
a majority of the state of New Mexico, and extreme fire risks are quite rare. They typically only show up when there are conditions of 40 plus I think it's 35 mile per hour sustained surface winds. So that's why we were seeing at the start of the stream, Ryan was out in the panhandle of Texas and there was blowing dust out in the distance, just like so little visibility.
Absolutely.
And
And Andy,
go ahead.
I'll add real quick that we do have our news team on multiple feeds right now in both South Dakota and Texas and Kansas, and we're not hearing any sort of damage coming out of any of these severe thunderstorms. But that doesn't mean that it's not happening, and it doesn't mean that these are any to be taken any less seriously. A lot of times, some of these counties won't have communication feeds, so we're not able to hear much. But we are continuing to scour everything and see if we can't get any news. But as of right now, the good thing is that we don't have any reports of any major damage or injuries in association with the hail or intense winds. But these are certainly still potentially damaging storms going through.
Thank you for that, Carly.
Hey, Vince.
Carly keeping us updated on the news in the area as these storms go through. Lots of hailers right now, but tornadic risk is expected to ramp up in the next couple of hours. If it does, the tornadic risk is still conditional, but we may see the tornado risk increase. I'm not sure what happened to Ryan's feed. Okay, he might be working on it.
And Andy, what would you say some of those fail modes are for the tornadic potential of any of these sails that are moving through?
Yeah, so right now, there's Ryan's feedback. Really, what we're looking at is seems to be two things that I noted is that the upper levels may not have the strongest wind speeds, but that will change as we get the jet core moving into the area. But the other thing that a lot of meteorologists, storm chasers are looking at is the extremely high cloud bases. So the lifted condensation level equates to the cloud base of a storm, and climatologically, we want that to be really under a kilometer above ground level. And right now, in the Texas Panhandle in the area, they're really about 1.5 kilometers or greater in their height. So it's really hard for a storm. The taller that cloud base is, or the higher above the ground it is, it's harder for it to establish a vertically rotating column of air, which is a tornado in this case, that would be able to connect to the cloud and to the parent circulation in any existing supercell in their updrafts rather. So the lifted condensation level is really the problem we're looking at, and that's a result of the fact that the surface temperatures in the area are so warm that even though we have considerably moist air with dew points in the lower to mid 60s Fahrenheit in this area in the severe weather risk. Even though we have moist air, that's typically more than enough. The surface temperatures are approaching the upper 80s Fahrenheit, even 90 Fahrenheit, threatening in a few locations here. They are cooling down now as of the evening, but the problem with that is that when the surface temperatures are so warm, that's what causes the cloud bases to be so high up. Our lifted condensation levels are so high up because the air has to cool enough to condensate and form a cloud. And it takes a long time of it rising and cooling off to do that if the surface temperatures are super hot. So that's really the failure mode early on. However, as the surface decouples with the lack of daytime heating from the sun, we start to see
Honestly,
the
that's actually a
surface
pretty good
temperatures
call. I mean, if
decrease,
you're
so
finally
our
getting your
cloud
peak in
bases
June
come
and
down,
because I mean, Vince did say
and
he saw
B,
some
we start to
east
see
side
that
climate
lower
change
level
full
jet
flank.
accelerate,
So there's definitely probably
and that's
bigger
just above the
in there.
surface, just
So
right
yeah, for
into the
sure. I mean, if
bases
you're
of
finally
those
getting
storms
battered
in
by a
this
little bit of
case.
hail, I mean, that's definitely your
And
best
that's what we
option
need
to
for our
stay with the
tornado juice
storm.
because it's really causing low level shear to increase and our storms to begin rotating as the wind speeds are stronger. And that happens because the lack of with the sun beating down on the surface, it causes winds to mix down to the surface. But without it, we lose the frictional component of turbulence, and that just allows our wind speeds to zoom. So that's why we see a low-level jet in the evening and nighttime hours, and in the Great Plains in the U.S. So that's what we're waiting for here. The low-level jet is starting to ramp up,
And
and
I
Cam,
Hey, Ryan,
Cam
it's
is
gonna
giving me
make
an
Reed
analysis
Timmer very
here. Cam, I
proud
want you
to
to.
dents in that
Can you give me
GSM.
the speeds of the low-level jets as well, as per the latest meso analysis that you're looking at? All right, go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, and I just wanted to kind of reiterate that the nocturnal tornado threats are so incredibly dangerous because of that sort of well, for a couple of reasons, mainly because a lot of people are sleeping, but also there's a sort of psychological component to it as well, especially for an event like this where the initial hours we're not seeing a whole lot of tornadic activity, but that doesn't mean that the dynamics, the kinematics aren't there for things to form later on. And I think that sometimes that does have an impact on people who think, okay, this event's not producing, but that's certainly not the case. So while things aren't producing at the moment, we all, of course, always want to encourage people to stay vigilant in making sure they're prepared and having a way of getting warnings and staying weather aware into the overnight hours with events like these.
Right. Thank you, Carly. Carly always on top of the realistic things to do, and bringing you back to earth, because you may be watching this if you're not in the severe area. You may be what we like to call a weather weenie. You're happy to receive news of the weather even if you're not under the risk.
Yeah.
So bringing you back to earth means that we're really saying, like, oh yeah, these severe storms are, fun to watch, but if you're in the path of these things, you need to be
Not as
taking the
fun.
proper precautions.
Absolutely
Yeah, exactly.
not as fun when you're there. I know I certainly feel a whole lot different when I'm in the slight or enhanced risk when it comes into my neck of the woods. It always makes me feel a little bit uneasy. So I know you
Yep.
guys are the same, and of course we're always watching and listening to feeds and making sure that we take care of you guys.
All right, we got an update from Ryan. So Ryan, when you're ready.
I don't know how it is down there with you guys.
Sorry for the delay.
No problem.
Here in South
Yeah.
Dakota, my goodness. I mean, I've
We're
hit
still sitting here. We're waiting on
multiple
this storm.
bolts.
We're kind of we're stuck. Not literally, but if we want to see the base of this storm, and this is the tail end, Charlie. This is the one that I want to commit to. This is the one I want to follow until it inevitably dies out. So in order to do that, we are bracing for impact here for some of that golf ball size hail. If Reed Taylor's watching, this one's for you. We're probably going to get some dings, some dents in the StormSeeker. But that's the only way that I can think of that we're going to be able to get on the bottom side of the storm and continue to track it. Spotter confirmed not too long ago, golf ball size hail with this. However, Vince Welty has been trailing this for a while, and he's telling us that he's only seeing P to maybe nickel size hail along the road as he's literally falling right behind it as it goes off to the north and east. So we're getting ready to see right here live on stream exactly what's happening with this. Is we are going to Keep you pointed
As long as I don't
towards
get
the storm.
shut
You can
out
kind of
with
see the heavier
this thing
precipitation
trying to
come
wrap
towards us
up
if you're looking at the
can't do
stream
it yet.
until right at the last minute when things start to pick up. Then we're going to turn around, point in the direction that the storm is going, and then hopefully after the precipitation lets up, we will then start following it and keep you updated on what the base of the storm looks like and what could happen with it as it goes
Yeah, I'm
into
pretty
once
sure
again that
everybody
more
watching my
favorable
feed is
environment
loving
potentially
how
for
squeaky.
tornadoes. We're going to chase this one all the way up into Pampa, maybe. And then beyond that, maybe even Miami, Texas. So that's all I've got for you right now.
Beautiful. And looks like you just got a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for that same storm, Ryan, that you're currently waiting for there near Claude, Texas. That is where Ryan is. I have zoomed in on Radar Omega here. Let me give you a brief look at that. All right, so this is the supercell that Ryan's looking at. Not really any significant rotation with that, but definitely some high reflectivity values. This is using Radar Omega, by the way. Brilliant radar software to be able to follow along with high definition images. So Ryan's sitting here just south of Claude along 207, I think. And he is waiting for this storm to move into him. It's currently warned for, I believe, an inch and a quarter hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Nope, ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So an inch and a half in diameter hail is possible with this storm, and I could certainly believe that with this higher value of reflectivity. So I want to keep this on the quad view too, so we can see Ryan's feed. And also Brandon's feed. Brandon Kopic in the bottom right of our screen live here is in South Dakota, and we keep seeing some amazing cloud-based formations, possibly wall clouds. He saw a wall cloud earlier for sure, and then just the lightning activity of the year so far that just every time I look over, I see a new lightning strike.
Break in on,
it's just
the live
absolutely
stream, so I can just turn it down.
amazing
So
to
if you have
look
any
at.
updates for me, let me know.
I wonder if any of our analysts can tell me the meso-analysis, the meso conditions there, so I can get a feel for what's really happening and causing so much lightning in that area, because that's definitely a sort of upper echelon in lightning activity from what I've seen. All right,
Yeah.
so 1 second, I think. Let's see. Cam showed me the low-level jet here. As it starts to accelerate, we're looking at 40 knots
Carly, you still
in the
got battery
eastern
on your
Texas
GoPro?
Panhandle. And up to 50 knots in western Kansas. So yeah, it's definitely starting to accelerate. Okay, go ahead, Carly.
No, I just wanted to. I'm reading through the chat, and a lot of people are really mesmerized by Brian, by Brandon's stream right now. But it's incredible. The amount of lightning that Brandon has caught on his stream today is really incredible, and I know a lot of people are concerned about that storm. I promise you guys, we definitely have eyes and ears on it. We're watching it closely, but yeah, that storm looks really wicked.
A little bit below
Yeah.
it.
Yep. I mean, it's just constant with the lightning.
Yeah.
Wow, unbelievable lightning activity. Typically, lightning activity, I'm just going to give my best shot at it because I don't see any analysts posting right now what they think about lightning. Lightning really happens when there are a lot of colliding ice particles in the cloud. So in the middle of the cloud, up in the middle of the atmosphere where it's sub-freezing temperatures and ice particles are all over the place. Typically when we see hail, that a result of that, these ice crystals are generating charge, and that happens when we have really strong updrafts causing turbulence in the cloud. So all these ice crystals are colliding with each other and generating a bunch of charge. And the charge discharges towards the surface in the form of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and
So if I had to guess, there's probably some brilliant mid-level lapse rates ahead of these storms behind the warm front, and we're seeing the cold air aloft really do its thing and generate so much lightning. I mean, Brandon, if he has a camera that can do like 4,000 frames per second and some slow mo, he's going to capture lightning of the year. I'm certain of it.
I think we're going to see some really good videos and pictures coming from Brandon in the next couple days. Just a feeling.
Right. Okay, so let me read through Weatherman Cam's 1Z analysis, 1 Zulu time. Wind profiles are still favorable for tornadoes. we're up to 25 kilometer wind or 25 knot wind shear in the low levels now, widespread over Kansas, Nebraska, and western Oklahoma. And then the LCL heights, which is the lifted condensation level that I was talking about earlier, they're continuing to lower. We're looking at the warm frontal area in eastern Nebraska as well as southeastern South Dakota, where we have a moisture axis that's currently moving through there with, I mean, I think there were up to maybe nearly 70 Fahrenheit dew points, which are pretty rare to see that far north, especially in April. Like, this is very early for that kind of those kind of surface conditions to be making their way up there in the Mississippi River Valley, like that, or in the Great Plains rather. So that is incredible to see. So the LCL heights up there are lower. That means that if we have favorable conditions thermodynamically or kinematically rather, we could see any existing cells in that area take on a tornadic threat, a risk for tornadoes. So that will develop in the next couple hours. But beyond that, we've still got our LCL heights being pretty high in the area that Ryan's chasing, and as well as Vince, which we've lost both their feeds right now, but I'm sure they'll be back. And besides, you've got Brandon's to look at. All right, let me give you an overview of our warnings right now. We've got 15 severe thunderstorm warnings active, 2 of which are considerable, and these are stretching from the Texas Panhandle up through western Kansas, now stretching into southwestern Nebraska, and also up through central South Dakota, really in a lot of places South Dakota. Yeah, and this cell near Winter, South Dakota is kind of what I was talking about. Let me see if I can show you that. That is the area that I am mildly concerned with. It has just become severe thunderstorm warned near Winter, South Dakota. If cells are developing here and east of Winter towards Sioux Falls, that's really where we're looking at those lower LCLs that may give way for a conditional tornado threat.
Yep.
All right,
And
Brandon is saying that he might have a tornado. We definitely have a wall cloud visible. You can see with the lightning flashes. So put your eyes on that temporarily here.
are we able to blow up his?
I don't think so. No, unless you can do something real quick, Frank. We don't have a scene where we can blow up his feed. Yeah, I would have to scuff it up to do that. I think.
Yeah.
So keep your eyes on that.
Make a scene for Brandon by himself. Sorry.
With all the lightning activity, yeah, we probably can get a couple of good glimpses at whatever's going on there. I definitely see a lowering of sorts.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
we'll
he's
monitor
adjusting.
Brandon.
Yeah, he's moving, and I think probably to get a better view. But wow, my gosh.
Yeah. So yeah, Weatherman Cam is telling me mid-level lapse rates of 8.5 to 9 degrees Celsius, which is nearly dry adiabatic. Which that will mean something to the weather nerds in chat. That's incredible to see in the mid levels, and that is why I'm fairly certain that's one of the main reasons why we are seeing the lightning activity we are. So, wow, there we go. First considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Nebraska. So Nebraska, you are in it now. That is moving up through the enhanced severe weather risk that we have put out by the SPC. So let's take a look at that. I'm not going to switch off the quad view because I want to keep Brandon's feed up. So I don't see any rotation with that cell. That's near McCook, Nebraska, headed towards Cambridge, north of Oberlin, Texas, crossing the border now. But I certainly see some amazing reflectivity values. Let me put this in a single pane so we can all look at that as best as possible, because I know it may be small on some of your screens. So yeah, whenever you see, that might even be a little indication of a 3-body scatter spike. Once again, the second one we've seen today. Typically you see these radar artifacts where there's a bit of reflectivity values extending beyond the hail core. So parallel with the radar site towards the hail core of the storm. And that happens when you have giant hailstones that are reflecting radar beams off the hail towards the surface, back up to the hail, and back to the radar. And that
Yep.
creates this artifact where you look out past it. And so that's how you know giant hail may be falling in this area. Gorilla hail.
Andy, would we have the ability to talk to Brandon via Zillow?
I think let's see. How would we set that up? Maybe
I wasn't
maybe
sure
Ryan
if
would be the most
yeah, I'm not
direct
sure
feed.
if Frank or Chad or Ryan perhaps would have access, but I think that I have noted some people in Chad, by the way. Thank you, Gary, for pointing that out. Perhaps if we can, we will. Certainly, Chad is pointing that out.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay. My first idea is having Ryan relay anything to us. So I don't know if that's something you want to do, Ryan, because we may want to prioritize Brandon's feed as he's up there on his own in South Dakota from our team. If you're able to talk to him, that would be brilliant. If
Yeah,
you have
and-
any more updates for us, Ryan, do let me know soon.
Yeah, and Andy, I know Frank is saying you can go to the link that Chad's posted in that stream text, and you can pull it up on the radar where you would normally put the radar on full.
Yeah, as
On
of
that panel, and we
expected,
could pull up Brandon's feed
the
full.
storm
And
is
I think
split
they're
up
saying
into
that Brandon can hear us. So Brandon, if you have anything, let us know. We'll see if we can't get you on here.
Hopefully, ideally, after this is done, it should look a lot better.
All right. I don't think I have
My radar
the
is 16
YouTube one
minutes
feed
old.
on this
I'm
though.
about 10
So we
miles
would have
south
to
of
introduce a new
Claude.
source.
Would you be able to put it where you normally do the radar?
I need to book it back south, or should I just
Yes,
stay put?
unless
Like
you
I
mean
said,
you want me to go
barely
to
have
his
any data to
YouTube
even talk
proper,
to you.
in
It's
which
a miracle I'm
case
getting
I
through.
believe that's what you're doing. Okay. Yeah, we're looking at it on the Chrome tab, so I can bring up his
Even if it
YouTube
does
feed.
the,
Yeah, let me do
red
that.
split again, it'll still be heading northeast.
Okay.
It still is following
Back on for a
northeast, so
second.
Technically, you'd just be following it just like you were a moment ago.
If you're just now joining
I feel
us,
like
we
it's
do
gonna
have
go
a
up there
bunch
by,
of we have a bunch of our storm chasers out, including Ryan himself, live in the StormSeeker truck. He is out in Texas, but we also have Brandon Kopic out here in South Dakota. I'm gonna do my best to show his feed here in the full screen, so I'm gonna bring it up here.
Yep.
So this is a full screen feed of Brandon Kopic, who is in South Dakota right now, west of Huron. So let's see.
Andy, would you be able to play the volume on Brandon's stream if he's kind of having a little monologue while he's chasing in the car or whatever?
Yeah, I mean,
Like hear what he's talking about.
I've got it on as high volume.
Okay.
So that's what we're gonna hear, I suppose. So yeah, we've got Brandon's feed here, plenty of lightning activity. It may be even lower quality than his panel that we've got, but I just want to see if we could see any features when lightning lights up the horizon here. He's definitely got one of the most interesting views at the moment. And this is west of Huron, South Dakota.
Yeah, and I'm reading through chat right now, guys. You all are wonderful, and I think some of them are watching it separately as well. I see a comment, Joshua. Thank you. He's saying Brandon has just said it's wrapping up on his own stream, so we'll continue to see if we can't get in contact with Brandon or just listen to his stream live and hear what he's got to say.
Is that a suction vortex over there?
All right, so he's saying it's wrapping up and is lower.
Dark.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Again, let's look at Brandon Kopic's feed, west of Huron, South Dakota. Plenty of lightning activity on this cell. Definitely some rotation in the upper levels from what we can see from radars. The cells are pretty far away from the radar sites, so we're only able to get a snapshot of what the clouds aloft are currently contain. We can't look at the lower level rotation. So this is why it's great to have a storm chaser like Brandon out on the scene, and he's able to give us a visual through his stream, which is miraculously working in rural areas of South Dakota. Just absolutely brilliant what we're able to do here. So we're attempting to see if we can spot anything. I see some suspicious clouds, some SLCs, scary looking clouds there. Possibly inflow tail inflow cloud moving into the updraft. Let me see. He's on this eastern cell. Yeah, there is definitely some rotation aloft with that. And that is like right over Wessington, South Dakota. So Wessington, South Dakota is currently in the thick of one of the nastiest cells I've seen in some time, with literally hundreds of lightning strikes along the spans of this cell within the last 20 minutes alone. We have quarter-inch hail reports in Wessington proper. Yeah, just take a look at that. We can definitely see some of those tail clouds extending out. So let's see. We'll continue to monitor Brandon's feed there, giving us a view of the storms in South Dakota. A brilliant play by him to go chase the warm front as it moves to the north, north of Sioux Falls. So love that he is there and out there for us.
Keep an eye on it if it produces. So bear with me.
Yeah, so he's gonna stay with the cell. He wants to make sure that he's staying with it just in case it does warrant a tornado warning from the National Weather Service office there. Either Aberdeen or Sioux Falls is going to issue that. So yeah, as Brandon turns around, we'll come back to the quad view here. And actually, let me bring up the StormSeeker main view so we can look at Ryan's clouds real quick. And then I can get the radar back on screen here. All right, do we have any more viewer submissions too? Carly, have you been putting those up?
Oh, we've got a ton, Andy. You're welcome to look at those anytime you feel is appropriate.
All right.
And they're still going. And we are, and just so everybody knows, we are going to continue doing the giveaway, the t-shirt giveaway, just as soon as we're kind of over the hurdle of the main severe weather. Of course, our priority is always going to be covering the severe weather first. And then if we have time and when we have time, we'll get to the other stuff.
Right. All right, let me bring up the viewer submissions. We can go through those. We've got Dean and Doggo watching the stream. Nice, I like that silly face there. Thank you, Dean. Celebrating a birthday potentially, Akala. Thank you. Awesome. I love the cake. That looks delicious. And they've been watching the stream tonight. Kenny's watching the stream. The point. Love that, Kenny. Thank you for sending that in. That was back when we had a tornado warning active. There are currently no active tornado warnings. We've got Bill and Missy the cat in a nice pink bucket here. And another chicken from Kelly. All right, let's.
We love the chickens.
The chickens. Even the chickens are interested in the stream. Look at that.
Yeah.
Watching the stream. I mean, there's so many chickens out there in the severe weather, right? Like, we have some representation.
We do.
Thank you, Kelly, for sending that in. We've got Smokey the birthday boy. So many birthdays celebrating from our viewers here, and our animal friend viewers as well. Celebrating his second birthday. We've got we've got 3 different pets here, 2 kitties and a doggo. They look exhausted. That's gonna be me after I'm done covering the severe weather today. Nick and family watching the stream. Love to be on your guys' TV. Thank you. Jay and Edgar the hamster. Oh, so cute.
I know, it's so many good ones.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I might have butchered that.
Guinea pig. It's okay, it's a guinea pig.
Yeah,
You're good.
It is guinea pig. I'm not an expert in the small animals. Thank you. Doggos from JR. Another doggo from Elizabeth. Wearing a hat because it's windy. Oh, man. We've got horses, too, feeding off the hay there. And we've got Ben with the incredible setup. Yeah, Ben, dang, look at that. You might be the next weather analyst in our team if you keep that up. That's amazing. We've got our can of Dr. Pepper and a storm. Oh, a storm survivor rescued in the can.
It's a story. The little mouse in Kansas survived a storm overnight, and the person rescued the little mouse, and he made it. So, very, very cute.
Love to hear
very
that
wholesome.
they made it. Okay, so here we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that's moved through the McCook area in Nebraska right now. This is from Colby, Kansas, which is just south of that. So this is that same storm, and look at that. From Colby, Kansas, we've got that. And like I was saying, even if they're not in the largest hail sizes here, they've got that hail that's being propelled by 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts at worst. incredible thing there. Carter's tuning in. Thank you, Carter, for sending that. Like the Dr. Pepper.
Okay, guys.
Multiple
we're gonna
Dr.
speed
Peppers.
up,
I even got one here.
and we're gonna point towards.
Oh my goodness, so
Tampa.
many viewer submissions. Okay, I'm going
Yes,
through these.
there's a lot. I'm sorry, but a lot of a lot of these are coming from the contest submissions, and I wanted to include as many as I could. So if we didn't get to it, I am working on putting most of them up. But you guys really blew us away with how many you all sent. So I'm trying to get everything up there. Might not be able to do it all, but
If he wants to.
we will continue the submission contest when it's appropriate.
Thank you.
Oh, I'll
Yeah,
be blowing
yeah, we're
mine
gonna
up
have
all
more
up here.
rounds
We
like
got a
this to
storm
give
to
away
chase.
some T-shirt merch from shopryanhall.com.
I'm just kidding.
So this is from Melbourne, Australia too. What's up, Ryan?
Hey guys, let me try to fix my audio real quick. Can you hear me okay right now?
I
Yep.
can, yeah.
Okay, we are currently now going north of Claude, going back up towards Pampa, Texas. You guys are leading as the storm has underwent another split. We can see the updraft of the left split. If you look at my stream, it's not very, I guess, impressive, but it's there. You can see that what's happening with that. You can also see just a little bit of the main updraft on the top left side of my stream. That's kind of what's getting ready to cause some pretty heavy precipitation and maybe even some very large hail here in around the Claude area. The storm is kind of following the same pattern as every other storm that's kind of popped up in this area today. It's turning into this thing where it's not really rotating. The top part of the storm is really leaving the bottom part of the storm, and everything's just kind of getting torn apart. But also, we've seen this happen a couple times where this could still undergo, since it's undergoing a split, it could still kind of ramp back up again as it goes up towards Groom and then eventually Pampa. So we're going to continue to parallel it. We're going to be in the precipitation zone for a little while. And that's what we're doing right now. Sorry I haven't been able to talk a bunch. There's been a lot of coordination going on here to try to figure out what we should do and where we should go. It's been a very confusing storm chase. I'm not gonna lie.
And Ryan, I just want to let you know real quick. I'm just now seeing a spotter network report of 1-inch hail coming just 9 miles south of Claude, Texas. So pretty close to where y'all are.
Hopefully we don't need.
Okay, thank you, Carly. We are just north of that hail core right now, and I think it's going to be inevitable that we take it. Like we're going to eventually intercept it, but it should happen within 5 or 10 minutes or so. But I'm going to get back to navigating here, and once again, you guys are doing an incredible job. Thank you all so much for being awesome, and I'll come back to you once things start getting serious here.
Yep, have fun out there. Be safe.
All right, thank you, Ryan. I'm going to head over to our quad view again so we can make sure we're watching Brandon there and his continued lightning coverage. And then I'll go over the viewer submissions up here in the panel right next to me here in the top left. So we've got Natalie and Doggo Evie watching from Melbourne, Australia. All around the world, Weather Weenies are watching. Love that. Amber watching from North Carolina. Nice, love that with the fam. We've got our porcupine. Oh my goodness, all the different animals. Brilliant viewer submissions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tyler and family watching. Got StormSeeker merch here from Derek. Love that. Be prepared from Maddie Grant. Definitely be prepared. And we've got our skunk friend from Jerry. I love that.
I like that one too.
Yeah, that is amazing. Look at the Supercell merch. Represent. I love that.
Vince, is that the
okay, there we go. And we've got our chicken friend. So
I think the Supercell shirt is certainly one. I think it was one of the first ones to go. I think it was the fastest one to sell out the Supercell stuff. And there's all kinds of stuff. There's the shirts, stickers, mugs, all kinds of wonderful stuff. Hats, beanies. We've got it all. And flip-flops. I've yet to see someone with the Supercell flip-flops, but I'm really looking forward to seeing someone with those flip-flops on here in the near future.
I know they sold rather well and have been selling rather well. If you'd like to get your own pair, shopryanhall.com right now, and you'll be able to purchase some Supercell image flip-flops. Flip-flops. That's so hard to say. All right. Okay, so let me give you guys an update if you're just now joining the stream. I can show you right here that in this top left panel, we've got our radar up and our enhanced risk put out by the Storm Prediction Center. Ryan is out, currently live in the StormSeeker. He's in the top right panel. Additionally, we have Vince Welty's feed. They are both in the Texas Panhandle area east of Amarillo, following these storms right here going through Claude, Texas. That's currently warned for quarter-sized hail, so 1 inch in diameter, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which is primarily what our SPC outlook today is for. We have a conditional tornado threat that may ramp up over the next couple of hours as our low-level jet, our nadir juice, ramps up. But beyond that, we're really watching for a lot of hail and wind threats. And when those two are combined, sometimes the damage could be worse than what a weak tornado can produce. So we've really got to stay vigilant. And that's why we've got special warnings, like special sounds with warnings that pop up for considerable and destructive severe thunderstorms as they happen. So we currently have 3 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, one of which is here headed into the Oklahoma Panhandle area,
Definitely
east of
got a
Spearman,
cone tornado
Texas.
on the ground.
That's
Definite
currently warned for
cone
2
tornado.
inch hail,
tornado warning
60
has
mile
been
per hour
issued.
wind gusts. So you don't want to be out when both of those are comboed onto you. What's up, Ryan?
Hey guys, I just talked to Brandon Kovic once again. He just confirmed that wherever he is, he's got a cone tornado on the ground there in South Dakota. I also saw that we got a new tornado warning that was issued not too long ago. So I just wanted to update you on that, Andy. So I don't know if he's got it on stream, but he says it's visible to him. So make sure that we are updating people on that.
Right. Wow, I don't know how I missed that. I was so in depth of producing these severe thunderstorm coverages that I missed the tornado warning right here. Radar indicated tornado warning, and oh my goodness, if this would stop lagging, I could show you that Brandon Kopic is right here. Let me circle his location right here. Near where is that? Wosley, South Dakota, and that's northwest of Huron. So that is a tornado warning now active, indicated for. Let me get the counties on that just a second. But yes, our second tornado warning of the night. Now South Dakota is in on the action as the low-level jet ramps up around this area and reaches into the South Dakota area. So that is for Beadle County or Beadle in South Dakota, northwest parts of that county, east of Wessington. If you are in Bonilla or Bonilla and northwest of Woolsey, these are hard pronunciations. I apologize. Please be sure to take shelter in that area of South Dakota, east central South Dakota. And as you heard, this is only radar indicated a tornado warning, but Brandon's saying that he's got a cone tornado on the ground, possibly.
Right
so
I'm trying to move north.
I'd love to
of it
bring his
right
feedback
now.
up here, and I think I will do exactly that.
Saw it.
So let me see if I can get back Brandon's feed live here. Although
Yeah, let's go, Brandon.
I have to use YouTube through TeamViewer, so it's brilliant. It looks like his feed is intermittent right now. I don't think we're going to be able to see much of anything that we can't see on the quad panel down there. So we'll keep an eye on Brandon's feed in the bottom right there, but make sure that we have radar still up. I do see this severe thunderstorm that is northeast of Spearman, Texas, may have something going on with it. Again, our tornado threat may be just starting to ramp up right before I can even
but it might have cycled.
right before I can even stay on top of it here. So our analyst team is going to help me out with that.
All right, thank you.
So
Ryan,
yeah,
if you wanna
Brandon
relay that to
Brandon
me,
has had a
that'd be
tornado
super
on the ground.
direct
He's reported a
contact
cone
with me.
tornado on the ground, and that's east of Wessington, South Dakota.
Just
All
to
right, let me
confirm, that
go up
update
there.
is That the cone tornado is
I'm
no
gonna
longer
pull up a
visible
new
from
instance of
Brandon,
Radar
right?
Omega here so I can make sure that I'm covering that. But yeah, here it is.
Correct. I no longer have visibility
Southwest
on
of
the tornado,
Hitchcock,
not
South
confirm if it's
Dakota,
on the
and
ground anymore.
pretty far west of Huron. This is the same cells producing prolific amounts of lightning strikes. What's up, Ryan?
Just heard back from Brandon. The cone tornado that he originally saw has since lifted. He can no longer see it, at least. I think there's also some visibility problems, so he's not sure if maybe it's now wrapped in rain or something like that. I'm just relaying what I'm hearing from Brandon to you. This is also a good learning experience. Probably we need Brandon and Vince and everybody to be able to directly contact Andy in the future.
Right.
I think that's something that we should work on. Yeah, I'll keep relaying these to you as we go forward. But as of right now, there's a tornado warning up there with Brandon Storm, but he doesn't see a tornado as of this moment.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Yep. Next time we're definitely gonna have Vince and Brandon in my ear so that I can relay that instantly. Because right now we're doing it through multiple steps so that I can actually see it.
Yep. Do we have so we have Ryan obviously listening to them. Do we have like Riley or someone connected to them as well, or Frank perhaps?
I believe Riley. Yeah, I mean, I think there's multiple people connected to them. I'm just not receiving like information from anyone except for Ryan, actually.
Gotcha.
If we do have people monitoring, I know Riley's watching all of our chasers' feeds right now. That would be best if I could hear about them. Okay, so let me look at this. Let me go up to South Dakota actually, but I want to make sure that I have velocity data up, which is what I was trying to do. Using radar Omega here, there may be some interesting rotation starting to develop south and west of Perryton, Texas, near the Oklahoma border. So that will be something to monitor. That's what I wanted to look at before I got distracted here. So we're monitoring that. Our analyst team is on it. And then I'm going to head up here from the Aberdeen radar and take a look at our tornado warning. This is a high precipitation supercell. It is there. I mean, it's just massive, and that is definitely going to be due to the vertical wind profile that it is currently existing in its environment. So there, any sort of rotation that we're going to see in here, it looks like. Let me see. Our primary rotation. Oh, there we go. Now we've got an update. Our primary rotation is actually tough to depict here. Do note that I wish that would stop happening. Okay, I figured out why that happens. Radar Omega is a fantastic program. I'm getting better and better at it. So shoutouts to Radar Omega. If you see any sort of correlation coefficient drops in here, this is not associated with our main area of rotation in this tornado warning. Just east of Wessington and southwest of Hitchcock, South Dakota. This area of correlation coefficient values is due to large hailstones that are melting somewhat or are just present in the cloud, whatever layer of the cloud that we're sampling. So these irregularly sized hailstones are why the correlation coefficient, they're not correlated in size, so we're seeing lower values of our CC here. So this is not tornado debris. I would say that this is due to the hail core, as it is not attached to our main area of circulation. So we're really monitoring this area right in here, northeast of Wessington, South Dakota. Oh, let me switch to the radar view. I apologize. So we're really monitoring this area of rotation right here, west of Broadland, northeast of Wessington, South Dakota. And we're watching it. We have Brandon right here on, I believe, Highway 2. He is giving us the best look as possible when I switch back to the quad view. This tornado warning also has 1.5 inches hail, ping pong ball size hail associated with it. So anyone in this area needs to be in the interiormost room of their house or their basement, if possible, to be as far away and put as many walls between themselves and possible debris associated with any strong parts of this thunderstorm. Okay, so this tornado warning currently is still in for northwest portions of Beadle County, Beadle County. I'm just going to say both until I know the pronunciation for sure.
Andy, and I want to send something over to you in special relay. It's just a screen grab from Brandon's stream, and I think it helps, as we've talked about and as Ryan talked about on the channel, to have a visual. And we note that this is likely from a few minutes ago, but I kind of want to stress the importance of the situation because we don't have sort of the flashing lights and things that we normally have to sort of grab the attention of the viewers. I think it's important that we at least have some kind of visual to let you guys know that we are still dealing with a serious situation and there is still a tornado warning down there. So maybe we would be. Well, I don't know if
Yep,
you'd be able
I'm
to
gonna
with the
put it up
radar,
right.
but
I'm gonna put it up right now.
put up this image just so we can kind of keep the serious tone and let you guys know that this is a very dangerous storm. And while we don't have sort of the things to grab y'all's attention, we do have this visual from just a few minutes ago from Brandon Kopic's stream.
All right, here's a close-up view. This was the cone tornado that Brandon was talking about while he was east of Wessington, South Dakota, in the current tornado warning in Beadle County, or Beadle County. Sounds like Beadle County in South Dakota.
And I'll note we don't. There are comms from the county, but I'm not hearing anything. So we're working. The news team is working extra hard to make sure we're getting any news that's coming out of the counties and the surrounding counties. So far, we don't have anything, which is good news. But yeah, we're keeping ears on it definitely.
Yeah, this definitely looks like there was a tornado on the ground at some point that Brandon was able to see due to lightning illuminating his feed. And we did note multiple times Brandon had a lowering, a wall cloud associated with the cell that he has been on. All right, go ahead, Ryan.
A couple updates for you. Brandon just told me that his radio indicated that that tornado warning up there in South Dakota has just been observed. And then also he's saying that he's going to drop a new link to his live feed in the water cooler if we need to reprogram that on the stream. So I just wanted to relay that to you right now.
Right. Yep. Let's get that going as soon as possible, Frank. Because he'll have an updated video feed there. And yes, that tornado warning is observed. Public indicated observed. And that lightning... I was taking a drink when it happened. Wow. I mean, it's still going on. Yeah, we got incredible mid-level lapse rates up north in South Dakota that are producing prolific lightning, and now we've got, you know, a confirmed tornado on the ground. It was probably on the ground earlier, but it is still radar indicated and still strong rotation. Taking a look at it right now, I do see. Not a couplet. I see broad rotation. Any sort of tornado that was on the ground is probably occluded into the storm, but at any moment, this massive supercell can start developing a new mesocyclone that will connect with any sort of rotation at the surface, and that will give us a new tornado if it encounters the exact right mesoscale conditions local to the storm. So this storm will head north and east towards Brandon and Hitchcock, South Dakota, Tulare, South Dakota, eventually reaching areas of Frankfort and Redfield, South Dakota. Not extremely populated areas, pretty far south of Aberdeen. So if you have anyone in that area, please do let them know that they've got a dangerous storm headed their way. If not for the lightning, if not for the hail, if not for the damaging straight line winds, you know, you've got a potential tornadic threat with this. All right. So do you have any updates, Carly?
I do not, Andy. I'm searching for any new information. Like I said, we are not getting any info from the radio comms, so we're trying to scour through social media. So far, I've only seen I've only seen images just from Brandon Kopic's stream. I've also seen one other wall cloud shot from Hot Springs, South Dakota, from another chaser. I'm currently looking through some of the statistics for Beadle County in South Dakota, and it looks like they've got a population just over 18,000. I'm trying to look through schools and kind of see what all we've got in the county, but nothing right now in terms of reports. There's no damage reports, of course, no injuries or anything like that right now. We continue to keep a close eye on it, but as of right now, nothing.
Yep, I'll go ahead, Ryan.
If you guys go look at my liked tweets on Twitter, somebody just posted a really interesting loop of Brandon's feed that shows that that low-hanging cloud there that's kind of causing the problems or the potential problems down the road with the tornado in South Dakota. Also, I wanted to give you an update on our storm. We're down here in Texas. We are in Panhandle, Texas right now. We're losing daylight, so we can't really tell you a lot about what the storm looks like on the ground. but it's still there. The storm that we're following just went through Claude, and it's not losing steam like a lot of the other ones have. And it's actually it's got a little bit of that bird wing appearance to it, and it does look like it has a lot of inflow coming into it on the southern side. So this one is still out of all the storms in Texas right now. In my opinion, this is the only one that has any sort of potential to continue to cause a tornadic potential. But certainly, all these storms, all 3 or 4 of them that are in the Panhandle right now, are dropping big hail. We've heard lots of reports of that. Thankfully, we've avoided all of it so far. But we're going to continue to follow this storm once again all the way up to Pampa, and we'll see what happens from there. Okay.
Yeah, and Andy and perhaps Ryan, I'm not sure if you're interested, but Andy, I'm posting something in the stream relay for you to look at. This does come from a trusted chaser. Not sure that we can show the image, but definitely something for you to check out. And this is just, let's see.
Yeah,
This
I
was
see
about
what that is.
15 minutes ago. So we know that this is a few minutes ago near Woolsey, South Dakota.
All right, I'm gonna play the loop from Brandon's feed that we have on Twitter here real quick. So take a look at this. This is a quick 4-second loop.
Alright,
Oh, yep.
Vince
So right
and
at the end,
Ryan
so
on
like right when that
Storm
lightning
has
strikes there,
a
you can
upper
kind of
level
see
and has a lead.
the area of what may be a scary looking cloud, that maybe the lowering, and maybe the tornado, cone tornado that Brandon observed in progress. So that's a look at that, and then additionally, I'm going to show you this link from Jordan Hall.
Oh.
And as soon as I can out here.
Yeah, and the upper levels has got a.
So we've
boundary
got this
declaration
view
as
from
well
Jordan
as
Hall.
a
This is near
meso that's
Woolsey,
strengthening in the upper levels.
South
The lower
Dakota,
levels,
which is
0.4
east of
degrees tilt. I'm starting
Wessington,
to
which
see
is
some more
also
reds
where
pop up next to those greens there near the
also
where the
where
hook was
Brandon
forming, so
Kopic is one of
I
our
think
storm
it
chasers.
might
Here's a
be
lightning
finally getting
snapshot
started.
of that in the panel right next to me. So it does look like we did have a cone tornado touchdown, and we can have a verified double check and an additional view to Brandon's report of this tornado.
Yeah,
Okay, so that tornado warning is still in effect for northwestern parts of Beadle County, northwest of Huron, South Dakota. I think that's where the majority of the population is, Carly.
Yeah, I
and
think so too.
Yeah, that's our only tornado warning currently. You can see the storm is moving almost out of the tornado warning area, and Brandon, his little icon is right there. So, additionally to that tornado warning, I just want to double check with everyone else that we do have severe thunderstorm warning near Eagle Butte. I'm not sure how to pronounce that in South Dakota. We also have ones moving through the Hot Springs area up towards Rapid City, South Dakota, and then down here we've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning near Curtis and McCook, Nebraska, moving up towards I-80. So anyone along I-80, if you know someone traveling there, they probably don't want to travel in hail, although it does look like that cell, if that cell continues, they don't want to be driving in any hail. In west central Kansas near Garden City, we've still got severe thunderstorm warns for these cells here. Let me get you the hail sizes on those. These are considerable severe thunderstorms warned for golf ball size hail and 60 miles per hour wind, up to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And those are encapsulating the area around Garden City, Kansas, possibly up to Scott City if the cells persist there. And we've got Ryan live in the StormSeeker down here along I-40 near Panhandle and Claude, Texas. We also have Brett Adair in the area, Brad Arnold and Vince Welty, whose feed we don't have currently going right now, but they are all in this area down here. You can see on the panel barely, but they are all down here east of Amarillo. So that severe thunderstorm warning is still going for ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds as well. And then near Perryton, Texas, crossing the border to Oklahoma, this cell is warned for 2-inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So if you're in Perryton, make sure that you are inside right now. You don't want to be outside in that. All right, so I'm getting word that we should be looking at this tornado this tornado warning cell, which it doesn't have. It looks like all the rotation is still pretty broad. Our analysts will be monitoring, making sure that whenever if that does tighten up, that we have a visual on it. But it is quite the gruesome high precipitation cell. But additionally, we're going to take a closer look at this cell that is down here in the Texas Panhandle that Ryan and Co. are currently driving near. Because I'm getting word from my analysts looking from this radar Amarillo site that there may be a mesocyclone. Come on, radar Omega. Oh man, somebody put this hail report right next to the radar. Really doing me in here, doing me a solid. Keep in mind that I'm working through TeamViewer here on this, so this is pretty difficult to do. I have a little bit of latency, but I'm doing my best. It's possible that this cell right here that Ryan and friends are on near Groom, Texas Panhandle. Let me bring this up to the main view. They are currently after the twilight hours now, so it's going to be a little harder to see any visuals unless we have lighting them up for the stream. But if we look here, there may be my analysts are saying that there may be a bounded weak echo region forming on the upper levels of this supercell. And if that happens, that indicates that the updraft is rotating and dragging around a rear flank to it, meaning that a mesocyclone is establishing itself. And if the area in the storm aloft is rotating, and I do see that just to the south of Lark and east of Conway, Texas, it is a weak mesocyclone from what I can tell. But it is certainly showing signs of rotating aloft, and we do see a weak echo region, which if that extends down to the surface, we could see a potential tornadic threat. And we got and that corresponds with this tiny little dangly bit here to the west of Lark. So it's possible as the low-level jet, our nadir juice, ramps itself up after sunset here, that will allow this cell that's currently persisting east of Amarillo, Texas, to pose a tornadic threat for the area as it moves to the northeast. So let me play that to see if there's any indication. This was our right split supercell earlier. It doesn't. It appears to be moving possibly in a bunker's right fashion. So I think this is a supercell to be reckoned with, especially if it persists and will interact with the increased nadir juice. So, do you have anything more, Carly, to talk about?
No, Andy, I don't. I'm sorry. I'm still just kind of scouring any information source. Of course, as is the news and radio team, we're still listening. I don't have any updates for you, unfortunately. Outside of a hail report just now coming out of 4 miles northwest of Wosley. Pardon me if I mispronounce that, in Beadle County, South Dakota, and that is penny size, 3/4 of an inch. That's it.
All right, we've got Ryan waiting. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, we are near White Deer, Texas now, and the storm to our south is looking really good. I'm sure you've already heard from our analysts that there is some rotation, especially in the mid-levels. That is starting to filter down a little bit to the surface, maybe, and we're starting to see some really impressive-looking echoes on the radar there. Now, nothing incredible, but it's certainly one of the better looking, more promising, I guess if you're a storm chaser, more promising looking storms of the day down here in this region. So we're going to continue to go up to the north and east. As of right now, we have no reason to believe that this will produce a tornado in the immediate future. However, we're watching it closely. There's certainly going to be big hail in Groom, all the way up into probably the White Deer area, and then eventually Pampa. We're going to be trying to stay right next to that developing mesocyclone as we go up to Pampa, and then maybe even on up north and east towards Miami, Texas. So that's all I have for you right now. Also, if you're looking at the quad panel view, Vince's stream and my stream probably look very similar. That's because Vince is literally right in front of me right now.
All right, thank you, Brian. Yep, we've got Brandon again. He is in South Dakota. He's moving with this tornado warning that may be allowed to expire. The rotation on it, I think there is an area of increased rotation. Let me show you that real quick here, and I'll highlight it. That's developing on this sort of interesting bean shape here. So down through here is our bean, and we've got this area right here that doesn't look to me to be any sort of contamination on the radar, although it is near some heavy hail, some hail core in there, south and west of Hitchcock, South Dakota. So this tornado warning has not been extended, but it was an observed tornado earlier. Brandon Kopic, one of our storm chasers, whose feed's on the bottom right when we get the quad panel back up, when I put it back up, he did observe that tornado. So we're monitoring and seeing if this rotation is going to continue. So I will hopefully see that tornado warning when it pops up. I don't think we have the audio for that for some reason, or I'm just not hearing it. I hear the severe thunderstorm warnings, but I'll keep a close eye on any tornado warning continuation. So nonetheless, dangerous storm. Yeah, that rotation's persisted through this new frame, right near Highway 281 in South Dakota. This does look a little bit tight, and it is. Yeah, it's just to the west of Bonilla, South Dakota. I apologize if that's incorrect. So anyone ahead of this in Tulare, Crandon, Frankfort, South Dakota, y'all watch out, as this amazing high precipitation cell brings probably the potential of flooding, flash flooding with very heavy rain rates, any sort of severe hail, and also a tornadic threat with it, as it does have a history of producing a tornado and up to 2-inch hail south of Wessington.
It goes down toward
okay, so we've got that cell covered. Really quickly, I do want to mention there are a lot of strong storms moving up into the North Dakota area, and this area is under hydrological outlook because there was a blizzard that went through this area recently, a week or so, with our last system. And snow still being on the ground means that any rain that falls on top of that snow is going to accelerate melting. And that means that we've got, previous water content sitting on the ground, and then more water from heavy storms falling on top of that, and that could produce definitely some localized flooding issues. So we are monitoring the North Dakota area for any flash flood warnings. Please heed those if they pop up as the storms move north with the warm front overnight through the evening into the night time. So this isn't a radar hole. There's also quite the severe thunderstorm warning. Pretty far up, these very high reflectivity returns are showing up to the east of Faith in South Dakota. So that's a severe thunderstorm to be reckoned with. If it's showing up that far up into the radar beams are really reflecting some hail, like 15,000 feet aloft, that hail is going to end up falling back down to the surface and giving us some quite some hailstones at the surface. If you didn't know, the United States record hailstone was set in South Dakota in Vivian. Not sure exactly where that is. I think it's central South Dakota, and it's over 8 inches for that record. So, yeah, this area, given the right conditions, the atmospheric conditions, can definitely give us some gorilla hail at that.
Yeah, and I know you can't see it from that particular view, Andy, but I'm looking at the Weather Alert Pro that Tech Ryan made for us, and Brandon Kopic is just to the east of that tornado warned cell. So if we had any visual, we've got him right on top of it, and I'm looking right now, and it looks like it's going to pass over just to the north of this. What is this, Highway 14? Highway 14 it looks like, and 281. So if you're anywhere in that vicinity, of course you should already be in your shelter, but it looks like it's crossing just north of the Highway 14 and 281 in Bonilla. So, and we've got Brandon just to the east of that cell.
Okay, thank you, Carly.
And outside of that, still no news. I'm trying to find anything I can, but the good news is that we're not getting any reports of damage or anything so far from this tornado warned cell. So that's good.
Okay, and that tornado warned cell is in Beadle County, South Dakota, to the northwest of Huron.
Yes.
So additionally, we've got, if you're just getting here now, we've got Ryan Hall in the StormSeeker, Vince Welty, we got Brett and Brad all down here on this severe thunderstorm warned cell, which is persisting. past the evening
Brandon,
hours
what's
here
going
as we get
on up in
into
South Dakota? Looks
the nighttime
gnarly.
here. It has lost its dry line support, so the cell is going to go off on its own, and if it continues to propagate in this environment as it approaches the Oklahoma border to the east, it may encounter some more favorable low-level shear, and perhaps
Riley, if you said
become
anything, I
tornadic
didn't hear
and
you.
produce a tornadic threat. So we're watching this cell, and we've
I'm
got
just
Ryan
wondering what it's
himself
looking like. It
out
looks like
there.
there's
His
still a
feed
lot
is
of,
in the
like,
bottom right inset panel in this radar scene, so you can keep an eye on the StormSeeker truck there. And that is
I'm
live.
staying
So
east of the
Ryan is out
core and
there
the
ahead of
precip,
this
trying
cell,
to
which is
keep
currently
visual.
warned for ping pong
Nothing
ball
really
size hail,
noteworthy
golf
right
ball size
now
hail,
at this point.
60 mile per hour
It
wind
looks like it may
gusts.
be
So
cycling.
this
So
is in
I'm
our
just trying to
enhanced
keep an
risk
eye
put
on it
out by
while
the
I can,
SPC today.
staying out of the
A dry
precip.
line initiated cell ahead of our upper level trough, and pretty
Alright,
far
thank
south
you.
down into Texas, east of Amarillo. So Ryan is there. We have his little icon there. That's where he's showing up, and that's where his feed is. So here's a look at that. Possibly some rotation attempting to develop in the low levels just to the west of Groom along I-40, Groom, Texas. I think it may be attempting to establish some sort of rear flank downdraft here that we're seeing show up on radar Echo here, just to the east of Lark. So we have some analysts in the background, making sure that Ryan is being directed in the right location. He may also be listening to me at the same time as I say these things.
And also,
Go
for
ahead.
the analyst in the background, if I could make a request, we do have some people in the chat who are requesting us check out the Garden City, Kansas cell. I know you guys are keeping a close eye on radar, but if we could just perhaps get an update at some point for some of these other cells. Andy, I know you're busy looking at a lot of these. So any analysts in the back who are listening, Garden City, Kansas cell, we could update some of these people in the chat who may be living there and concerned about them. And I also just want to reiterate for a second that although this hasn't been a big tornado producer today, I do want to reiterate that these storms are still incredibly dangerous. They can still produce tornadoes. Nocturnal threats are incredibly dangerous and statistically more deadly. So I just want everyone to remain vigilant if you're living in these areas. Just make sure you're weather aware. There's no need to be scared or stay up all night. Just make sure that you have a way of getting warnings through the night. Preferably two ways of getting warnings. Have a way of getting woken up, and just make sure that your shelter is planned and ready to go. Statistically, one of the things that prevents people from being able to get to shelter on time, and one of the things that causes a lot of injuries, is actually not having that plan thought out or actually physically gone over with yourself or your family. So actually having the shelter ready to go instead of trying to scramble to get in, or actually going over the plan in your head no matter where you are, is one of the things that's statistically proven to help prevent injury and save your life. So we're not in a huge tour risk today or anything like that, but I just want to reiterate to make sure that we're remaining vigilant, because these storms can still be dangerous.
Yes. Thank you, Carly.
Mhm.
All right, I'm looking at the Garden City cell. These cells have moved north of Garden City, and they're traveling to the northeast near Dighton and Scott City, Kansas, and west central Kansas. These definitely look like some awesome hailers. They are, and this center one has rotation that I'm concerned with. None of our analysts have pointed it out yet, so it's very possible that near Friend, Kansas, you may be seeing some mesocyclones developing on these supercells, but they currently are not tornado warned, nor are they producing a substantial rotation, as I'm sure our analysts would be notifying me of that.
And
So, yeah, but nonetheless, these are producing some pretty giant hail and are under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, if I'm not wrong.
Yep. And Andy, I do have one thing I'm sending over to you in the relay chat. Some lightning that's, in Jordan Hall's words, whacked a grain silo in South Dakota. I think you should take a look at that. It's pretty interesting footage. The lightning is, I keep saying wicked, but I that's how I like to describe it. It's intense lightning.
All right, yeah, okay. So this is also from Jordan Hall, who sent us something earlier. Okay, let me pull this up. So yeah, Jordan Hall, the same person who had this cone tornado just to the northwest of Woolsey earlier in South Dakota, is taking a video of this lightning. So I want to see. Oh, it's playing before I can even get a chance to stop it. Yeah, let's get a full screen look at this, and I'll transition over so we can look at this grain silo right here.
I hit the top of that.
Just get absolutely whacked with lightning.
I've got another picture coming at you from Brandon's stream. Looks like an SLC. Well, I don't know, maybe a wall cloud, but it's hard to tell definitively. But
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh wow.
I just got
okay.
notification through Baron threatening that
Oh
we
wow.
got a tornado warning here. Is that
All right,
correct?
let me. All right, we got a tornado warning for Texas cell. Amazing. Okay, so Ryan is on that. I'm gonna show you the. I'll show you that in just a second. Let me bring up WSV3 here. Here's our tornado warning.
Coming over the NWR right
Ryan
now.
is just to the north of this. Hello, Ryan. Give us an update.
Yeah, so as you guys know, there was a tornado warning that was just issued for the storm that we are on. We are currently in Pampa, Texas, and we're getting ready to take an exit and get on Highway 70 here. And I think that's going to be our best option to kind of point you guys in the direction of where this tornado potentially is. Right now, if you're looking at this on radar, if you have been looking at this on radar, you can tell it's developing a little bit of a rear flank downdraft. And it's had a decent area of rotation for a while, especially at the higher up you go. And now, based off the latest reflectivity, which honestly, I think my radar, that because of internet problems, is a little bit behind. So I haven't seen the most recent update. But there is enough out there. We get it to be 70. Yeah. Anyways, guys, we are. I haven't seen the latest radar scan. So, Andy, why don't you tell me what that most recent scan looks like?
Yeah. So I'm continuing to see the difficult to look at, but pretty consistent low-level rotation now. Just to the west of Groom, Texas. It's a little tough to see because it's a low precipitation supercell. So any sort of rear flank downdraft or any sort of hook echo associated with the cell is rather scraggly in nature from the radar echo. So but what I can see is I'm seeing a consistently strong. Let me pull it up on radar view here. Area of low-level rotation. What in the world is just to the west of Groom, Texas, along I-40. So this right here is what I'm talking about.
Guys, I just want to give you another update. I don't know if you heard this or not, but the tornado warning actually isn't radar indicated. It's a spotter confirmed funnel is what got the tornado warning issued there. So we should be approaching the part of the storm that has that funnel cloud here within the next little bit. Stay tuned.
All right, spotter confirmed funnel cloud for this radar indicated tornado. Or it's not radar indicated, but rather spotter confirmed. So this is a rare instance of when we get a tornado warning none count per our bar down there on the bottom. That means that it is not. It was not issued due to radar indicated rotation, which it's like I said, it's pretty tough to tell. We have to look at the upper levels in the storm, which I can do on my end here, and see. I was observing a bounded weak echo region aloft from our analysts. Go ahead, Carly.
And we've got two. We've got Brett Adair, and of course Ryan on the storm as well, and Brad Arnold looks to be on that cell as well. So hopefully, if there is anything, we'll certainly have some good communication from them about what's going on the ground, and perhaps some footage as well if they're able to see it.
Right. All right, let's go back to our quad feed. We've still got Brandon up there in East Central South Dakota. He is chasing a cell that has previously put down a cone tornado to the north and west of Huron, South Dakota, in Beadle County. It's currently not tornado warned, but that cell is still producing some intense hail, wind. It is a massive beast, but currently we're watching this incredible. I think it's undergoing. this cell has incredible V appearance. Like it's the most pronounced V notch radar echo I think I've ever seen. It's literally just a sideways V. Uh, so what this indicates is that either the supercell is splitting, so it will have a right split and a left split, and the right split favors a tornadic circulation as it has increased counterclockwise rotation, rather. And then the left split will sort of veer off to the north.
Definitely got something to look at there.
And then that will pose a continued hail risk, but definitely less of a tornado risk to the north here. But if it is not splitting, which I can't tell on this current radar scan, our analysts will have to go ahead and look at that. Then we've got this. It's a sort of flying eagle appearance in which the updraft in this supercell is so strong that it's diverging in the layers aloft and creating this. I'm sorry, it's diverging the rain, the heavier rain in the layers aloft, and creating this weaker echo region in between where it's spinning up. So literally giving us a V-notch appearance, or what sometimes storm chasers call the flying eagle. So really cool to see there. But yes, again, this tornado warning is east of Amarillo, Texas. That is for gray counties and portions of southeastern Carson County in Texas. LaFours, I'm so sorry, difficult pronunciation there. I'm going to go with the Texan accent. South of Pampa, Texas, north of Groom, Texas, along I-40. We're in a tornado warning at the moment, paralleling Highway 60 and paralleling I-40. So if you're in that area, we've got some storm chasers on the ground there observing a funnel cloud. We've got a weak hook echo forming on that storm that we're tracking.
Yeah, and Andy, just to let you know, we do have the Hoover Fire Department in Gray County in Texas, where that tornado is. They're sending out some of the fire department to go see if they can't intercept or at least get eyes on that storm. So I'll keep you updated.
Thank you, Carly. We finally got some radio communications in Gray County, Texas. Yeah, finally. All right. Man, there's a lot to keep track of today. Again, we've got these severe weathers, these supercells ahead of the dry line here in the panhandle of Texas, all the way up through South Dakota, that are giving us some increased tornadic threat as we get into the early night hours and our low-level jet nadir juice starts to ramp up here. So we've got that tornado warning storm for southeastern Carson County and most of Gray County in Texas. Additionally, we have these strong thunderstorms, and go to the radar view here. We have these strong thunderstorms in west central Kansas, now exiting north of Garden City and headed towards Gove City, Grainfield, and I-70 eventually. We've got a couple of them here. These don't appear to have significant rotation with them. They're mostly warned for up to 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Still very dangerous storms if you're in this area near Dighton, Scott City, in west central Kansas.
Yep. And we're just now getting reports of golf ball size hail coming out of that cell that's in Carson, just to the extreme east of Carson County in Texas and western portions of Gray County, Texas. Golf ball size hail report.
So it's kind of hard to tell with that.
All right, so that's associated with our tornado warning cell.
Yep. It is a lot better than what it was.
Okay, so also up here in South Dakota, we've got storm chaser Brandon Kopic. You can see his feed in the bottom right of our quad panel when I switch back to it. This massive storm, this multicellular massive supercells up here with some embedded rotations in them. Nothing is currently sticking out. Nothing is a defined area of tight rotation. We've just got some broad rotations up in here. This is warned for up to 1.5 to 2-inch hail. It's had a history of large hail reports. I don't know if this is catching up with the warm front, but it's certainly a broad area headed into Redfield, South Dakota, and eventually east of the Aberdeen area. Look at this. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings all the way up towards eastern North Dakota now. Like I said, those are going to be moving into an area that will cause concern where the National Weather Service has a hydrological outlook for snow melt in addition to downpours from severe thunderstorms causing localized flooding. Central South Dakota headed up towards Mobridge. You're seeing a severe thunderstorm that looks quite prolific on our radar hole up here. That could be producing some large hail. Additionally, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for a cell that is headed towards the Rapid City metro area in western South Dakota. So Rapid City, friends, you'll probably see that cell if it continues to propagate to the northeast in about 45 minutes, maybe an hour or so, depending on its evolution. Okay, so again, brief look at our Garden City, Kansas cells that are headed to the north away from Garden City. Dangerous hail probably with the southernmost storm, the tail end Charlie supercell there. And then I'm going to go back to our tornado warning here that Ryan in the StormSeeker and Vince Welty and Brett Adair and Brad are all currently looking at.
Yeah,
We've got a more
think
well-defined hook echo on that with still some low-level rotation, but the most we've seen out of it is a funnel cloud. Go ahead, Carly.
Yep, no, I just wanted to reiterate that we've got multiple chasers on this specific storm now. We do have, we actually have comms on this storm from the county. So if there's anything, I mean, we're going to see it really quickly. Unlike some of these other storms, it's been a little bit more difficult to kind of interpret what exactly is going on the ground without a chaser and without some comms and reports. But certainly we've got plenty of professionals on this one. A lot of people chasing it. So hopefully we would either get a visual or some reports from the fire department here pretty soon.
Yeah, it looks like to me it looks like it's struggling to put down in any sort of organized rear flank and thus an area of low level rotation. Again, the supercell I believe is low precipitation or leading up to a classic type supercell. So it's always tough to see with these cells if we're going to have any clear low level rotation. Like you see this this area of really high wind returns here along Highway 70. I've got that circled. It's small, I know, but you can see it here in this quad panel. That's likely just radar contamination, side lobe contamination, because it's sampling an area of low reflectivity. So we can't really get a good idea of what's actually happening, what the radar is actually sampling there. So this is just contamination. We don't have a clear look at what's going on at the surface with this cell from the Amarillo radar, at least. I could take a look at it from another radar site so we can observe the area aloft of this cell. Let's see if I have any good imagery of that. We can. That's pretty far away, so I doubt it. I mean, this does give you a good idea that, you know, we can see some sort of rotation aloft with this cell, north and east of Groom, Texas, along I-40. So that is where this tornado warning currently is in existence for. It says tornado warning none for our bottom bars there because it's a spotter indicated funnel cloud report, not radar indicated rotation, though, probably because we can't see the radar very well. But yeah, just looking at the storm aloft, we do see some rotation in a probable mesocyclone. So that's what I was doing there, just to take a look at it aloft. Again, I'm using Radar Omega here. Brilliant radar software to be able to look at this supercell that Ryan is currently storm chasing.
Hey, Andy, we've got, whenever you have a second outside of the Texas storm, we've got Brandon Kopic with a Twitter update, and he's near Hitchcock, South Dakota, and I'll send that over to you right now in the special relay.
All right.
Still a lot of lightning coming out of that.
Okay, so we have a live,
I guess 749
a live, what do we call this? A live cam
Wow.
from Brandon on his Twitter, and he's outside.
Hey, yeah.
What I was worried about with this lightning here. So let's listen into what Brandon's got to say. I'll pull him up. I'll keep him on the quad panel here. Let's listen.
Brandon Kopic here outside of Hitchcock, South Dakota. Another developing wall cloud behind me intercepted.
All right, hopefully you can hear him.
A cone tornado Now we're continuing to watch the same supercells. It's trying to develop another wall cloud and resize.
Hello, y'all.
It's got insane inflow.
What's up, Ryan?
Hey, we are currently right inside of the circulation zone of this storm. We've got dime to quarter-size hail falling. I don't know if you can see. I don't know if you can see through the camera that action, but we've got no rain and just just some hailstones falling. As we do have this big rotational area headed right for us here. We're on Highway 70. We just took the an option called Highway 249. We're going to go up towards Leffers. That's to the south and east of Tampa. We're continuing to track this storm. Big hailstones falling now. The hailstones are getting much bigger. I would say we got maybe approaching nickel to quarter size as we are heading down this road. Once again, going northeast towards the Leffers, south and east of Tampa on Highway, I think 749, I think is what it's called, just off of Highway 70.
Yeah, we can hear them getting a little bit bigger. It sounds like those hailstones.
Yes. All right. So let me show you guys right where Ryan's feet is. Again, he's in that inlet. He's in that inset image in the bottom right of this radar scene. So let me circle right where he is. He's right in this hail core right here. Let me use a color here. He's right in this hail core just to the southwest of Leffers. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. We gave him our best shot there. And that's south of Pampa, Texas. So it is
now.
I mean, the low-level rotation, I really don't see it, Ryan, if you're listening. It's so hard to tell, but I think we're best going to rely on any sort of storm chasers on the scene reporting a funnel cloud or any sort of rotation with it, because, yeah, it's not showing up well on the Amarillo radar. Oh, so you're still unmuted, Ryan, so we're getting a delicious look at those delicious hailstone sounds.
I just had a tennis ball.
Yeah, should have warned about the mesocyclone now being located with the prop after
Hey, just listen to that. Yep, that tail just south of the Pampa area in Texas with this lone supercell moving through.
It sounds like it's getting bigger.
Yeah, he's literally driving right through the hail core. Maybe hoping to get some hail dents on the StormSeeker for that imagery, right?
Some battle scars, maybe.
LaForce. Okay, LaForce is how it's pronounced. Thank you. LaForce about to get hit by a decent-sized hail core.
Look at him, he's smiling.
Yeah, he's recording right now too.
Yeah.
Hello, Ryan. You can hear me maybe on this video. All right.
Harley and
All right. So still an active tornado warning down here in the Texas Panhandle, just south of Pampa, headed for LaForce and eventually Mobile, Wheeler, Texas, just south of Miami, Texas. Tough to see any sort of low-level rotation. The only thing we've heard about is storm chasers observing a funnel cloud about 15 minutes ago with this supercell. So it is tornadic in nature. As it moves into the eastern panhandle area of Texas, it will encounter some favorable kinematics with our low-level jet ramping up if it is able to persist and stay discreet and mature. Okay, so I have per latest Storm Prediction Center observations, our meso-analysis is showing that the previously tornado-warned storm up here in South Dakota to the south of Aberdeen, currently impacting Redfield. This is north of the warm front, and what that means is that it's going to have a much harder time ingesting any sort of favorable surface. It's gonna struggle to be surface based. More than likely, this cell up here, this massive hailing and wind gusts, is now an elevated cell, so it's gonna struggle to have any tornadic threat associated with it. That being said, it likely produced a tornado at the time that it was interacting with the warm front in this area north and west of Huron. But now, even though you could still get a tornadic threat past the warm front if the supercell itself can ingest the air through the warm front and into its base, it is at a reduced likelihood to pose any sort of tornadic risk. So that is hopefully good news for our friends up here who are worried about tornadoes in central eastern South Dakota.
And friends, once you get up here,
But
hail's come to a stop.
even so, you've still got probably a great deal of flooding risk with localized downpours and hail, and strong damaging winds are still going to be possible with this cell to the north of the warm front in South Dakota. Additionally, the same goes for the Mobridge, South Dakota area. You've got a very probably carrying quite some decent sized hail headed towards a populated area in Mobridge. Okay.
Andy,
Go ahead, Charlie.
just an update. I'm listening to the Hoover Volunteer Fire Dispatch on that Texas tornado warned storm in Gray County, and they are they just crossed Highway 70 and 291, and they're about to go into the center of the circulation, pretty close to where Ryan and Brad Arnold are. So if there's anything, we'll hear about it shortly.
Okay. So just an update on this Rapid City, South Dakota cell for our friends down there in the, or up there rather, in the metro. There was a 2-inch hail report in Custer, South Dakota, and this cell is headed to the northeast. Currently, severe thunderstorm warned for probably up to 2-inch hail if it's got a 2-inch hail report with it. So definitely a cell to watch out for. We've got some pretty high reflectivity values. You can see in the panel right here next to me, headed towards Hill City, and then Keystone and Rapid City in the next 45 minutes or so. So Rapid City friends, watch out for some decent sized hail headed your way. Not sure on the tornadic threat on that yet. I didn't see any favorable rotation with that. It's definitely posing a hail risk. All right, update on our west central Kansas friends near Dighton and Scott City, Kansas. This cell is probably only posing a giant hail risk right now. I don't see any favorable I don't really see any tight rotation with this cell. So I would watch out for some large hail entering the Dighton area to the west. The leading cell is getting choked off by the supercell to the south. So the tail end Charlie will be the one to persevere there. Okay. This cell that was near Perryton, Texas, was producing plenty of 2-inch hail reports near Spearman, Texas. It is now appearing to have died out. So our friends in the Oklahoma Panhandle should be thankful for that. You should be thankful for that. Okay, and then back look at our LaFours and Pampa, Texas cell. Man, this is a complex structure. It may be undergoing a split at the moment, or it's just shy of being able to undergo a split of its updraft and produce 2 separate supercells. But we've got Ryan Hall in the StormSeeker out there live, storm chasing, and he is on this cell, which is now a considerable thunderstorm warning. Previously, a tornado warning for a spotter. A spotter indicated, or a spotter reported a funnel cloud about 20 to 25 minutes ago near Groom, Texas. So right now it is warned for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, just looking at this, I don't see any strong low-level rotation like what I did see when the spotter reported a rotating funnel cloud. All right, I think I've covered all of the current storms. We have no active tornado warnings anymore. That's why the bottom banner is now yellow. So no active tornado warnings, but plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings for both significant wind and hail.
You can go northeast, you can go east, and then there will be
okay, let's see here. What do we got in special relay? Vince's report, it's that may have been the I think that was Ryan's feed. Ryan's audio was getting that hail hitting his vehicle there, but Vince also reported some 2.5-inch hail, which is tennis ball size hail, or at least over 2-inch hail. So yeah, I mean this is quite the cell here near Pampa, Texas. we've got some
Alright,
really
so
high
Ryan envisions
reflectivity
there's a road
values
that's
right at the
called
core of it
Ranch
that
to
will
Market
indicate
Road. I
either
believe this is State
very
Road
large hail or large hail that's
1473.
being
I'll have to go recheck
driven
that.
by strong wind gusts to have a lot of energy and show up on radar
Also,
returns like this.
1474. So just east of
Yeah, Andy,
Leffers,
I'm
there
still
is
sorry. I'm
1473,
still listening to
there's
this feed
Highway
over here. I'm a
there's
little
State
impressed
Road
by the
1371,
meteorological
which
knowledge
is
of this fire department.
left
They're
side,
they're
you'll take a
using a
left
lot
on
of
that,
meteorological
and then after about a
terminology,
mile or
and
so, there'll be
they're very aware of
State Road
what's going on. This is one
1474.
of the
If you go
most
north
active
on that,
feeds
it'll
I've
take you
ever
up to
heard for a fire
152,
volunteer
whatever
fire
that is.
department in a tornado warning.
152, my
So
bad.
they're watching for any hooks. They're watching for tightening rotation. They have their plan of action, and then they have a backup plan for that plan of action. But right now, as they're crossing just north to that tornado warned cell, they have very limited visibility, so they've decided to not continue until they have an all clear. So I mean, they're very aware of what's going on. Very, I'm impressed by their meteorological knowledge on this storm right now. But yeah, no other
Yeah.
updates outside of that.
Props to the Gray County,
Yeah.
Texas fire department there.
Yeah.
All right. I am waiting to hear if we have an update from Brandon.
From you?
From what I could see on my occasional side glances, I think those were just some scary looking clouds, but I'm going to get some news from Brandon from our analysts to see if he is noting anything in particular. What's up, Ryan?
I just want to let you guys know that the hail is picking up in size again. We got golf balls here just to the southeast of Tampa. We are really close to Leffers. We're running out of road options. I think we're going to take Highway 273 east of Leffers and then try to get back up north towards Wichita. I think that's our best bet right now. That's what our GPS is doing for us. So I don't know how the cell service is going to be out here the further out we get, but I just want to keep you updated. This storm is strengthening right now. This is not like yesterday where everything started to die out right as the storm went down. But this is strengthening. We got lightning activity. We got very large hail coming down, and that's right now.
Yeah, I certainly see that. My goodness. That's just good audio to keep on, Ryan, as we listen to the StormSeeker get absolutely smashed by hail there.
Go due east, and then we'll be two different orange options. One is
Alright, so Ryan is on this cell right now in LaForest, Texas, to the east of Amarillo, and to the southeast of Pampa. You can hear occasionally some large hail denting the StormSeeker, maybe leaving some permanent marks at this point. And we certainly have the high reflectivity values returning on the supercell to prove that. It appears pretty suspicious in its presentation on radar. It's possible that we may be seeing another area of low-level rotation trying to wrap up here, so we'll keep an eye on the radar returns for each new scan that comes in. What's up, Carly?
Yeah, just as a side note, National Weather Service Milwaukee has just tweeted that they're receiving reports of sirens going off in the Kenosha area, but they've confirmed with local authorities that this is a false alarm due to a malfunction. So if you're hearing sirens going off, there is no tornado threat associated in any of the storms in southeast Wisconsin. That is a malfunction of the tornado sirens.
All right. Yep, friends in the Milwaukee, Kenosha, Racine area in Wisconsin. That area actually. Yep, that is just a false alarm for the sirens up there. No need to worry about that. I wonder if Ryan's gonna do any reporting on these hail sizes. The National Weather Service finds a big one, might stop on the side of the road and be like, "Yep, here we go," because you can hear over us the the massive hail. I think he is doing his part to match the Dominator 4 from Reed Timmer. All right. So we've got multiple first responders out of Pampa, lights and sirens. I'm not sure what that is for, but the scene in Gray County, Texas, they are on it. We've got windshields being punched out by our there's a lot of storm chasers on this single discrete supercell, which is what happens when a lot of storm chasers target an area, and we get one supercell that lasts and sort of is just dominant in the atmosphere past the area of
Ryan,
primary
Ryan,
convergence, which we had earlier along the dry line. So now that we just have this one supercell, we're not expecting much new convective initiation in this area. So we're just watching the supercell continue to live its life out.
Turn left onto East Fifth Street.
So you can hear Ryan. He's got comms with other storm chasers on Zello right now, and we've got his feed coming through here. So that's what you're listening to right now.
AKA left on your first left.
Again, possibly up to baseball-size hail with this storm. That the StormSeeker and Ryan Hall and his team, Brett Adair, Brad Arnold, Vince Welty are all in it. Multiple hail cores on this thing.
No, I'm just telling you how to get out of the fours and back to 273.
All right, here's a look at the quad view again, so you can see if Brandon has anything new. I think his feed's not showing. Brandon's still... Where's Brandon at? He's still in South Dakota, but where exactly?
We're coming. Kyle, can you drive?
Okay, so let me see here. Again, Brandon had a confirmed tornado earlier, but the cell that he was on has since passed north of the warm front, and thus its tornadic potential has decreased. Nonetheless, there's still large hail associated with that, currently going over the two-layer South Dakota area, and possibly north into Redfield and Frankfort, South Dakota, south of Aberdeen. Yeah, Brandon's still following the storm. Honestly, I agree with him. The lightning activity has been amazing with it. The hail, I mean, it's a chaser's dream, even if it's not producing a tornado. Really, Brandon has had the full chaser package, full chaser experience, and has shown us everything. So, you know what? Give Brandon some applause in the chat. That's actually incredible that we were able to see all this stuff from Brandon. Definitely claps for Brandon.
Yeah.
Just amazing footage. We got a confirmed tornado out of his feed that we couldn't see because it was in a radar hole. Like, that is beyond phenomenal information that we got from our storm chaser Brandon.
Yeah, Andy, we might have to mute, or if we can, turn down Ryan's stream a hair. I think some people in chat are saying it's a little. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
At first, it was like ASMR with the hail sounds, but then it got increasingly louder.
Yeah. Yep. I did want to. That's partially my fault. I'm sorry. I did.
It's okay.
The hail for a bit there, so.
It was nice. It was nice for a time. I think we enjoyed the realistic sounds coming out of there. No other news updates. I've got 2 feeds pulled up right now. We've got our news team back there working for anything, but nothing is going on, which is good news. We don't enjoy hearing damage reports or anything really happening. So we've got the best of the best out there on this tornado warned storm, and we're not getting any reports right now. I'm reading a report from Sam right now. Yep, nothing new. Nothing new. Which is good news.
Okay, so currently we've got 7 severe thunderstorm warnings active. Most of those are in the South Dakota area, around Rapid City, South Dakota, south of Aberdeen, south of Mobridge, and then we've got one in North Dakota. Additionally, we still have the dominant supercell to the west of Dighton, Kansas, and east of Scott City, Kansas. That is still, let's see, what is that? That's still warned for $0.5 size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And I see an 1.25 inch hail report out of that. 62-mile-per-hour thunderstorm wind gusts associated with that cell recently. And that is moving through,
Ryan,
I can't see the county name, Lane County in Kansas. So that's moving to the north. It's going to miss Dighton well, actually, I think the hail core did go through parts of Dighton, so.
Andy, we have a treat.
A treat? Okay.
Ryan tweeted a video of the hail. Riley's quick with it.
Yeah, I'm going to open it up here. All right. What an eventful night.
We put,
even with one confirmed tornado, I've not stopped talking.
You've been trooping through.
Yeah, definitely trooping through. All right, here's a look in this panel to the right of me here, we've got Ryan's current feed in near Pampa, Texas.
You're gonna have to go
On the
2
top
to
right,
3
but here's a
miles
video.
south before
Actually,
you
I'm
take
just
a
gonna blow
straight
this up
north
to the screen.
mountain.
Here's a video that Ryan
This
took
is gonna
himself
get
from the
quite a
StormSeeker that gives you a
quite a bit ahead
much
of you.
better view of
You
the
might
hail that we
accidentally
were just
end up
listening to
behind
for
the
a while there.
convergence.
That was sort of combating with my voice and Carly's voice there.
This must have been what he was smiling about earlier, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, so here's his view taken with it. You saw his phone. He had his phone up like this, taking the video. So here's what it looks like. And yeah, golf ball size hail in there for sure. That might be enough hail to give this area some hail fog once. Well, I mean, it's not in the daylight, so I'm not sure if hail fog will form, but usually hail.
I will note that both of the fire departments I'm listening to are saying that their visibility is incredibly low right now. So I'm not, of course, I don't know if that's due to hail fog or not, but they do have very limited visibility.
Yeah, the hail fog could, if there's enough hail, there could be reduced visibility along the roads due to the fog that forms from the hail as it changes phase there after it falls on the ground. So just incredible. I mean, even if this man, I keep looking at the South Dakota cell. That there is so much lightning on that. Let me go back to Brandon's feed here.
Wheeler, Donnelly,
My goodness.
Collinsworth counties. This does include Clarendon,
Okay.
Colorado,
So yeah, that was
Lefford,
from Ryan himself. He's tweeted that on his Twitter. Go follow Ryan at Ryan Hall y'all on Twitter to see his live updates. Storm chasing.
Yep, and I'll note now we do have more large hail reports. This time they are just east of the loop on 273. That's in Hoover, Texas. If you're in Hoover, Texas, you know where the 273 loop is. There is large hail reports just east of that, and now we are getting reports of power line damage in Hoover County as well. That's in Texas.
All right, I circled that area right there. So yeah, you could see, yeah, the tornadic threat with this still not apparent, but whenever we see this sort of extension of what is probably where the updraft is following along and pushing this hail core to the south, it's possible. This literally looks like, I mean, look at this. Look at the reflectivity here. This is literally a flying eagle. Like, it is a bird shape. You can see the bird in it. There's its little beak right there. That is the most iconic flying eagle or bird-shaped supercell I've ever seen. Well, for quite a while at least. I mean, that's a nice bird right there. So when we see the flying eagle shape of a supercell, whenever the updraft is strong enough to give us the V notch. And that is this area of weak reflectivity right along Highway 152 in between Heaton and Laketon. That's where the updraft's strong enough to really push any rain that's present there or any precipitation, frozen precipitation out to the north and to the south of it. And then we have the updraft base here. That is where that's growing the hail, the giant hail that we're seeing. The updraft is taking this moist air up, and then it's forming around any sort of dirt particle, dust particle, and while it's being lofted, as soon as the weight of the hail cell becomes, it's too heavy for the updraft to sustain it, it'll fall down. But the cold air aloft and the updraft being strong and lifting the hailstones that do exist into this area means they're going to grow rapidly and then fall and give us this blanket of golf ball sized hail that Ryan tweeted out on his flying dove supercell. Yeah. Now, am I wrong, or did we never have a tornado watch tonight? I don't think we did.
I don't believe we did.
So yeah, we've all had severe thunderstorm watches, and again, those are continuing. Let's take a look at that.
Okay, I have not come across any side roads. I know that.
So yeah, we've got the severe thunderstorm watch for a lot of the Texas Panhandle. It may be extended to the east to compensate for the existing supercell in the eastern Texas Panhandle. In addition, we still have one supercell, the dominant one east of Scott City in Kansas, and severe thunderstorm watches up here in South Dakota. So we never did have a tornado watch today, interestingly enough. But again, just want to reiterate that some of these severe thunderstorms dropped baseball size hail,
Yeah,
70-mile-per-hour
unfortunately,
wind
Vince,
gusts.
there
I did
is
see
no
one of
road
those.
that connects up ahead
And when you
between where
combo
you're
those
at and
two,
the other
you
roads,
get the
so you're
enhanced
having
risk
to-
from
you're
the
gonna have to go
SPC
back
for
and
one,
drive
which is
down
3
through
out
the
of
road,
5
unfortunately.
type of risk there. And you can get damage that's just as bad, if not worse, than what a weak tornado can do.
Yep.
So, yes, let's see. Current active warnings for some populated areas. We do have this Flying Dove supercell that Ryan, Brett, Brad, Arnold, and our Storm Chasers are on. I'm not sure where Reed is. Do we know where Reed is right now? I know they're.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, I don't.
We don't know.
I
Well,
saw
we'll get
something
Reed.
earlier about his feed going out, but I haven't been updated on him. No.
Okay. So yeah, some giant hail still possible with the cell northwest of Dighton, Kansas now. Headed to the southeast of the Pampa, Texas area. I see a 2-inch hail report there. And then our friends in Rapid City, South Dakota. Let me come up to you up here. There's still that 2-inch hail report. It does look like this cell may not be as strong as it once was near Hill City and Rapid City area in South Dakota. So you may actually, if you're in Rapid City proper, you may escape the worst of this cell. It does look like it's headed more to the north and will miss the Rapid City to the west. So that's good news for our friends there. Additionally, we have a severe thunderstorm warned cell that is in a radar hole, but it is still prolific and headed towards Mobridge, South Dakota. I've been noting high reflectivity values on that. I mean, just that's pretty extreme right there. Hopefully the largest hail in this cell misses Mobridge proper in South Dakota. And we still got a severe thunderstorm warning for this giant cell that Brandon Kopic is on. Moving towards the south of Aberdeen, South Dakota. So yeah, our most interesting cells now are the hail associated with whatever is near Mobridge, South Dakota. This dominant supercell in west central Kansas near Dighton and Scott City. And of course, the cell that Ryan himself and the StormSeeker are on that I have to keep zooming all the way in here because of this hail report to go to the Amarillo radar. All right, here we go. Let me go back to that. So yeah, we've got 2 separate hail cores with this supercell now. I mean, I think it's been trying to undergo a split for like the last however long, but it has not successfully split, but it does have 2 separate hail cores. And the severe thunderstorm warning now includes Miami. I would definitely be aware if you're in Miami or along Highway 60 in Texas, Eastern Panhandle of Texas. It is warned for 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, so you could see up to tennis ball size hail with this supercell. All right. Do you have anything new for me, Carly? Viewer
No.
submissions?
Oh yeah, viewer submissions you can, and we have what we can do. We have had so many submissions from the first contest. We were pretty much ready to announce our second winner. Whenever we're able, whenever things calm down, and you let me know, Andy, when's the most appropriate time to do so. And since we're streaming tomorrow, to my knowledge, we're going to be doing this again tomorrow. So if your stuff wasn't shown tonight on the website, or you didn't have a chance to enter tonight, whatever the case, we're going to be doing this again tomorrow, so don't worry, we'll be happy to get your pictures up. We love getting them all in. You guys really blew it out of the water today, so thank you so much. We're really happy to do something a little more interactive with you guys and do something for you.
Yeah, you can go ahead and announce the second winner, Carly, and I'll put it up on the stream. We're just dealing with our current severe thunderstorm warning, so...
I'm going to tag you in it in the submission area, Andy, because it's not a link, it's a picture. But our second submission winner is going to Heather Mueller. If you're listening, I know it's been a little while since you sent it in. So Ben, you are going to win a shirt, and we are so happy for you. So what you'll need to do is just look out for an email from us since we sent you an email. Hopefully that's a good email for you. We'll reach out to you and we'll get your information so we can get you guys a shirt. So congratulations. And if we don't do another submission tonight, if things continue to be a little bit busy, we'll definitely do them tomorrow. But we might have time for one more tonight. I'm not really sure yet. So we'll see how it pans out for sure.
All right, let me zoom out of this so we can see our winner there in the top left panel. That is our winner. Thank you, Ben and Heather, for submitting that. Ben with a amazing Lego.
That's
yeah,
cute.
I
love that. That's a future meteorologist right there. I love that.
I hope Ben pursues his hobby and weather and keeps up with it. I'd love to hear from him in the future. So brilliant! Thank you for submitting that and being our second winner for our merch giveaways here, which you can enter if you are submitting some. You know what? You go ahead and say it, Carly.
Sorry, what? Sorry, what was that?
How to enter into the...
Yeah, absolutely. I'll go over that one more time. So we might do one more tonight, and if not, we'll certainly continue them tomorrow, depending on how busy we are. But basically, our idea is that every hour and a half or so, we're going to be doing a giveaway, a shirt giveaway based on viewer submissions. So we want to do something a little bit more interactive with you guys. We really enjoy seeing pictures of you guys watching the stream. And by the way, Andy, after this, you can do the viewer submission page if you have time, if it's appropriate. But basically what we're going to do is we'll let you know that we're starting the contest and you guys are going to send us pictures in. So pictures of you watching the stream, pictures of your pets or your kids and family, or a meme, whatever it is, just something that's involving the community. Anything that has to do with our community that you want to send, you can send that via Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. You can also send it to Facebook Messenger. That's also Ryan Hall, y'all. You can also send it to the Reddit page. We have a new Reddit page, which we are so excited about. You guys are so creative with the memes and stuff that you're putting in there. Andy, actually, you've been memed, by the way. I'm not sure if you are aware of that or not, but you're actually on the Reddit page now.
I will become aware of it after the stream, I am sure.
Yeah, so the Reddit page is also Ryan Hall, y'all. So you can submit it there as well. And then the last place that you can submit it, which I think this is pretty inclusive of everybody, is the email. And our mods are going to be spamming the links to all these things right now in the chat. The email is pics@ryanhallyall.com. You can submit those emails a great way. Now, the caveat here, the thing that you have to do, whichever platform you choose to submit, is make sure that we have a way to contact you. So if you're doing Twitter, make sure that you have your DMs open. If you're doing Facebook, just make sure that we can message you back. Or if you would prefer us to contact you via email, make sure that you have a good email that you are going to check so we can reach out to you if you win, and we're going to get your information so we can send you a shirt. So just make sure that we have a good, viable way to reach you, and we'll announce when we start that again. We might have time for one more tonight. If not, definitely tune in tomorrow. We'll be doing this again. So yeah.
Yep.
And we've got some great stuff on the viewer submission page. We still have a lot to go through. I'll keep posting those.
All right. So I just want to reiterate that yes, we will be live once again tomorrow, more than likely, as Ryan chases tomorrow's severe weather threat. And let me show you that real quick, just to make sure that we are keeping it in there. I mean, we got Brandon showing us the prolific lightning. And there's a severe thunderstorm warning for that cell that Brandon is looking at. Yeah, plenty of lightning. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I have basically any supercell we have right now, except for possibly the one in Texas, in the eastern Texas Panhandle that Ryan is on, appears to have a minimal tornado threat. So we may escape today with only one confirmed tornado. And that was the tornado that we did see live on the stream from Brandon Kopic, who observed a cone tornado in northwest Beadle County in South Dakota. So it's very possible we'll only have one confirmed tornado today. However, that may change tomorrow as we look at this tomorrow's severe weather risk, which extends from northern Minnesota all the way down to Oklahoma. and that will be associated with areas of semi-discrete supercells that may pop up in favorable locations that will eventually be overtaken by a cold front associated with our surface low pressure. So let me show you this quickly. Let me bring up day 2 actually. All right, there we go. So let me show you this in the broad view here. This is rare for April. Look at this. Slight risk here in the yellow. Level 2 out of 5 risk associated with with tomorrow. It's going to reach 75 degrees Fahrenheit in the Twin Cities metro in Minneapolis, where I am, and that will go all the way up, possibly warm temperatures near Fargo, North Dakota. And up there, you'll see risks for a possible tornado or two in the 5% tornado risk. And additionally, you'll see some isolated severe hail, as well as probably more widespread damaging winds, as any supercells that do develop may congeal into a linear format. So yes, the slight risk extends all the way down through Des Moines, much of the state of Iowa, through Kansas City in Missouri and the area around it in Kansas there, and Oklahoma City, and all the way down to Wichita Falls tomorrow. So yes, let's look at the tornado risk here. This will be okay. So our tornado risk is maximized up here in northern Minnesota and around Fargo, North Dakota. That's our triple point area where we have the coinciding the intersection of a cold front, an occluded front, or the warm front and the occluded front. And in that little area is where we have this western notch. So this area that expands upon Grand Forks and Fargo, North Dakota. That's our triple point area, an area focused on increased ascent. Thus, storms may be more widespread up there or have favorable kinematic profiles for rotation. We also have a higher tornado risk confined to Oklahoma and southeast Kansas, the east of Wichita, and Kansas and southwest of Kansas City. So this is an area where we may see more prefrontal cells develop as the cold front. This may be dry line oriented actually, as the cold front kind of races down to the southeast with time on Saturday. So this may be an afternoon to evening threat down here, and the rest of us through this marginal and slight risk will see the storms in the afternoon and evening as well. So wherever the cold front is at this time through Iowa and Minnesota, you're going to be looking at a time frame of when our daytime heating has maximized the instability in the atmosphere for the cold frontal cells to really, or for the QLCS possibly, whatever storm mode here is present for them to pop off and give us severe threats of all kinds. So we could see some embedded circulations in a linear storm, and we could see some rotations in semi-discrete supercells that develop ahead of the cold front or in the triple point area. So we will be live tomorrow. Ryan will probably be chasing the line, and we'll have our storm chasers much the same way in this format.
Yep,
but we're not quite done tonight, though.
Hey guys.
Howdy.
What's up, Ryan?
Hey, we're still following this storm. We are near Mobile, Texas. We're gonna go up to Miami, Texas. As I'm super surprised that this thing is still going, and it's still looking pretty impressive. It does have a hook on it. There's a little bit of rotation still. Hell core's still real healthy, and lots of lightning activity in front of us, as we can see the forward flank from our vantage point right now as we're going north on 2857. So we're going to continue to follow this storm until it is not, useful, I guess, or it doesn't seem like we need to follow it anymore. So I just wanted to let you guys know that I don't know how long we've been going. It feels like a while. If you need to stop, if you need to, take a break or anything like that, that's fine. We can leave the quad view up or something like that, and then we'll just ride this out. But that's completely up to you guys. I don't know how much longer we'll be going with this storm, and I know I can only storm right now. Am I right? Well, there's a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings up there in Kansas and South Dakota as well.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll monitor this cell as it continues to produce enough of a severe threat. And yeah, you're right. There is a hook developing on that. So I have our analyst team here, noting that this cell is entering an area of 55 knots in the lower level jet. It's exiting the most favorable thermodynamic conditions, but if it manages to sustain itself any longer, it's possible that the increased low-level shear from our increasingly powerful low-level jet will actually give us this a fulfillment of this hook echo feature that we are seeing just to the southwest of Miami, Texas.
Yep, and I do have an update regarding the fire weather. Actually, Andy, brought to my attention by Evan on our news team. So thank you so much, Evan. And it is I'm tagging you in it, Andy, so you can see.
Yeah,
and it is for a hazardous air quality conditions, and this is in Rosiata, New Mexico. So if you're in Rosiata, New Mexico, and likely surrounding areas, you'll want to make sure you are staying indoors. Especially if you are part of a sensitive group or know somebody in the area who is in a sensitive group with heart or lung disease, elderly adults, children, and pregnant women. And I also would like to note that we do have another, critical fire risk for tomorrow. And the critical area includes 1.6 million people. That includes Lubbock, Texas, Amarillo, Texas, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Roswell, New Mexico. So a lot of people are in that another critical fire risk tomorrow. So we'll keep y'all updated on that tomorrow as well, certainly.
Yeah, just to reiterate, we had the extreme fire risk today for portions of eastern Colorado and a lot of New Mexico. At one point, we did have 13 confirmed large wildfires ongoing. So yeah, that area definitely experienced a heck of a lot in terms of extreme surface winds and gusts, paired with very low relative humidity, low moisture in the atmosphere, and ongoing drought conditions. A lot of that area is undergoing severe to extreme to even exceptional drought as you get into the panhandle of Texas. So some of these rains, although localized, were much needed for that area. They're not going to do too much to solve the drought, except for in localized areas, unfortunately. But yeah, we need more rain down there for sure. Otherwise, these wildfire risks are going to continue to be a problem as we have day after day of critical or greater fires risks in these areas west of the dry line.
When you go north on 748, you're going
Andy, let me know when you have time for a
a
question that is appropriate for a time when we're not busy.
Okay, let me cover the current warnings, and then we can
take your
do
time.
that for sure.
Take your time.
All right, we're about to make
All
a
right,
turn
so
in about
this severe thunderstorm is still that Ryan is on is still warned for $0.5 size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It is a considerable severe thunderstorm, and it has persisted for quite some time. It is moving into favorable kinematic profile for where we have increased low-level shear and thus a chance for a brief tornado, I think, at most, before it exits the primary thermodynamic support that's keeping it alive, as it no longer has any of boundary that is allowing it to persist unless it is persisting on the outflows of previous storms in the area. That's a possibility, as to explain why it has lasted so long. Additionally, we do still have quite the hail core in this single supercell that has lasted north of Dighton, now in west central Kansas, headed towards I-70. I don't see a populated Quinter and Collier in Kansas along I-70. You'll probably see some pretty significant hail if this supercell lasts and makes it up to you. Nebraska, you are free of warnings right now, but Yeah, I don't imagine any new.
SPC MD0539.
There is
New
not
watch
going to be
possible
much
for
more
Nebraska Panhandle.
convective initiation in that area along the dry line as it retrogrades to the west. South Dakota, we still got several severe thunderstorm warnings. This one that was near Mobridge does look like it has decreased in intensity. We do have one that has some high reflectivity values near Gettysburg, South Dakota, and a couple of the severe thunderstorm warnings. With one with a decent amount of rotation, though I do believe it is elevated. But Brandon Kopic is on that storm right now. He may be looking at some scary looking clouds there, I see on his feed. So he is on this one near Frankfort, South Dakota. And let me quickly show you this so you can get an idea. So we got possible rotation with this supercell that may be riding the warm front or is just to the north. And this is to the east of Redfield, South Dakota. So we've got Brandon Kopic on that. His feed is in the bottom right of this scene right here. If that does do anything noteworthy, it looks outflow dominant now, but if it does do something noteworthy in terms of tornadic threat, I'm sure Brandon will let us know instantly. So these severe thunderstorm warnings up here are for decent hail size of a quarter, of the size of a quarter or greater, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Additionally, all the way up here in near Fargo, North Dakota is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me check the stats on that. So it is warned for quarter-size hail, not severe wind gusts. So you're looking at an elevated hailstorm up near Fargo, North Dakota. If no tornadic threat with that storm. So just some lightning activity and decent-sized hail expected near Fargo, North Dakota. So that's what's going on for you guys up there.
Rotation on radar, but I mean we're almost out of the radar range, so it's
all right. So
height is a lot. So I don't know. Maybe it'll do something soon. I'm trying to.
Okay. Well,
have Andy talk
the SPC actually goes directly against what I just said. Thank you, SPC, for double checking me. We've got a widespread convective development expected in between the next hour, posing a threat for damaging winds. This will be monitored for a possible severe thunderstorm watch issuance across western central Nebraska. I believe that is associated with the back end, the curving of winds around and thus moist air around the low pressure system and or the winds leading up into it. So right around where our low pressure center is, we can have increased convergence. So of course, convective initiation at this hour is going to need some convergence, a method for ascent. And so I'm sorry, I misspoke on that, but the SPC's got me here so that I am knowledgeable and updated. So thank you, SPC, for telling me that. Short-term convective allowing model guidance suggests that this could occur in the next hour. Yes, so in the next hour time frame, and they will. Oh yeah, I looked at this before. This is going to turn into a linear mode. So yeah, these are storms that are developing near our low pressure center. So they will pose a damaging wind threat because they will quickly form into a line that moves through central Nebraska and to the east. I should have remembered that, but yeah, there's so much flying by me that I just forgot about that in the moment. Unbelievable. Wow. Okay, so damaging straight line winds are possible in central Nebraska as we get some linear storms that develop and quickly converge into a line here, and that'll be around North Platte into the north, possibly slightly to the west, and it will move east across central Nebraska. We'll see that develop pretty soon.
Texas 152 intersects with Highway 60.
Per model guidance.
There was a 2-inch hail report there.
Okay, so one more look. Let's keep this cell that Ryan and our Storm Chaser friends are on in the eastern panhandle of Texas. Monitor its life here and make sure that if it's dying out, we know. It does look like it's still trying to establish some little bit of rotation, probably due to the strength of the low-level shear associated with the low-level jet. But nothing significant, nothing super tight yet. But we still got possible hail with this cell that's now impacting Miami, Texas, and lightning activity that we can see on Ryan's stream in the top right panel. Okay, I think now is a good chance, Carly.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
trying to.
maybe not.
Yep.
We'll see. Oh my goodness. So Ryan is noting, like I said, Ryan's right on the storm near Miami, Texas, and he is noting a possible lowering with this cell. Could be a scary looking cloud, could be a lowering. So we will. I'll listen to Ryan. For any updates, we'll hear him, but in here with the sounds of the road. So go ahead, Carly, while we monitor Ryan.
Well, first, before that, I want to say that I'm reading the chat. I'm trying to go through chat as much as I can. Someone is saying that Brandon is concerned about the couplet and wall cloud in South Dakota. So I just wanted, maybe we could. I'm sure our weather analysts are keeping eyes on that already, but chat is pretty quick with it most of the time. They spot stuff a lot of times.
So we're seeing a possible wall cloud on Brandon's feed.
Well, perhaps that's what chat is saying. Brandon is saying. So, just figured
Chat is saying what Brandon is saying. Got it.
Yes.
I will definitely be in that Zello call next time.
Yeah. We'll have that set up next time so we can relay that for you better, Andy. Right now we're having like half the people are on one method of communication that we normally do, and then we're on a different method of communication. So, just some steps involved.
Right. All right. So this is in Spink County in South Dakota. Spink near Frankfort, and Roland, which is where Brandon Kopic is currently. I'm sorry, Doland. Kept saying Roland with that. Okay. So it's a little tough to tell as this velocity couplet that Brandon may be noting on radar. I think this is a right-moving supercell. It's possible that it's attached to the warm front at the moment, or just north of the warm front, such that it's ingesting moist enough air to sustain a sort of tornadic potential. There's a long area of possible rotation here, but whenever you see a sort of straight line like this line of velocity right here. Well, I'm drawing in blue here, but if you see this and this long line, that's not really an established hook echo. You know, there's not one single area of rotation that's favorable. So quickly, usually this is what we call an outflow dominant storm. However, if the rotation is still a tight couplet along this line, it's associated with a reflectivity gradient, but there's still a good enough idea based on radar data that's giving us a notion that the storm may be rotating in east central South Dakota.
Quick look on radar, going up.
So Brandon is concerned with this area near Doland. We'll keep an eye on it. Of course, we've got the whole analyst team keeping me updated so that I can relay anything, and of course we'll have Brandon's word as final on that. Brandon cannot confirm nor deny a tornado.
Okay, fabulous. Then if now is a good time, then I'll ask you. So I've been going through chat to try to be a little more interactive, and so we had a few questions. So the first one comes from Army Wife 98, and she says, when it's quiet, could you and Andy tell us about yourselves and how you got interested in weather and to be part of the team? If you're both comfortable doing so.
You want to take that first, Carly?
I reckon. Yeah, well, all of us are fairly new to the team. I mean, Ryan's been recruiting people for the past couple months. I think I came in, January, starting behind the scenes. So I graduated in 2021 with my bachelor's in English. I did language focus, so kind of interesting how I ended up part of the team. But basically, Ryan does a lot of recruiting. He's still doing recruiting, and I basically wrote out an application. Hey, I've always really loved severe weather, and I would love to meaningfully contribute to you in a way if you need someone who happens to have an English degree. And it just so happens that he needed someone with an English degree. But for me personally, I've always been pretty scared of storms, to be honest. I've always had a pretty intense storm anxiety, and for me, a way to kind of take control of that was to learn about storms and to learn about meteorology, and doing so has been one of the best things I've ever done. So now I'm looking towards graduate school, because I'm more interested in the human psychology and the reaction of people to tornadoes and tornado warnings, and that kind of process in the weather enterprise, how that can be improved. So I definitely look forward to contributing in a meaningful way in the future, through graduate school and research. So, and I talk about it a lot on my YouTube channel. So if you guys ever are interested, you can check that out. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me. English background. So yeah, kind of funny I ended up here.
Yeah, sometimes you do that outreach, and that's what works. I mean, okay, so yeah, I did see. So this initial cell over here. Before I talk about myself, I gotta talk about y'all first and keep you safe. This initial cell that was near Rapid City has diminished in severe threat, but we do have an additional new one forming near the Hot Springs, South Dakota area, and moving to the northeast. If this, I know this is like some sort of mountainous terrain here near Custer, I believe, Mount Washington, or I'm sorry, Mount Rushmore is in this area. So some sort of mountainous terrain may be influencing the development of this severe thunderstorm, which is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and an inch and a quarter hail. So if that persists and does make it to Rapid City, you guys will possibly see that. However, I do think the reason these cells may be not persisting to Rapid City is because they'll eventually run into a downslope regime off of the mountains in the area here near Custer, South Dakota. So it's possible that this cell won't make it to you either, but if it does maintain its severe thresholds, then we'll keep an eye on our Rapid City friends, of course. So my apologies for that, but I've got Doland up here just in case Brandon Copping does see something noteworthy. Go ahead, Ryan.
I might have.
Hey guys, just a quick update for you. We are currently north and east of Miami, or Miami, however you say it here in Texas. We're on US 60 going north and east towards Canadian. And this storm does not want to give up. I don't know how well you guys can see it, but every once in a while a lightning strike will illuminate the base of this thing, and it is there. It's low, too. If you're taking a look at this on radar, Andy, there's some really strong inflow coming into it. The hail core is really ramped up. I would say that the hail is even bigger in that part of the storm than it was when we went through it earlier. So we're not going to get back in that. We're in a good position here to where we can approach it from the south and follow it. But we're going to get as close as we can without actually getting inside of it, and keep you updated until this thing decides that it wants to die out, which I don't know when it's going to be. We thought that it's going to go away multiple times. But if you're in Canadian, Lazy Air, or anywhere over here in the eastern panhandle of Texas, get ready for some very large hail, some strong winds, and potentially a tornado as we go over the next 30 minutes to an hour.
Yep, I agree, Ryan. I'm seeing that rotation now. I've got it on this panel right here. It may be a little hard to see in this panel, so I'll give you a quick look on the radar view. Again, Ryan's feed is in the inset image on the bottom right of this scene right here. If you see an occasional lightning strike light up the clouds in front of him, then you'll probably see something associated with this rather tight now rotation in the base of the supercell, which is north and east of Miami. Miami.
I'm hearing Miami from chat.
Okay, Miami. All right, so that is headed along Highway 60 in Texas, in the eastern Texas Panhandle, up towards Canadian. There's a good hail core on it now. The velocity data is glitching out here and there, but yeah, there was on the previous scan there was an area of low-level rotation. I'm not going to bother highlighting it because you can't see it now, but a decent hail core now moving through Mendota to the north and east of Laura along Highway 60 and Highway 83 Junction, soon coming up there. So we'll continue to monitor Ryan's feed. I'll have the quad view up here so we can see what Brandon's looking at too. because Brandon may have something interesting going on in South Dakota with some tight rotation here and there. So that's what we're looking at in that area. Yeah, if nothing else, let me just get an update on this severe thunderstorm warning that Ryan's on. What it's warned for. It is warned for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So still a decent combination of severe hazards associated with that. That cell that Ryan and Brett and Brad are all on. I'm still monitoring the rotation as well near Brandon. It definitely looks outflow dominant to me. There is no well-defined hook echo in this storm. And areas of rotation, there are some tight areas of rotation, but it's a very messy presentation on radar. So I'm not certain about that yet. But I've got WSV3 here with Brandon's location and this area of South Dakota ready. If we do have a tornado warning issued there, I will be on top of it, of course. Okay. So keep an eye on all of our StormChaser feeds on this quad panel view. We've got Ryan Hall in the StormSeeker truck in the top right there. Vince in the bottom left, also in the same area. It's Canadian, not Canada, Texas. Although there may be a Canada, Texas. There's an everything Texas almost. I think there's a Paris. And of course we have Brandon in South Dakota. So we're monitoring these storms at the moment. There's also some severe thunderstorms near Rapid City, South Dakota, that may pose a hail and wind risk if it approaches the metro. I'm keeping tabs on that, and so our analyst team. And we do have one dominant supercell in west central Kansas as well that is producing some large hail and damaging gusts to the north of Dighton now, headed towards, I believe, I-70 or I-80 up there. Let me.
Hey, Ryan,
which interstate is that? That is I-70. Okay. Okay, so can you repeat that question to me, Carly, so I have a good idea of how to answer it?
Yeah, it's from Army Wife 98, and she says, could you tell us about yourselves and how you got interested in weather and to be a part of the team if you're comfortable doing so?
Okay, so I'm if you don't know me, I'm meteorologist Andy. We've got our tags right down here and our Twitter handles as well. And then on Carly's Twitter, you can find her amazing YouTube channel as well, linked directly there, where she does some incredible work on historical documentation of major tornado events and other things that you have planned, Carly. So I am an idolized example, like one of those ones you might hear about in a textbook, where I have loved the weather since I was 4. I literally watched the Weather Channel when it was live since I was 4, and I never stopped. My dad cultivated that because he would put it on because he noticed I was interested in it. I was interested in temperature extremes in Alaska and all that good stuff. So I never faltered on what I wanted to do, which was be a meteorologist, all the way up through undergraduate, my collegiate career, my educational career. I attended University of North Carolina, Asheville, which is in western North Carolina in the Appalachia. And it's a beautiful place. Mm-hmm. It has an extremely good meteorological atmospheric science department with 3 incredible professors. Shout outs to Dr. Godfrey, Dr. Hinnon, and Dr. Miller. I love all of them, and they will test you like no other. If you want to go to a small campus with a small atmospheric science department, but one that's also quite rigorous, that is a good place to go to get a solid meteorological expansive knowledge. That's where I come from. That's where I'm based there. But yeah, I loved the weather since I was 4, and that was because I grew up in Southern California, where there was no weather. And in 19 years of living there, I could count the number of lightning strikes that I've ever seen on my digits, like cloud-to-ground lightning. If something like that happened there, everyone was out in the streets whooping and screaming and hollering and twirling their shirts around. So, you can imagine whenever something happened, even any rain, I was out there and I was on it. So that's what cultivated my, it continued my interest in meteorology, because everything was so extreme in an area that doesn't get that much weather.
Yeah.
And how I found Ryan? Well, I applied to be a YouTube chat moderator, actually, when he had an outreach program on his website last year. He had application forms open for things like YouTube moderation, Discord moderation. You can join the Discord channel. We've got nearly 10,000 people in there now. A lot of weather weenies. I love to see them all there.
A lot of weather weenies.
And what I did was I gave my background as a degreed meteorologist and how I also have a background in content creation because I've been a Twitch streamer for 5 years.
A really awesome Twitch streamer, by the way.
Thank you, Carly. Yeah, my content on there is mostly the weather, but I love to talk about it. So I will always talk about the weather and engage with anyone. But yeah, mostly I just play like I'm a gamer, okay? So I had the experience of content creation and meteorology, and this unique combination that really suited, I guess, Ryan's needs. Someone who could do something like this right now. You know, the ability to talk for hours on end, and also have meteorological expertise. At least I hope I do, in my ability to keep you guys updated here. So
we're lucky to have you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing my best, and I'd love to have more meteorologists under me on the team. If you join the Discord server, we have analyst applications that I myself personally review, and then can send on forward to Ryan to actually recruit people for volunteer positions. And you could actually help me look at things on the stream if you're great at radar. If you have a meteorologist degree, I'd love to work with you, and we're an ever-expanding team that there's so many possibilities as the channel grows. So if you're not subbed to the YouTube channel, you should sub to the YouTube channel and contribute both to the spread of news to everyone, and also our ability to really expand our team and get so many interested individuals who consider meteorology a hobby or other. So yeah, and then I joined the team just a month and a half ago, actually. My application to be a moderator was just sitting in there, but our community manager, Frank, pointed me out and was like, this guy knows what he's doing, and I just gave my background so I'd fit in with the team. You know, I was hopeful that I would just fit in with all of the expert meteorologists and really just be a part of the community, but you know, when you do an outreach like that, you have the chance to really find yourself in a unique position and an opportunity that you never would have considered.
Absolutely. And we have the applications for different things. So we encourage you guys to join the Discord also, like we said. And I saw someone that said degrees, not only people with degrees. We have a really diverse group of people in the Discord. And also, Andy, I'll note Riley is letting us know that Vince is in a golf ball plus size hail and the road is covered, so we can check that out. But yeah, we do, Andy, while you pull that up, we do encourage you guys to join the Discord and be part of the community. I have an English degree, so we're always looking for people with different skill sets to contribute in different and meaningful ways to the stream. It's not just one specific thing. So and it's such a incredible community to be a part of. So
we've got probably approaching 2-inch hail in here.
All right, here's a look at if you look at this panel right here, just right here to my right, you can see the hail core along Highway 6083 junction headed to the south of Canadian Texas. If you're in Canadian Texas, you may see some hail, especially on the south side. We've got a lot of our chasers. Let me pull up. I have WSV3 on Brandon's side of things, but I did note that was likely outflow dominant and not actually rotating. So let me bring it back down here to the Texas Panhandle,
2 miles behind
closer to the Oklahoma border now, as the storm approaches I-70. Oh no, that's in Kansas. That's our severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas. Closer to the Oklahoma border here as our storm approaches Canadian Texas.
What was that?
Still warned for 1 3/4 inch hail in diameter. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so it is one of our current considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. And you can see right here. Here's Ryan Hall, just behind this hail core. Vince is in the hail core, so you can see the hail following. And their location. Let me bring this up so you can really see where these guys are. So it's a bit tough to tell. These things are only so large, but Vince is this northern marker right here. We've got Brad Arnold in the center as well, and Ryan just off to the south of the hail core. We've got our chasers right here to the south of Canadian, near Highway 60 and the junction of 6083. Okay.
Yeah, we're
Do we
not
have
trying to get
Vince's
in that.
stream by chance?
Yes. So, well, yeah. If I go back to the quad view, I was just showing it to him.
Oh no, yeah, that's perfectly fine. I'm
There's
reading
Vince
through chat.
with golf ball hail all over the
News of the aftermath.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
What if we want a StormSeeker dominator
How about
4
that?
combo?
Yeah, look at that. Vince is measuring hail. I hope he's not getting hit in the head with it.
I
While he's trying to do
hope
that.
he's protecting that noggin.
He is saying that it is larger than 2 inches in diameter,
Wow!
which is greater than the severe thunderstorm warning is 4, essentially.
So Ryan, since you're south
So
of the
possibly
storm and
tennis
the
ball
storm
size
is
hail
20
coming
feet
down
just ahead
on
of you, are you
Vince's
seeing
stream. He's
anything
trying to
at
measure
all
it right now, but he is in the hail core.
lightning to see anything or
And that's that bottom left panel
There's
right
really
there in our
not
quad panel
enough
view. There.
lightning to see much of anything at all.
It looks like snow or something, you know.
Right. And Ryan is just behind him to the southwest, approaching the cell from the base. You can see the lightning activity occasionally. When that lights up, you can see if there is any sort of scary looking cloud, any sort of updraft base that we can view on this storm.
Riley is saying, sorry, I'll just interject real
yeah.
quick. Riley is saying that Vince, as he's measuring the hail, Riley can hear him, and he's saying it's larger than 2 inches, 2.27 inches.
Yep, so that's a 2 1/4 inch hail, nearly baseball sized. And there's my cue of the Nebraska severe thunderstorm warning. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, we are directly behind the hail core here. We're not trying to get it back inside of it once again, but we're starting to see some of the big hailstones laying on the road in front of us in front of the StormSeeker here. We're going to try to get to where some of that real big hail has fallen and like covered the roads in some places, and do some measurements of our own here near Canadian, Texas. So we will try to live stream that somehow. I just wanted to give you an update on what we're doing here. It looks like the storm is continuing to, produce hail and be a big storm, but the tornado potential with it, I'm just not certain about. I've been looking at the base for a while through lightning strikes, and it's not a lot has changed. It's not doing anything impressive. So we're gonna look at some of this hail, and I will get back to you all right after we find it.
Alrighty.
Right. Here's an update from Ryan. Let me cover really quickly the line per the Storm Prediction Center's mesoscale discussion, headed through west central Nebraska, even down into northeast Colorado. And this line right here is warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. A considerable severe thunderstorm warning has popped up here. And and this line will propagate to the east through Ogallala, probably got that wrong, North Platte, Imperial, Nebraska, and possibly as far south as Ray, Colorado. I'll give you a brief update on this supercell in Kansas. It's still going, still chugging along here, just passed over I-70 to the west of Wakini, and it will actually head towards Hill City. I know there is a population of decent size near Hill City, Kansas. So again, if this supercell continues to make it up there, you'll probably see over an inch hail in the hail core of that cell if you're up there in northwest Kansas near Hill City, Kansas. Okay, and then one more look at our storm down here that's now with a hail core over Canadian, Texas proper. Like Ryan noted, we finally have a velocity scan we can look at. Weak rotation at best. There's not really a clear definition of the rotation, and nothing no appendage on
All right, just a
reflectivity
heads
that really
up.
tells us there's
So,
a
over here in
distinct
Canadian, where the storm
tornadic
is at,
threat
beam heights
with
are
this
about
cell. It is currently just
17,750
producing some
plus
tennis
feet,
ball,
and the
possibly
velocities
tennis to
are
baseball
going,
size hail.
bozo on it.
All right.
So
So,
it is very hard to
interestingly
actually
enough,
gauge
one
what
thing
the
I did
storm's
want to
gonna be
note is
doing at
that
the surface
line
level,
moving
so
through
this is where
west
we're
central
gonna rely on
Nebraska.
y'all for this part.
Right before it formed, there was a non-thunderstorm wind gust of 74 miles per hour, just south of Sidney, Nebraska.
About food.
And multiple like 60 to 68 mile per hour wind gusts ahead of the line that are non-thunderstorm related. Even down here in Colorado, I see 65 mile per hour gusts. So it is extremely windy out here in the Central Plains in northwest Kansas up through western Nebraska. And that's not even yet associated with any sort of thunderstorm, but now we have the line moving through there. So quite something to look at. Those are really, really strong surface winds. Okay. Let's see. So, do we have any updates, Carly?
No, we don't. I did see one thing in the special relay, just satellite imagery, which I think is always pretty neat to look at, of the storms and the fires today that you can see. And I always like.
Right. Well, where's that shit at now? It's north and east of here. North and east of here. Yeah. Going up towards Glacier. Going towards Glacier.
All right, Ryan, what do you got for us?
Okay, so we have pulled over at a Quantico that's closed, but there's some lights out there, so I figured, we'd use it for lighting. I think that we're starting to get hungry. All right, and this storm is. I don't think that it's going to continue to produce. I mean, obviously, it still has a threat to produce the tornado, but the area that it's moving into is really remote. We're not going to be able to broadcast any information about it. And at the same time, I also believe that overall the storm is weakening. If you look higher up into the storm, the structure just isn't very good. Now, we've said that a couple times, but this one's got to eventually come to an end here. We're going to kind of assess the damage to our follower car, see what's going on with that, try to make some plans as to what we're going to do next. If anything happens within the next 2 minutes, and this storm looks like we need to continue to follow it, we will. Otherwise, we're probably going to start thinking about wrapping it up for the night. So I know that you guys were doing a giveaway. Is that already finished?
We've done a couple of them now.
Okay. So are we completely done? How many have we done?
We've given away 2, but there's an opportunity to pick additional winners as they have sent in their image submissions over time.
Yeah, and we figured we could do some tomorrow as well.
Okay, well, just so you guys can give me the 2 minutes or so that I need to make the final call on what we're going to do. If we can do one more giveaway for fun, that would be great. And obviously, if anything breaking happens with the severe thunderstorm that we need to relay, do that. But if we can do that, and I'll come back and let you know what the plan is going forward, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so real quick, Carly, there is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for much of western South Dakota for golf ball size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. That is the one that may be moving towards Rapid City, South Dakota. We may not be live by the time it gets there, but I do see quite some heavy hail, high reflectivity returns associated with that cell. So let me bring that up really quickly. Additionally, we're going to have this line of storms moving through central Nebraska and northeast Colorado over time as well. So like this cell, I'm seeing still 1 3/4 inch hail reports along Highway 79 up towards Fairburn and Hermosa in South Dakota. I mean, it's definitely got this. It's definitely got a really decent appearance on radar. You can see these dark reflectivity spots, indicative of quite high reflectivity and probably large hail or wind-driven hail. I imagine it's more wind-driven hail in this storm. So, Rapid City friends, of course, even if we're offline, do continue to monitor this as it moves towards you with whatever other resource you can. I would advise National Weather Service's official warnings, of course. Make sure that you know those. And then let's see. In addition to that, we still got some warnings of storms out here in northeastern, headed into northeastern South Dakota.
According to the
severe thunderstorm that was going towards Fargo, Fargo, North Dakota, rather, has fizzled out somewhat, but still some heavy rain there to be reckoned with any sort of snowpack that's on the ground. If the heavy rain melts the snow somewhat, there could be localized flooding there. But yeah, overall, the severe threat is decreasing, except for this line of storms that will continue to the east in Nebraska. Here, let me draw that out. So this line will continue to the east here towards North Platte, and it will bring with it up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, if not greater than that, ahead of the line. So this line is stretching north to south and will move to the east. And then beyond that, we just have this one supercell, possibly even a second line down here in eastern Colorado as well. One supercell passing over I-70 and headed to the northeast. That is only producing a hail threat at the moment, as well as a cell down here to the northeast of Canadian Texas. So,
Wonderful.
Are you working on the giveaway, Carly?
Yeah, I believe we have a winner picked, and
Cool.
I will send that to you in the special relay.
All right. Okay, so Errol is the winner of this giveaway.
Yep.
I'm gonna open that up real quick so that we can look at the submission here. This was our previous winner. Congratulations to Ben. And now we're gonna open up this tweet here so we can see what Errol's got for us and his daughter there. Oh, I've had this on the full screen the whole time. So yes, congratulations, Errol.
Yep.
For winning this giveaway. Go ahead and tell them what they won, Carly.
Yeah, they're going to win a t-shirt. You guys are going to get to pick one of these awesome t-shirts. And let me tell y'all, they are extremely comfy, extremely versatile. I've been wearing it out and about. I've been wearing it to bed. They are the softest shirt material. You don't even have to iron it, which is a big thing for me. You don't even really have to iron it. And I like that. You can just wear it and it's not wrinkled and it's great. So congratulations. And by the way, I just want to mention that we are going to continue this tomorrow. And if you submitted a good picture, I am going to work through tonight and early tomorrow to get those pictures up so that we can at least show them on stream, because we are really enjoying seeing all of you guys watching this stream tonight. So if you didn't see your picture tonight, we'll work on getting it up for tomorrow, and we'll continue the contest tomorrow as well. So thank you guys so much for submitting all your pictures. We really appreciate it.
Yep, congrats to the third winner. All right, Ryan's back. Ryan, where is Reed? Is it possible that we could get a brief dinner live stream if Reed's up there with you, or with Vince, or anyone up there? Brad, Vince. Where do we go for dinner in Canadian Texas?
Well, there's not a lot. There's not a lot of options here that we're seeing. I haven't talked to Reed. I have not talked to Reed today. However, well, we talked to him earlier, but we haven't talked to him during the storm chase, so I don't know exactly where he is. But Vince and Brad and Brett and I'm pretty sure just about everybody is in this general vicinity. So we are going to get up with them. We might see some sort of live stream like you're looking for tonight, but I think that there's an even better chance of that happening tomorrow. So we'll coordinate that, okay? So that's all I really know about that right now. we've got a police officer in front of us that is probably going to want to chit chat here a little bit about the storm. So I'm going to go ahead and let you guys wrap this up. Hey, everybody in the chat, say thank you so much to Carly and Andy for just the amazing job that you guys have done keeping the flow of the stream going. You guys are awesome. I'm just so lucky that you guys are on my team. Like seriously, that this is it's an honor to work with you guys, and I just think that it's amazing what you guys have been able to do. And by the way, like there's been very little direction from me. Okay, these guys are coming up with this stuff on their own. They're doing awesome, and I just want to give them major props, Andy and Carly out there, and Cameron and Frank and Chad and literally everybody else involved. We have a lot of people involved in this thing. It's not just me. So thank you to everybody that's involved with this. Thank you to the members and the people who are going to shopryanhall.com and buying merch. Thank you to everybody that's involved in this at all. So thank you, and I think that's pretty much it for me. We're going to try to get something to eat, and if I can organize that live stream tonight, we might do it just off the cuff. And maybe that'll be on Reed's channel. I think that's something that he would really like to do. So if we can organize that, I'll tweet it out or something. But otherwise, Frank, Carly, and Andy, I'm going to let you guys wrap it up and end the stream for us, okay?
Awesome.
Okay, thank you. I'll give you guys just a quick briefing. Tomorrow we will be live. We will have a severe threat, a slight risk severe threat, level 2 out of 5, covering all the way from Fargo, North Dakota, through northern Minnesota, and all the way down to Oklahoma City. And that includes areas of Kansas City, Des Moines, Minneapolis, where I am from, or currently am living. So that's where I'm from. And we will be monitoring the severe risks and also have Ryan and Co. out storm chasing those tomorrow. All severe hazards are possible in isolated events. So look for us tomorrow as well. If you enjoyed today's stream, it'll be much the same format tomorrow.
Yep. And Andy, I just want to note that the chat is very appreciative for you, and they also say that you are dropping that meteorology forecast heat today. So thank you for dropping that heat with the forecast today. We appreciate it. And Weatherman Cam and everybody, and Riley and Chad and Frank and everybody. The news team, Evan and Sam and Brandy, you guys are also wonderful. We couldn't do it without you. And of course, all the members, we're super appreciative that you guys are willing to listen to me and Andy all day today. Thank you so much. For being here with us during this different stream. I know Andy and I are really enjoying it, and we've been getting together behind the scenes to think of different things we can do for you guys because we're just having so much fun. So yeah, like Andy said, we'll be live tomorrow. Look forward to more interaction with us tomorrow. Maybe we can do something like answering more of your questions in the chat if we have time, if the weather permits. So yeah.
And I just wanted to say that we will be live probably tomorrow afternoon, late afternoon, I imagine, whenever the most favorable thermodynamics kind of interact with any sort of storms present in a semi-discrete or linear mode. So I'm not sure if we'll go as late tomorrow. It depends on how the storms evolve with time, but they will be moving much faster than they were today.
Yeah.
Storm motions are quite high. So be with us tomorrow. I expect probably afternoon to late afternoon for the starting time on that. And if you're interested and the storm chasers do come up, go ahead and monitor Reed's feed just so we can see if, or Vince or whoever, they end up eating dinner with, because I'd love to see that. I'm going to be there watching that if it does happen. And I'll definitely be there watching that tomorrow, or be right here watching it.
Yeah, we would love that.
So yeah, our friends in Rapid City, South Dakota, please stay vigilant and heed National Weather Service warnings as any sort of severe thunderstorm approaches you. Additionally, North Platte overnight and the rest of central Nebraska as those cells move to the east, possibly even down into central Kansas. That's really the remainder of our severe threats overnight as we head into tomorrow's risk area. We will see you then.
Yeah, we'll see you guys then.
Thank you so much for watching, and I think that's it. I will end the stream in about 20 seconds, so everybody has the chance to watch the end of the broadcast. Thank you so much for watching.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow for more storm chasing.
Yep. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. Bye, guys. Blaze says bye too.